The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. August the 1st, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 527 AD, Justinian I becomes the sole ruler of the Byzantine Empire after the death of his uncle, Justin I. Really creative with the names in that family. In 1086, results of the Doomsday Inquiry presented to William the Conqueror in Salisbury. The date of compilation and the Great Doomsday are historically contestable. In 1774, English chemist Joseph Priestley discovers oxygen by isolating it in its gaseous state. What were people breathing before then? In 1834, Slavery Abolition Act 1833 comes into effect, abolishes slavery throughout the British Empire. In 1958, U.S. atomic submarine USS Nautilus begins first transit of North Pole, Operation Sunshine. In 1971, George Harrison's benefit concert for Bangladesh takes place at Madison Square Garden, New York City. Performers include Bob Dylan, Ringo Starr, Ravi Shankar, Eric Clapton, Billy Preston, and Leon Russell. In 1981, music video cable channel MTV debuts in the U.S. at 12:01 a.m. with the Buggles song Video Killed the Radio Star. In 1936, 11th Summer Olympic Games are opened by Adolf Hitler in Berlin. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure, with Susan Miller and the music of Matty Malney. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, what's the matter? Gee, Abbott, something terrible happened. My Aunt May got all mixed up. She gave her dog her medicine and took the dog's medicine by mistake.
That's awful. What effect did it have?
Now the dog sits on Uncle Mike's lap and Aunt May is out chasing rabbits.
Well, never mind your Aunt May. How did you like that date I fixed up for you last night? Wasn't she a lovely girl?
Oh, lovely girl. Brother, was that Dame knock-kneed?
Oh, she wasn't so knock-kneed.
No. When we were walking down Hollywood Boulevard, one niece said to the other, I let you pass first the last time. Now give me a chance.
Well, did you have a good time?
Well, first I took her to Cereals for dinner. That cost $31. Then I bought her a box of chocolates. That cost $4. Then I took her to the movies. That cost $2. Then I took her home, and she slammed the door right in my face.
She did?
That's gratitude for you, after all the money she spent on me.
Costello, running around every night with a different girl is no good. Someday, you're going to get in trouble.
Not me, Abbott. When it comes to women, I'm smart. No woman has pinned anything on me since I was a baby.
Costello, how could you be so stupid? Why don't you be more like me?
Like you? Then who would tell the jokes?
I mean, you should use me for a model. I'm a model man.
A model man? That's what started the last fight between my Aunt May and Uncle Mike. He got mad because Aunt May called him a model man.
Why did your Uncle Mike get mad?
He looked it up in a dictionary and found out that a model is a small imitation of the real thing.
What happened then?
They really had a fight. They fought tooth and nail.
Tooth and nail?
Yes, Aunt May nailed Uncle Mike in a puss and knocked out his tooth.
You're late again today. What's your excuse this time, Lou?
Well, I couldn't happen, Abbott. When I got to Hollywood and Vine, the traffic was all snarled up.
Was there an accident?
No, some tourist stopped for a red light.
I see you got another traffic ticket, eh?
Yep.
Costello, that's 6 traffic tickets you've got this week alone. How do you account for that?
Well, Sunday I couldn't get the car out of the garage.
Well, what is the ticket for this time?
Double parking my car, and it's a $200 fine.
It can't be. It's only $2 fine. Lots of people double park their cars.
On top of other cars?
You went to your car in the midget race.
Well, that wouldn't be fair.
Why not?
How would it look, a big guy like me racing against those little midgets?
You know, your brother Pat borrowed my car Saturday. There's really a fast car.
Yeah, Pat let me drive your car. I turned off the road and cut right through the farm. I was driving so fast that I went past the beans and corn and looked like succotash.
How fast were you going?
80 miles a minute.
You mean 80 miles an hour?
I mean minute. That car of yours won't go an hour.
You idiot. You had no right to drive my car through a farm.
I had to have it. If I drive it down the road, I'd pass a junkyard, and every time I do that, the car would stop.
Why?
It gets homesick.
Now, look, that car is in great shape, Costello. If you drove that car into a race, you'd go like thunder across the finish line.
Thunder is right. Every time I start the motor, the windows fall out of the house across the street.
No, that's ridiculous. That car's in fine shape. Why, I haven't paid a dime on that car for repairs in 10 months.
Yeah, that's what the repairman told me. He said you were a deadbeat.
Keep your personal remarks to yourself. And tell your brother Pat that he ruined my car. When he brought it back, the engine was smoking.
Well, it's old enough to smoke. What do you want it to do, chew tobacco?
Never mind that. I had some new tire covers in that car, and they're gone now.
Those tire covers were no good, Abbott. I put them on the tires. They didn't last 10 miles.
Costello, you are an imbecile.
Oh, Boulder! Now you made me say a bad word.
What are you talking about? Boulder's a dam.
Isn't that a bad word?
Enough of this nonsense. See that my car's brought back to my house tonight.
Oh, I don't think I can bring it back tonight, Abbott. This afternoon I took it out for a ride, and a big truck tried to beat me to the intersection.
What? Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me you ran my car into that truck.
No.
Well, thank goodness for that.
The truck ran into me.
I'll sue the owner of that truck. Who owns it? What does the truck look like?
Well, it was a big, bright red truck with a lot of brass on it. There was a long ladder on it, and there were 6 fishermen in it.
Fishermen?
6 guys with rubber coats and hats.
Brother, were they zooming along? You idiot, that was a fire truck, and they were a fireman going to a fire. From now on, you stay away from my car and stay away from my house.
You ain't got any house. That's where the fire was.
This is terrible. You wrecked my car, then my house burns down. Oh, it's a lucky thing I still have some money in the bank.
You ain't got any money in the bank either.
What?
While everybody was watching a fire at your house, the bank was robbed.
Well, there goes everything but my wife's car.
Got to tell you, Abbott, the guy that robbed the bank took your wife's car to make their getaway.
Well, this is awful. My car's wrecked. My house is burned down. My money's been stolen. The only thing I have left in the world is my darling little wife.
That's the part I forgot to tell you about. The guys that robbed the bank kidnapped your wife, and if you want her back, you'll have to pay them $20,000 ransom.
Yep.
Hey, which one of you guys is Bud Abbott?
I am.
Well, I'm the guy that kidnapped your wife.
Look, mister, I haven't got $20,000.
You want your wife back, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do, but I haven't got $20,000.
Well, you have now.
What do you mean?
Listen, me and my partners talked it over, and we're willing to pay you $20,000 to take her off our hands.
Don't do it, Abbott.
What do you mean?
Abbott, do you realize how bad these guys are stuck? They got your wife. They'll pay more than $20,000 to get rid of that old turkey. Now, let me handle this. Look, mister, Abbott is willing to take his wife back, but it's going to cost you $30,000.
You drive a hard bargain, Fatso. Well, here's the $30,000. Hey, Charlie, bring her in.
Oh, hello, buddy. I've just had the most exciting experience. These two charming boys have been driving me around all over town.
Come on, Charlie, before this jerk changes his mind.
You're a sucker, Abbott. We could have got $40,000.
Quiet, Costello. Betty, darling, do you realize who those two men were? They were bandits. They were bad men.
Oh, I thought they were pretty good. Oh, the little one kissed me.
Mrs. Abbott, how could a little short guy like that kiss a big, tall woman like you?
I boosted him up on a chair. Oh, so what do I say? How dare you?
Costello, how can you suggest that my wife would stoop to kiss a bandit?
She didn't stoop, Abbott. She boosted him up on a chair.
Oh, you insignificant imbecile.
Mrs. Abbott, when you call me that, smile.
Why?
I'd like to hear the wind whistle through your teeth.
Costello, I have beautiful teeth.
Yes, one upper and one lower. They ought to get together someday for lunch.
Now, cut that out, Costello. My wife has had a very tough day. Our house burned down, and she was kidnapped by bandits, and you're picking on her. Why? Why do you continually insult my wife?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
I'll say you are a bad boy, and it's all because you wasted your time in school.
I didn't waste my time in school, Abbott. We were so poor we went to school without any shoes. And the kid that sat next to me, his father was a millionaire. I worked hard, and he didn't. I graduated, and he failed and was expelled. I never saw him again until last week. Do you know what he is today?
A bum, huh?
No, a millionaire. His father died and left him all that money.
Costello, I don't know what the future holds for you.
Oh, maybe I can help him, Bud. Here, Costello, let me see your hand. I'll tell your fortune.
Okay.
My. What an interesting hand. Oh, this line tells me that you have 6 children.
I ain't even married.
You'd better get that line fixed. Oh, now let's see. Oh, yes, this is your lifeline. Oh, my. You'll live to be 28 years old.
But I'm 33 now.
Oh, how do you like that, Bud? He's been dead for 5 years and doesn't even know it.
Well, you certainly mopped the place up with him that time. You know how to handle him, dear.
Oh, you always mop up with him. You're the one that knows how to handle him.
But I insist you mopped up with him today. You know how to handle him.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard from a couple of old mop handles.
Oh, goodbye.
My wife is a wonderful girl, Costello. She's the picture of health. Did you notice her rosy red cheeks?
Red cheeks are the sign of good health?
Certainly.
Well, tonight she was healthier on one side than she was on the other.
Pardon me, gentlemen. Which one of you is Costello?
I am Lou Costello.
The boys of the Legion have been listening to your program, Costello, and we have decided to make you a member of the Legion.
Costello, do you realize what an honor this is?
Ah, then you accept? You will join the Legion?
Oh, sure. I'll be very, very happy to join the Legion.
Good. Be at this address in an hour, and we will make you members. Goodbye.
Abbott, you ought to be proud of me. Think of it. I'm going to be a member of the Legion. Someday I may be head of that Legion. I may even get to be a big politician. I can see myself now at the meeting at the Big Four. Me, Lana Turner, Hetty Lamar, and Betty Grable.
Wait a minute. What about Attlee, de Gaulle, and Stalin?
Let them get their own girls.
Let's get over to the Legion headquarters.
We'll return after these messages on Radio Theater. Stay tuned. In our next hour, I'll have the conclusion to the Abbott and Costello show, plus Beyond Tomorrow, right here on KRLD. Welcome back to the KRLD Radio Theater. I'm your host, Bob Gibson. Time now for the conclusion to the Abbott and Costello show.
I may be wrong, but I think it's time for our singing star, Susan Miller, to sing the lyrics to I May Be Wrong.
I may be wrong, but I think you're wonderful. I may be wrong, but I think you're swell. I like your style, say, I think it's marvelous. I'm always wrong, so how can I tell? All of my clothes are unsightly. All of my hats are a crime. It's dear in you I picked rightly. It's the very first time you came along, say, I think you're wonderful, I think you're grand, but I may be wrong. Deuces to me are all aces, life to me just isn't mellow. Faces are all open spaces, you might be Lou Costello. You came along, say, I think you're wonderful, I think you're grand, but I may be wrong.
Well, Costello, there's the Legion headquarters office of the captain. Let's go in. Costello, there's a great honor for you.
Yes, it reminds you of the time I went to Harvard. I was in a medical school.
You went to Harvard Medical School?
Yes.
What were you studying?
Nothing. They were studying me.
Talk sense. Let's go into the Legion office.
Ah, ha, ha, I see you have kept your word. You have come to join the Legion. Costello, I will now swear you in. Place your left hand over your heart and repeat after me.
After me.
Costello, the man wants you to repeat after him.
I beg your pardon. After him.
No, not after him. I want you to repeat after me.
Okay? After me.
Yeah, tell me when he says he wants you to repeat after me, he means he wants you to repeat after him.
Make up your mind. Do I repeat after you or after him?
After him.
After me.
Why don't you two guys go out in the alley and fight it out?
Never mind that. We'll dispense with the formalities. Abbott and Costello, do you wish to join the Legion?
We do.
Good. You are now members of the Legion. Our boat leaves for Morocco tonight.
I didn't know the American Legion was having a convention in Morocco.
What American Legion? You just joined the Foreign Legion. Get going.
Well, now you've done it, Costello. Joined the Foreign Legion. Here we are in this rat-infested ship. Look at that cutthroat crew.
Look at the captain. He's standing on the bridge.
Well, the captain is supposed to stand on the bridge.
While it's still in the sailor's mouth?
Right. The worst thing on this ship is the food.
Yes, it's pretty bad food, Abbott. Yes, sir. Today I threw my lunch overboard, and the fish threw it back.
Well, I hope the food will be better when we reach Foreign Legion headquarters.
I heard the food they eat there will make you as tough as nails.
What do they eat?
Nails. And the cheap kind. Penny nails. Here comes the captain.
Hey, you two! I told you not to come up on deck. If you disobey my orders again, I'll cut your ears off. I'll hang you from the mainmast by your toes and stick this pool cue in your ear and play billiards with your eyeballs. And if that don't work, I'll torture you.
Yeah? Well, I can lick you with both hands tied to the rail.
Well, why don't you do it?
All right. Let me tie your hands to the rail.
Costello, are you afraid of this guy?
Nah.
Then go ahead and fight him. Suppose he does kill you. What's better than dying like a hero?
Living like a coward.
You know, you are lucky you didn't start anything with me, Costello. Why, I jam my fist in your mouth, jar your teeth loose, and beat you to a jelly.
Jam, jarred jelly. Heaven preserve us.
I remember, I'll be keeping my eye on you.
What was that? The ship must be going around the horn.
Look, we're coming into shore.
Oh, the bridge! Ship on our port! Ship on our stern! Ship on our bow!
Ship on our ship!
Come on, Costello. Come on, Costello. Nobody's watching us. Let's jump overboard and swim for shore. Quick, you jump first.
Here I go.
Costello, you just jumped into the water. How'd you get back on deck here again?
Abbott, did you ever back into a swordfish?
Oh, come on. Well, Costello, no one saw us get off that ship. Now, we can only sneak across the desert. We may escape from the Foreign Legion.
Abbott, I know the best way to escape. We'll take a boat and go up the Nylon River.
Oh, you... Now, you mean we'll go up the Nile River? Nylon is something that goes on a girl's leg.
Well, you go your way and I'll go mine.
Crossing the desert is dangerous, Lou. The heat may affect your mind. You may even see a mirage.
I used to go steady with a mirage.
Yeah, dummy, a mirage is something that you can see, but you can't get your hands on.
That's her. She was crazy about me.
She's crazy without you.
She loved me. She come from a city in Turkey. I can't remember the name.
Istanbul?
No, Abbott, it's the truth.
Oh, no, I said Istanbul.
And I said it's no bull, it's the truth.
She was probably Turkish. Did she have an accent?
No, but she talked through her nose, and she had a cold. Boy, could she keep up a running conversation.
Where did you meet this girl?
She was a dancer in a nightclub. She did the dance of the 7 veils. Monday night, she would take off the first veil. Tuesday, she'd take off the second veil. Wednesday, the 3rd veil, and Thursday, the 4th veil.
Did the place do any business?
Sunday night, you couldn't get into the joint. People couldn't wait till she took off that seventh veil to see the beautiful mink coat she wore under it.
All talk sense. Costello, there's no one around. Now, we've got to buy a camel and cross the desert.
I'll ask this guy where we can buy a camel. Pardon me, sir. Could you tell us where we can buy a camel?
Don't bother me, Bud. I just escaped from the Foreign Legion. I went home. My wife ran away with my best friend. They took all my money and burned my house down.
If that happened to me, I would have cut my throat.
Why do you think I'm whispering?
Abbott, there's the place we're looking for. See that sign? Honest Hassan, used camel dealer. Come on.
900,665, 900,666, 900,667,
Look,
900...
Abbott, he's counting his money.
900,668, 900,600...
Mr. Hassan.
Huh?
Mr.
What is
Hassan.
it? What is it? What? Oh, you made me lose count. I got to start over. 1, 2, 3, 4...
Look, count that money later. We want to buy a camel.
Oh, customers. Oh, well, there's a bunch of dandy camels over there.
Do you mind if I carry a couple of them?
What do you want to carry a camel?
Why not? Camels carried us for 5 years.
All right, boys. What kind of a camel you want, huh? Would you like one hump or two?
One hump with lemon, please.
Mr. Hassan, what is that camel over there? The one with the 6 humps.
Oh, that's our station wagon model.
Well, we'll take him. We've got to get across the desert.
Oh, if you're going across the desert, you'll need a guide. A guide. The shifting sands blot out the trails. My guide, Abdul, he's the greatest on the desert. Abdul can find a trail buried under tons of sand. Abdul can find his way through anything.
Good. We'll hire Abdul now.
Sorry, you can't have Abdul now.
Why?
He's lost.
Come on, Costello. We've got to get out of here. We'll cross the desert alone.
Abbott, we've been on this desert for 5 days. I can't stand it any longer. It's so hot. You go on without me. I'm only holding you back. My life is worthless anyway. We both can't make it. You have more to live for than I. Abbott, my beloved friend. Go on without me. I'll stay here and die. No, don't say it, Abbott. Don't say it. I'm going to stay here and die. Nothing you can say will make me change my mind. But, all right, you talk me into it. I'll go with you.
Los Angeles Express. Get the 5-star final. Los Angeles Express.
Hey. What are you doing out here in the middle of the desert selling the Los Angeles papers?
Boy, did they give me a lousy corner.
Costello, if we only had some towels to put over our heads to protect us from the heat. Hey, look. There are 3 beautiful girls coming toward us. One is wearing a towel for a scarf. Grab it.
Okay, I got it.
The other one is wearing a towel for a turban.
Okay, I got it.
The other one is wearing...
Okay, I got it.
What's that?
She was wearing a towel for a towel.
Costello, this girl is beautiful. Look, she's wearing a veil over her face.
Gee, you're pretty. Why are you wearing that veil over your face?
It's the customs of the country. Anything else you'd like to know?
How do I get through the customs?
Costello, we did it. We've crossed the desert. Look, there's a boat. We're going back to America. We've escaped from the Foreign Legion. Come on. Well, Costello, we've been at sea for 3 days now. I wonder when we get home.
I'll ask the captain. Hey, Captain, when does this boat get to America?
This boat is not going to America. We are taking prisoners to the Foreign Legion.
That did it, Abbott. I'm diving overboard.
Costello, you just jumped into the water. How'd you get back on deck?
Did you ever back into a swordfish?
You did that joke before.
So what? I like the joke. I'll do it again. Did you ever...
Come on!
Nice little community here, chock full of law and order. And we aim to keep it that way.
Oh, well, now, I'm all in favor of law and order.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Because if you wasn't, I might start remembering I never did like Rebs anyhow.
Now we can talk more sociable.
Copper Canyon, a valley of violence surrounded by mountains of precious metal, where hot lead writes every contract, cold steel signs every bargain, and the warm lips of a woman are the only seal that men believe in.
You've got to leave. They're planning to kill you tonight.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Fade out Gary Moore and Durwood Kirby.
And fade in Rosemary Clooney and Bing Crosby.
Say, have I got my man-tan on evenly?
Oh, you're a doll.
I've been away from you a long time. Never thought I'd miss you so. Somehow I feel your love was real. Near you I long to be. The birds are singing, it is song time. The banjo strumming soft and low. I know that you yearn for me too. Swanee, you're calling me. Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. I'd give the world to be among the folks in DIX, even though my mammy's waiting, praying for me down by the Swanee. The folks up north gonna see me no more when I go to the Swanee shore. Swanee, I'm coming back to Swanee. Oh, Mammy, little Mammy, I love the old folks at home. Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. I'd give the world to be among the folks in DIX, even though my mammy, oh, she's waiting for me, needs me, desires me down by the Swanee. The folks up north will see me no more when I go to the Swanee. Yes, when I go to the Swanee shore.
Now, the first full story of President Kennedy's wartime experiences, the only authentic account, appearing exclusively in this week's Saturday Evening Post. War II. Place, aboard the PT boat 109, commanded by young Lieutenant John F. Kennedy on patrol in the South Pacific. Suddenly, the PT boat is rammed and cut in two by a Japanese destroyer. Alone in a flaming sea, 11 Americans struggle to survive. You'll be thrilled by the heroism of Lieutenant Kennedy and how he kept up his men's morale in the nightmare swim across enemy waters to an island beach surrounded by Japs. How did Kennedy help these brave men survive? Read the terrific story in this week's Saturday Evening Post. Get your Post today.
I saw the harbor lights. They only told me we were parting. The same old harbor lights that once brought you to me. I watched the harbor lights. How could I help if tears were starting? Goodbye to tender nights beside the silvery sea. I long to hold you near and kiss you just once more. But you were on the ship, and I was on the shore. Now I know lonely nights, for all the while my heart is whispering some other harbor lights will steal your love from me. I long to hold you near and kiss you just once more. But you were on the ship, and I was on the shore. Now I know lonely nights, for all the while my heart is whispering some other will steal your love from me.
I was down at one of those beatnik places last night, Bing, and got a great idea.
Don't tell me you're going to raise a beard.
Well, no, hardly, but I heard him read poetry and decided to tell the shoe repair story in rhyme. Here I go. If you're run down at heel or sole, there's someone who can make them whole. Sing praises for the craftsman true, the man who turns old shoes to new.
Shakespeare will never recover from this blow.
I'm afraid I'll have to agree with Rosie, Ken. I'd just prefer the old-fashioned way.
You mean tell him straight out that the shoe repairer with his modern equipment and years of know-how could make a family's budget stretch further? Well, that's not hip, man.
No, it's not hep to discard shoes with lots of wear left. As a matter of fact, it's downright wasteful.
Well, especially when it's so easy to find a shoe repairer who gives you quality products and first-class service at budget prices. All you got to do is look for the famous Cat's Paw sign in the window.
Outstanding products like Cat's Paw Twin Grip Soft Resilient Heels and Soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber, microlight soles by Cat's Paw guarantee you the best underfoot.
What these squares are trying to say, Cats, is For shoes that look and feel divine, play it cool at the Cat's Paw sign.
Translation, folks, visit your shoe repairer who displays the famous Cat's Paw cat and add many miles of walking comfort to your shoes. Economically.
Be sure to ask for Cat's Paw products by name and look for Cat's Paw on new shoes, too.
Oh, when the red, red robin comes bobbing along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Get up, get out of bed. Cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Come in, Red. I've been blue, now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin, there comes a bobbing. Oh, when the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Bob it, Red. Yeah. A quick question, Rosemary.
Shoot.
What's got show people singing the blues most of all these months?
Oh, cold miseries, of course.
Right. Cold miseries can certainly ruin a performance.
That's why we insist on fast relief. Listen.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-Way cold tablets. Today's 4-Way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-Way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-Way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-Way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-Way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-Way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
Nice going, buddy. You and the group displayed your talents most admirably.
Rosie, would you care to embark upon a rather large venture with me?
What venture?
Well, I have here a very stylish love song to sing. I'd kind of like you for a partner in this enterprise.
You got me.
Shake on it. Suntanned, wind-blown, honeymooners at last alone.
Feeling far above par.
Oh, how lucky we are. While I give to you and you give to me. True love.
So on and on, it will always be.
True love. True love for you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do
but to give to you and to give to me.
Love forever true for you and I have a guardian angel on high with nothing to do but to give to you and to give to me. Love forever true. Love forever true. Rosemary, we've time left, it appears, for just one more song. Would you be willing to accept the responsibility?
Oh, most happily, Bing. I consider this a delightful responsibility. You got what I want. You're the answer to a dream. You got the charms that I adore. You're everything and much more. So excuse my eyes if they start to gleam, for I like what I see, and what I see is quite a lot. When you're around, my feet don't touch the ground. Oh, what I want is what you got. You got what I crave. You're the firstest with the most. You got the lips I love to kiss. I never had so much bliss. I would like to state you're the perfect hostess. Feeling is so nice.
that's all for today, friends.
But you can catch us tomorrow at the same spot on your dial.
So long for now.
Thank you very much.
Like a laugh or two? Enjoy good music? Despondent because you're getting neither? Well, despond no more. Seek out Arthur Godfrey Time. Not really very hard to find. Here are your simple directions. Be listening for Arthur tomorrow and each weekday right here.
Introducing two cops only a mother could love. Meet Coffin Ed Johnson and Gravedigger Jones, two of New York's finest. Two cops who take charge when an $87,000 bale of cotton comes to Harlem.
Tell me something, will you? What's the bale of cotton doing in Harlem?
A bale of cotton?
No, what would a bale of cotton be doing in Harlem?
Down south, cotton was king. Cotton comes to Harlem. It's cops and robbers with a shade of difference.
See any cotton around here lately?
A bale of cotton, sure.
Where is it now?
Did you turn Japanese? Huh? Wait, come on, you know the position. Come on.
Damn it.
Another fine mess you got us into.
I got us into. Shut up and shoot.
Godfrey Cambridge is Gravedigger Jones. Raymond St. Jock is Coffin Ed Johnson. Calvin Lockhart.
Well, if it ain't King Kong and Frankenstein. Hey, what kind of talk is that, soul brother? Don't you know that black is beautiful?
They put a personal touch on everything they handle.
You have to play with that thing. I'm insecure, Captain.
They're big, they're cool, they're beautiful.
Where is that bale of cotton?
There ain't no such thing as a bale of cotton in Harlem.
Is that black enough for you?
I finally found that bale of cotton.
One thing's for sure, it ain't drugstore cotton.
This is genuine Mississippi cotton.
Don't you know if cotton come to Harlem? Come on, let's boot cotton's bud. Let's boot this bud. I said if cotton come to Harlem, I think I'm gonna get me a stick and I'm gonna kick cotton in the butt.
Coffin Ed Johnson and Gravedigger Jones, two cops only a mother could love.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show. And now, here is Bob Hope.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you we're having wonderful weather out here in California. Nobody knows whether it's spring, summer, or just a big hole in the smog, but it's real nice. Oh, that smog can get pretty thick. It lifted in our neighborhood the other day, and we discovered the vacant lot next door is now called the May Company North Hollywood. Yeah, it's a wonderful time of the year. This is the time of the year when the kids begin asking questions about the birds, the bees, and Zsa. This is the time of the year everyone gets that certain feeling. I was in a drive-in theater the other night, and the actors stopped acting and just watched the couples in the cars for a while. The warm weather has affected everybody. The other night on Dragnet, Jack Webb was driving the patrol wagon with the top down. You know, the local papers have been running the same weather report fair and sunny every day for 6 days now. They've had to run the same report. The weatherman got lost in the fog on the way to work. No, I spent Sunday on the beach, and in the first 20 seconds I had a beautiful tan. It was very becoming, but it's the last time I help anyone pull the cork out of his coffee thermos. I had it with cream and sugar yet. Everybody was at the beach. It was so crowded down there I could only get one little spot of sunburn, and I wouldn't have gotten that if the lady next to me hadn't had a pierced ear. Seen such crowds. The beach was so crowded I swam for an hour before I even got to the water. But I love to relax on the sand and watch the beautiful girls taking a sun bath. They have to relax. In those bathing suits, they break the law if they move. I won't say the gal's suits are skimpy this year, but when a girl drops her handkerchief, she isn't flirting, she's in trouble. A lot of the girls' suits are made of DuPont nylon. I finally realized what DuPont means when they say better things for a better life through chemistry. And I want to tell you, that's the snootiest beach down there. You know how they said make you take a shower before you can go into the pool? Well, they made me take one before they let me into the bathhouse. I swam around in the ocean from 1 in the afternoon until after dark. I didn't intend to, but I was wearing one of those plastic bathing suits, and I found out it dissolves in water. But I had a wonderful time. I drove down to the beach, and just to give you an idea how the traffic was, I've been in heavy traffic before, but it's the first time I ever locked bumpers, and they were both mine. California's jammed with tourists, too. I passed 50 cars from other states. That's how I knew they were from other states. They let me. Yes, sir, there are a lot of out-of-state cars on the road. You can tell by the pictures on the license plates. Idaho has a potato, Iowa has an ear of corn, and California has a roll of bandage and a splint. And there's a big difference between the traffic in the east and in the west. Back east, everyone drives as though they know where they're going. Out here, they drive as though they know where they're going. They've already picked out the pallbearers. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's get on with our show.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, Margaret Whiting. It's wonderful having you on our show.
Well, thank you, Bob.
No, I mean it. I've enjoyed your singing on many occasions. It's refreshing to find someone so gifted in voice and at the same time so delightfully charming.
Gee, Bob, what graceful manners. You know, when I took this job, I didn't know I was going to meet someone from the old world.
Old world? That's the nicest compliment I've ever been stabbed with.
I didn't mean it that way.
I know you didn't, Maggie. I'm very glad you're with us because you're going to be a great help as our singer. That's what we want. New people, new approach, new thoughts, new music, new ideas. Hello, Bob? Who are you? Your old band leader. You're fired. Now, where were we? Oh, sorry, Les. I was carried away for a minute. Maggie, this is Les Brown.
How do you do?
How do you do, Maggie? I've enjoyed your singing on many occasions. It's refreshing to find someone so gifted in voice and at the same time so delightfully charming.
Les, I just said that.
I know, Bob, but I wanted to hear how it would sound with a better delivery.
Back to the band, Les. Your air pressure's leaking.
Crazy, Dad.
Well, Bob, I know I'm going to enjoy working with Les.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Oh, excuse me, Maggie. Come in. Hello, Bob. Jack Benny. Well. Gee, this is great, Jack.
Oh, don't mention it, Bob. I figured the least a person can do to honor an old friend is to drop in and pay his respects.
Well, I'm still warm, you know. Phil, you sound like the advance man for Forest Lawn.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I didn't mean that the way it sounded.
Oh, forget it. I really appreciate your coming over here, as busy as you are with radio, television, counting.
I'm a guest, and I haven't had a joke yet. Oh, it's nothing, Bob.
Yes, it is. I'm really touched. Jack, you're a genuine person. You think of other people.
True.
You're the type of guy who'll go a long way for his friends.
True.
You're good and kind and considerate. I know that if I asked you, you'd give me every dollar you've got.
Whoops.
Well, you can kid about it if you like, but this is a very generous thing you're doing, Jack, dropping in at my show.
Well, Bob, there's a slight misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding?
Yes, I'm not here entirely on my own. You see, the head of the company sent me over here to supervise your show.
You supervise my show?
Now, Bob, look, don't get all worked up. Look at it this way. I've had a long and very pleasant relationship with the company, and you've just joined up. In a manner of speaking, I was here before you.
You were here before anybody.
I don't get paid for this either.
Well, really, Jack, you're pretty brave coming down here and telling me what to do. Things aren't going too well for your type right now. They caught Grandma, you know.
In my Charlie's Aunt costume.
What I don't understand is why they pick a guy like you to supervise my show. What have you got on the company?
Nothing. I merely help them in an advisory capacity. As a matter of fact, I was instrumental in your program being selected.
Oh, really?
Yes. The sponsor couldn't decide. Now, it was between you, Gabby Hayes reviews the news, and a dramatic show called Grace Jordan, Girl Frogman.
And you voted for me.
No, you were my second choice. I wanted Grace Jordan, Girl Frogman.
Then why didn't it go on?
We couldn't find a leading lady with webbed feet. I've yet to read a line that silly.
I've never had a line murdered like that.
So you see, Bob, I really have your best interest. And it would help matters if you'd cooperate.
All right, Supervisor, tell me what kind of a show you want, and I'll do it.
Well, I think it should be something startling and different. For instance, one of the things that really made people talk was that birth of a baby on television.
Well, don't be silly. How can I have a baby? I'm on radio.
Well, you can try.
Well, I've had enough of this, Jack. I'm going to call the head of the company and get this straightened out. Imagine them sending you over here, the big show business expert.
What do you mean by that?
I can tell you in 5 nasty words. The horn blows at midnight.
You got your money back.
And here is Maggie Whiting.
Why don't you believe me? It's you I adore. Forever and ever. Can I promise more? Why don't you believe me? It just isn't fair. Here's a heart that is lonely. Here is a heart you can take. Here is a heart for you only that you can keep or break. How else can I tell you? What more can I do? Why don't you believe me? I love only you. Here is a heart that is lonely. Here is a heart you can take. Here is a heart for you only that you can keep or break. How else can I tell you? What more can I do? Why don't you believe me? I love only you. I love only you.
Oh, that was great, Maggie. When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. Look out, here comes our cousin Rachel again. Bob, I want to talk to you. What is it, Jack? Well, I've been sitting back there observing your show and making notes. Well? You know, neatness is a very important thing on a big show. For example, when was the last time you had that suit pressed? Well, just this morning. Of course, I made the tailor hurry. His back room was drafty. Well, Bob, you can do that so much better at home. Now, I put my trousers under my mattress for a few hours, and they come out pressed perfectly. Why don't you try that? My mattress doesn't weigh as much as yours. Practically a branch of the Bank of America. Hey, Jack, please don't tell me how to wear my clothes. Bob, when Mr. Cleves, the head of the company, gets here, we'll settle this whole thing. Meanwhile, just proceed with your show. What are you going to do? We're going to do The Road to Bali. See, isn't that a rather crude title for a picture? Oh, Bali. B-A-L-I. I made the same mistake. I thought they named the picture after Bing. Bob, Mr. Cleves is here. Oh, send him right in.
Hello, Bob.
Well, hello, Mr. Cleves.
Well, hiya, Jack.
Oh, Herbie, nice to see you. I've been wanting to apologize about those tickets I sent over. I'm sorry they were only on the 49-yard line. And let me know when you want to use our house at Palm Springs. We can move out at a moment's notice. Herbie boy, you look wonderful, you old horse thief. Anybody got a spoonful of bicarbonate? Mr. Cleves, may I ask a question?
What was it you had in mind, Bob?
I don't understand why you sent Jack Benny down here to supervise my show.
Calm down now, Bob. Before you condemn Jack, let's hear what he has to say. Maybe he's got some ideas.
Well, I've got my notes right here, Herb, and just to make them clear, I sort of put them in the form of a report card.
Good. Let's hear it, Jack.
Well, first, there's effort. Bob, I've marked your show A+ for effort. You're all trying very hard. Oh, thanks, teacher. Can I carry your head home from school? Now we come to the heading, Performance of Star.
Bob, I can't decide whether to mark you F- or L+. F- or L+? Yes, you're right between fair and lousy. That knocks it, doesn't it? Now, Bob, I want you to understand there's no professional jealousy in this.
Not much.
Now, Bob, let's not have any recrimination. Get on with the show.
Yes, sir. Tonight we're going to dramatize the road to Ballot.
Oh, splendid. As long as Jack is here, why don't we have him play Bing Crosby's part?
Jack Benny play Bing Crosby? It's too unbelievable. It's like having a tub of butter play a tub of lard.
I think Jack should do the part, Bob. Can we get on with it?
Yes, sir. All right, lads. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present The Road to Bali. My name is Harold Gridley. I'm a soldier of fortune. I'm traveling with my buddy, George Cochran. He's a big, strong, handsome brute. That's me, folks. What an idiot. He's got all his marbles. The only trouble is he carries them in his pocket. 10 days out, the weather changed. The wind picked up. The waves got rough. And all of us on board were sick. But it wasn't the waves that made us sick. That night, the storm increased. Mountainous waves crashed over the ship. We were caught in a typhoon. The end was inevitable. It was morning when I woke up. In the distance, I could see barefoot natives walking around in rags. Could it be that I had landed at Santa Anita? I was lying on the sandy beach of a tropical island. Suddenly, from the jungle, a native girl came walking toward me. She was beautiful. Dark eyes, flashing white teeth. And in her long, flowing hair, she wore gay red shells with the lobster still in them. Hello. Me boy. You girl?
Welcome to my island, friend.
Island?
Yes. The surface manifestation of a subterranean convolution entirely disassociated from any neighboring protuberance or excrescence.
Me boy. You girl?
Welcome, friend. I am Princess Lala. I will help you.
What happened to my ship?
Oh, I fear it went down with all on board. You are the only man to survive. In fact, you are the only man on this island.
Well, you mean I'm alone here with a lovely dish like you? Oh, this is my dream come true. Cast away in a desert island with the most beautiful girl I ever saw, and I'm the only man with no competition. Evelyn and her magic violet.
It would sound better, but I'm using an eel for a G-string.
Princess Lala, this is my friend George Cochran.
George Cochran?
Yes, but my friends call me Zsa-Zsa. Gee, Princess, you're gorgeous. You're a knockout. Just the way you look at me. My heart is pounding. I mean it, Princess. You're exquisite. You're adorable.
You like me?
Like you? Me boy, you girl? Well, the only way I can express it is...
At his age, you can't tell if that's passion or Alka-Seltzer.
got just Harold. Now look, Harold, I got just as much right to talk to the princess. Yes, Joshua. What's that?
It's the cannibal tribe from the next island. Run, run!
Gene Krupa with them? Too late. They got us surrounded.
Look, here comes the chief.
Onga donga hama hama lupa landa ula bula. Wambadu hanga. Oh, now look, Chief, please don't kill us. I'm a very funny man. I can tell you jokes and keep you laughing all day long. Listen to this one. A musician was sitting in his apartment banging away at his piano. It was late at night and he was making a lot of noise, really beating it out. And the landlord walked in and said, "Hey, do you know there's a little old lady sick upstairs?" And the musician said, "No, but hum it." Crazy, ain't Chief? Look, Chief, you don't want to kill me. My buddy here has a lot of meat on him. Now, wait a minute. Look, Chief, I can make you happy, too. Onga? Onga duba! Oh, Chief, why did you do it? Imba idalanga tula moka.
What did he say?
He said he had to kill Benny before he was a cannibal chief. He used to be a violin teacher.
And our votes are all in for the job all of you are doing. Wherever you may be stationed, we'll always say thanks for the memory of a job well done. But I'd like to paraphrase an old saying again. It isn't whether it's big or small, but how you do your job. Remember, you can't make points without teamwork. And now the best of everything from all of us at home to all of you wherever you may be. We're behind you all the way. This is Bob Hope saying keep up the good work and so long for now. States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
How would you like to disappear?
Disappear?
Go undercover.
You know this man?
Who's here? I'm here. You're here.
These victims are all the same physical type.
What about him, Skip?
Late 20s, 140, 150 pounds. Dark hair, dark eyes.
Have you ever seen him before?
I want to send you out there to see if you can attract this guy.
How, where?
A New York City detective in search of a killer is about to disappear into the night.
Is it dangerous?
I can't talk about it.
How do you know you're going to end up the same person when it's over?
An odyssey to the edge of city life.
Bartenders are starting to give me some information. There's this name keeps popping up all the time. There he is. The one with the hat.
Is that the one that followed you?
Yeah.
Why didn't you go with him?
I don't know. I think you should check him.
If you want to play, I'll play with you.
He's the wrong guy.
Prince don't match.
What he sees.
Who's here?
What he feels.
I don't think I can do the job, Captain. I don't think I can handle it.
I'm here.
There's just stuff going down. I don't think I can deal with it.
You here?
What he experiences. What he discovers will change his life forever. Al Pacino.
Who's here? I'm here. You're here.
Cruising.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet is brought to you by Chesterfield, made by Liggett and Myers. First major tobacco company to give you a complete line of quality cigarettes.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto detail. An organized gang of thieves has been stripping cars in your city. None of the stolen merchandise has turned up. There's no lead to the identity of the members of the gang. Your job? Stop them. Smokers by the thousands are now changing to Chesterfield. No wonder. More and more smokers are learning this fact for themselves. Chesterfield, low in nicotine, highest in quality. A published fact proved by chemical analyses of the country's 6 leading cigarette brands. Chesterfield, the only cigarette ever with a record like this. Regular or king size, Chesterfield is best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, June 13th. It was overcast in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of auto theft detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Nelson. My name's Friday. I was on my way into the office, and it was 7:52 a.m. when I got to room 45. Auto theft.
Morning, Joe.
All right, Bob. You seen Frank?
No, he hasn't come in yet.
Oh, all right.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
When Art gets in, tell him I'm down R&I, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Bob, how's it going? Oh, pretty good. What happened to you?
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather not talk about it.
That bad, huh? You seen Joe? Yeah, he's over his locker.
Thanks. Morning, Joe.
What happened to you?
Joe, I'd rather not discuss it.
Well, what happened? All those scratches on your face there?
Please, Joe.
Well, I was just asking.
Look pretty bad, huh? Joe?
Yeah.
I look pretty bad, huh?
I thought you didn't want to talk about it, you said.
If word about this gets out, Joe, I ain't ever going to live it down.
Is that right?
I've been had, Joe. Cop for 12 years, I've been had.
Well, what's it all about?
You won't spread this around, will you?
Look, I just asked you what happened. Now, if you don't want to tell me, I'll go along with you. You don't have to say a word. Come on, let's get on the reports. What do you say? You better get in touch with Bowles when he comes in. Try to check some of these out, huh?
You're not even interested, huh?
All right. Do you want to tell me about it?
Well, if you really want to hear.
Go ahead.
Well, last night I took Faye down to the store. She had a little shopping to do. Small stuff, you know. Pot holders, dish towels, things like that.
Yeah.
I got a parking place right in front of the store, so I waited in the car for her.
Mm-hmm.
I was sitting there listening to the radio when this fellow walked up to the car. He leaned in the window and asked me if I had a minute. I told him I did and asked him what he wanted.
Did you know the guy?
Never saw him before. Didn't know him from Adam.
Uh-huh.
Right off, I could see the guy had trouble.
How do you mean?
Well, he looked real bad, like he'd been on a drunk for at least a week. His clothes were all rumpled up, looked like he slept in them for a week. You know how I mean.
Yeah. What did this guy want to talk to you about?
When I saw him, I figured he was going to put the bite on me, so I braced myself, you know.
You braced yourself, huh?
Yeah, you know. I'm a real sucker for hard luck stories. Faye's always telling me I should learn to stay away from those guys. She was just saying the other night that
What'd this guy want, Frank?
Huh?
Well, what do you want, this fellow that talked to you?
Oh, well, he gave me this story about how he'd been on a bat and how he was broke and he needed some money to clean up before he went home.
Mm-hmm.
But he makes it real plain that he does not want a handout. Nothing for nothing.
What do you suppose he meant by that?
That's when he showed me the package.
The package, huh?
Yeah.
What package?
Well, the one he was carrying. Didn't I tell you that?
No, you didn't yet.
Well, you see, before I couldn't see it. Then he showed it to me. It's all done up in tissue paper, ribbons and all. Paper was kind of dirty, like he'd been carrying it for a long time. Ribbon was a little tired, but it was there.
Uh-huh.
So he asked me if I wanted to buy it.
That was this package.
Well, what was in it? He asked me if I wanted to buy that.
Well, what was in it?
He took off the paper and he opened the thing up. And, Joe, inside is a brand new razor. Brand new. Worth $26 in town.
What kind of a razor?
Well, he said he'd let me have it for $20.
No, what kind of a razor? Just a razor, the kind you shave with?
Yeah, an electric razor.
Oh, well, you didn't tell me it was electric.
Didn't I say that, Joe?
No. You said he'd let you have it for $20 just because he needed the money. Huh?
Yeah. Well, happened that I didn't have $20. You know me, so I told him I couldn't make a deal.
Then he left, huh?
No, Joe. Now, look, you wanted to hear it. Will you let me finish?
Well, it takes you a little time. I have to keep drawing you out here.
I'm sorry, Joe. I want you to get all the facts.
Mm-hmm.
We're officers together. We talked back and forth for a little bit. Guy finally said that I looked like I had an honest face.
That's a new approach, isn't it?
Joe.
Well.
So finally he says he'll let me have the razor for $15. So I bought it.
That's how you cut your face up, huh, with that new electric razor?
Well, in a way. You see, I had to buy some blades last night, and since I had the new electric, I didn't do it.
Well, you don't need blades for an electric.
No, it wasn't for the electric, Joe. It was for the old one that I had at
home.
home.
But you had the electric now.
Sure, and once I had that in my hand, I didn't want any blades.
I see.
The only thing I had in the house was a blade that was a week old. So I got up this morning, plugged in my brand new electric. What do you figure happened?
Well, I'm going to take a real blind guess. It didn't run.
How'd you know?
Well, the same thing happened to Murphy over in robbery last month. There was a big laugh around here. You were one of the guys who laughed the most, don't you remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember now. It's miserable.
Murphy know about this yet?
No. I ain't about to tell him either.
Mm-hmm.
Friday, Smith?
Yeah, Skipper.
See you guys?
Right.
Close the door. Sit down.
Thank you.
What happened to you, Smith?
It's a long story, Skipper.
Oh, you can tell me later. Why don't you guys take a look at this?
What do you got there?
Just saw Chief Brown on the way in. He's getting pressure from the corner pocket. They want this thing cleared up.
What is it, Joe?
Last few weeks, car stripping's taken a big jump. Not the usual line of stuff. Not just happening in certain neighborhoods. We got reports here from the Valley, Hollywood, Wilshire, all of the divisions. Same thing's happening all over town.
Uh-huh.
Talk to the boys in the sheriff's office. They're getting it. Same in Burbank, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica. Doesn't seem to be any place they aren't getting to.
How about the stolen stuff, Skipper? Any of it show up yet?
Not that we can find. All the usual outlets have been checked. None of the loot can be bought.
Any special kind of things being taken?
Let him see those reports, Chum.
Yeah, here.
Thanks.
Take a look. We're not messing with kids in this thing. The way the victims tell it, this gang can break into a locked car and lift the radio in under 10 minutes. They can pull all four wheels off a car in under 6 minutes. Insurance companies are screaming. They already got into the police commission. Chief Brown told me this morning he didn't care how we did it, but he wanted it stopped.
Well, where do we start?
Well, up to now, the investigation's been handled pretty much by the divisions. From here in, it's in your laps. Use as many men as you need. Just bring the thieves in. You're not working on anything now, are you?
No, we're not. We're just winding up that Gibson thing. Couple reports to finish. We should be through by noon.
We'll turn the reports over to somebody else. I want you to start on this thing right away.
Okay.
Right, Skipper.
Anything you need, let me know.
Right. Check you later.
Right. Smith?
Yes, sir?
How'd you get all those cuts on your face there, shaving?
Well, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, same thing used to happen to me. Why don't you get yourself an electric razor?
$8
11 a.m. Frank and I asked one of the other men in the detail to take care of the reports on the case that we'd finished, and then we started through the statements we'd gotten from Captain Nelson. From them, we got a pretty good idea of how the car stripping ring was operating. There seemed to be a definite plan for the thefts. Most of the stolen articles were in the luxury class. Only radios were taken from Cadillacs and Lincolns. Heaters were stolen from Chryslers. Special hubcaps from foreign cars were listed among the stolen property. We had the stats office make a run on the M.O. that we could piece together, but their information led us nowhere. In none of the reports was there a possible description of the thief. The times the cars were stripped and the locations where the burglaries occurred made it apparent that it was a large-scale operation. For the next 2 days, we talked to the victims. We double-checked the time of the thefts and the movement of the victims immediately preceding the car stripping. We asked about people loitering in the vicinity of the parked cars. None of the drivers who'd been victimized could supply us with any more evidence than they'd given us in their statements. Friday, June 16th, we checked the list of recent parolees from state penitentiaries and work farms looking for ex-convicts who'd been involved in cases of car stripping. The list of names we came up with were checked out, but they led us nowhere. In the meantime, the pressure from the citizens' groups in the city had gotten worse. At the end of the first week we'd been working on the case, the value of stolen articles reached about $500 a day. Additional officers were assigned to patrol the streets. Radio cars doubled the number of field interrogations they normally made, and although several arrests were made, the possibles picked up apparently had no part in the activities of the organized ring. On Saturday, June 24th, we got a call from an ex-convict. He asked us to come out to his garage and talk to him.
Come on back here, fellas. We can talk while I finish up.
All right.
Hey, quite a place you got here, Al.
Yeah, I've been pretty lucky. Got just about all I can handle now, and the way business is going, I'm going to have to take on some more help.
How many men you got working for you now, Al?
2 full-time. Saturdays, I got a couple of kids who come in and help out with the wash jobs. Now, we can talk right here. Pull up a couple of those chairs.
All right.
There's a rag there on that bench if you want to wipe them off. They get a little dirty standing around.
That's okay, Al. What'd you want to see us about?
Well, first off, I want to tell you guys that I appreciate the way you treated me when I fell. I'll never forget it. Real nice.
Don't worry about it, Al.
I read in the papers where you're getting a lot of heat on the stripping going around.
Yeah, that's right.
I just wondered how you're doing on it.
Well, it's going pretty slow. Why, do you know anything?
I got a couple of rumbles. You know, it's hard not to hear them. I heard that none of the stuff's been shoved, that right?
We haven't seen any of it.
Well, the way I get it, you aren't about to. Hey, hand me that socket wrench, will you?
This one?
Yeah,
Here you go.
Thanks. Fella came in here a couple days ago. I knew him from before. He said he wanted to do business. He asked me if I was interested in some good buys of used radios. I told him I might be if they were good. He said these were the best, all GMs. Then he gave me the price. When I heard that, I knew something was off.
What was he asking?
I told him he could deliver 6 Cadillac radios for $28.50 apiece. I asked him where he got them.
What'd he say to that?
I told him he wasn't any of my business. Said where he got them didn't make the radios play any different.
What makes you figure he might be in on the operation we're after?
Well, I told him that if he could make deliveries at that price, I'd want a lot more than a half a dozen.
Yeah?
Well, he said he couldn't supply them. Said that he only could spring 6. I asked him if he was working alone. He told me no. I figured I ought to give you guys a call. Might be something for you.
You said you know him, huh?
Yeah, from before. Say, you guys like a cold beer?
No, Al.
No, thanks, Al.
Oh, you mind if I have one? It's kind of hot.
No, go ahead.
Thanks. Day gets a little hot. You really notice it. Are you sure you guys don't want a beer?
No. No, thanks.
Never could drink it out of a can. Seems to taste better in a glass. Oh, that's good.
Who was the guy, Al?
Oh, it's Manny Phillips.
You know where you can get in touch with him?
I haven't got the slightest idea.
Has he ever fallen?
Yeah, I did time at Q for GTA.
Is he on parole?
I don't know. I think he made it free, like I told you. I didn't know him real well. Used to hang around, never had much to do with him. You know, this is the first time I've seen him since I got out. I've been steering clear of the old bunch. Makes it easier if you don't pal around with them. Business I got's going good. Got no trouble with anybody, and I want it to go on like this. I never could figure it. Guy falls out, and right away he's back with the same old bunch. How you going to stay clean like that? Well, you aren't. Somewhere along the line, you got to make a mistake. You're right back where you started.
How long did it take you to learn it?
I spent 4.5 years at the joint.
Well, some of them fall harder than that, Al.
Yeah?
And they still don't learn. 11:20 a.m. We called the office, and Sergeants Bob Beck and Officer Art Molnar came out to the garage to stake out in case the suspect came back. Frank and I took Al Woodson down to the city hall and checked the name Manny Phillips through R&I. From the packages that were pulled, we were able to get an identification of the man who'd offered the radios for sale. We checked the information contained in the package. Phillips, whose real name was Manuel Richard Phillips, had an arrest record dating back 12 years. He'd spent 1 year at Fred C. Nellis School for Boys for car stripping when he was 14. From the time of his release, he'd been arrested on the average of once every 2 weeks. His age at the time of his latest release from San Quentin was given as 26. Out of that time, he'd spent a total of 8 years in state penal institutions. From his package, we obtained his last recorded address. We checked it out and found that he'd moved 3 months before. We checked his forwarding address. He'd moved. Finally, after talking to the managers of 9 more rooming houses and apartments, we came up with his present residence. The landlady told us that Phillips apparently didn't work for a living, but that he always had the money for his rent. She described him as quiet and said that he usually spent a good part of the daylight hours in his room. She was unable to tell us anything about his friends or any business associates that he might have. A stakeout was set up on the place immediately. Because of the apparent size of the operation, it was decided not to attempt to take the suspect into custody at this time. Instead, Captain Nelson agreed that we should keep Phillips under surveillance and try to learn more about the car stripping gang. For the next week, we followed Phillips. 24 hours a day, there were at least 2 officers tracing his movements. On 3 nights, he was watched while he stripped cars of expensive accessories. The area was put under a Code 5, so there would be no possibility of the suspect learning he was under observation. 11 days after the surveillance began, Phillips was observed to visit a large marine supply yard down in San Pedro. The next night, July 6th, he drove up to the place at 11:37 p.m. He parked his car in front of the gate and dropped the large bundle over the fence. Immediately afterwards, he returned to his room. The following morning at 8:06 a.m., we met with Sergeant Beck in Captain Nelson's office.
Find out about the ownership of the supply yard.
The license was issued to a Harry Swenson.
Well, how about him?
We checked the name through the I Bureau. Nothing on him there.
Beck, you and Molnar come up with anything?
Not that you haven't got. We staked out on the yard every night since we found it. Hasn't been a night that passed that some car hasn't made a delivery of some kind. Got the license numbers of all the cars. They've all been checked out. We know who they are and where to find them.
We've had a tail on Swenson every minute. Must have eyes in the back of his head. As soon as one of our men falls in step, he knows it. The way he's acted, there isn't a thing we can prove.
What's the DA's office say about it?
We had lunch with Alexander yesterday, Skipper. Laid out the evidence we had.
Yeah?
Told us if we tried to take Swenson to court with what we've got, they'd laugh us out of town.
Well, where does that put you?
Well, really not much further than we were. We know who's behind the ring. We know where they're operating from. The big thing now is to find the plant. Unless we can produce the stolen merchandise in Swenson's possession, we haven't got a case that'll stand up.
There are no leaks about the plant?
No, not that we can find. Everybody that's been near Swenson's place has been tailed. Twice a week there's a truck that leaves the yard. There's no way of telling what's in it, and the times we followed it, we've lost it.
Well, how about a bug? Can you get one into Swenson's office?
Well, I don't know how. There's no way of getting him out of there long enough to install one. The night watchman's always on the premises. We're not even sure he's not in on it, too.
So where do you stand on it?
Well, your guess is as good as ours. Alexander says that without finding the plant, we can't take him to court. Now, we've used every trick in the book to get him to lead us to it, and not one of them's worked.
They haven't left a thing open. They're playing it real smart.
How many men involved in the operation?
Well, we're not sure, but as near as we can figure, 12. That's not counting Swenson or that night watchman.
You've been in the business long enough to know it, then.
What's that?
When there's that many men working, there's got to be a leak someplace.
Yeah?
Find it.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action. At cigarette dealers, in vending machines, at supermarkets and stores coast to coast.
Chesterfields, please.
Smokers by the thousands. Yes, smokers by the thousands are now changing to Chesterfield, the only cigarette ever to give you
1, proof of low nicotine, highest quality, a matter of record.
2, the only cigarette ever to give you this proven record with smokers. Again and again, over a full year and 1/2, a group of Chesterfield smokers have been given thorough medical examinations. The doctor's reports are again a matter of record.
No adverse effects to the nose, throat, and sinuses from smoking Chesterfield.
A responsible independent research laboratory supervises this continuing program. Chesterfield. Best for me, best for you.
For the next week, a close surveillance was kept on Swenson's marine supply yard, but there were no breaks. Kickbacks from George Brereton up at CII in Sacramento and from Washington, D.C. didn't disclose any previous criminal record on the suspect. During that week, on Tuesday, July 11th, and on Thursday, July 13th, a large stake truck left the yard. The back of the truck was covered with a piece of canvas so that we were unable to see what was in it, but we were reasonably sure that it contained stolen merchandise. In scouting the neighborhood for a possible place to establish a more workable stakeout, we came across an empty office on the second floor of the building directly across the street from Swenson's place of business. Officers equipped with binoculars maintained a constant watch on the activities in the yard. After another week, the events that had been seen were reported to Assistant District Attorney Adolph Alexander, and he stated that if we could get pictures of the operation, we might be able to make a case that would stand up in court. Monday, July 17th, we met with Sergeant Putoff in the crime lab.
How far are you going to have to be from the subject, Joe?
Well, second floor across the street.
Well, are you going to be able to take all the pictures during the day?
Don't think so, Putoff. Most of the activity runs after 9 at night.
Mm-hmm. Well, best bet probably infrared, then. We can shoot it with a 4x5.
How about light?
Oh, is there any sort of telephone pole, traffic signal in front of the place?
Yeah, I think so. The way I remember it, there's a phone pole about 10 feet to the left of the gate as you face the yard.
Oh, we can tie the lights to that, then.
Well, any chance they could be spotted?
Outside. We can put them up pretty high. Be regular lamp reflectors with heavy infrared filters. If you know they're there and look up, you're going to be able to spot them.
Any chance of taking movies?
Yeah, we can swing that. Life magazine's been experimenting with a new fast film. Results I've seen with it are pretty amazing. All you need is one street lamp. We can use that.
Well, if you have to string the infrared lights, wouldn't it be better to shoot the movies on that kind of film?
Well, you'd get something. Film's pretty slow, though. Be better to use the stuff Life's come up with.
All right, how long will it take you to set it up?
Well, how careful do we have to be?
Well, these guys are pretty cagey. If they get any idea at all, we're dead.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can have a couple of men go out in the morning. We can outfit them as linemen. They should be able to have the rig ready for you by tomorrow night.
We can start shooting pictures then, huh?
Should be able to, yeah.
All right. Is Jay Allen around, do you know?
Well, I think he's over the court this morning, Joe.
Well, then maybe you can help us out there, too.
Oh, what's that?
We're trying to figure some way to tail a truck. We've been trying to find the plant these guys are using for a couple of weeks now, and we just can't get near them. We wondered if Jay might have any ideas on that.
Probably use fluorescent paint. That ought to do it.
What's the gimmick there?
Well, you tie a can of transparent fluorescent lacquer to the back of the truck. Punch a hole in the can, and all you got to do is follow the drops.
You punch a hole in the can, won't all the stuff run out?
Well, there's a couple of brands on the market. They've got enough viscosity so the paint will stay in the can. Regulate the frequency of the drops by the size of the hole.
Can you see it?
Not without ultraviolet lamp. Tie one of those to the hood of your car, and you got it made.
You got the equipment here to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, would you have Jay give us a call when he comes in?
Right. He'll know more about it than I do. Be able to give you all the dope.
Okay.
I'll get right on the other for you.
Thanks a lot.
Say, how long you been after this bunch?
Well, let's see. We got the assignment on June 13th. That'd make it over a month now.
A lot of time.
Well, maybe now we'll have something to show for it. The following morning, Tuesday, July 18th, 2 men from the crime lab installed 3 1,000-watt lamps in front of the marine supply yard. The reflectors were equipped with heavy infrared filters. Test exposures from our position across the street indicated that whatever pictures we got would be recognizable enough as to be admitted in a court of law. The new fast film was obtained, and 16-millimeter cameras were installed in the window of the office across the street from Swenson's. We talked with Sergeant Jay Allen in the crime lab, and he went to work on the use of the fluorescent paint. After experimenting, he was able to come up with the correct size hole in the bottom of the can so that a single drop of the lacquer would fall from the can every 10 seconds. A portable ultraviolet lamp was obtained and was ready for immediate installation on our car. For the next 3 nights, we sat in our vantage point and we photographed all activity on the suspect's premises. The pictures were shown to Adolph Alexander in the district attorney's office, and he told us that they would play a large part in the prosecution of the case. However, he said that if we could come up with the hiding place of the stolen loot, a conviction would be assured. Tuesday morning, July 25th, 3:15 a.m., Frank and I took the can of fluorescent paint and climbed the fence into the supply yard. Back here.
Right.
Lousy thing, I didn't see. All right, you better hold it a minute.
Who's there?
It's the watchman.
Yeah. Better get back in the shadows.
Yeah, come on, easy.
Come on out. I know you're there. Come on now. Who is it?
Well, that was close.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. The truck should be back in the shed.
Right.
All right, here we are.
Here's the can. You want to hang it? I'll keep an eye out.
All right. Can't get this thing on here.
Huh?
You thought up this handle. This didn't work at all. Wait a minute.
You bend it down?
Yeah. Give me your handkerchief.
Wait a minute.
There's a sharp edge on this wire.
Okay, here it is.
All right, wait a minute. We still clear there?
Yeah.
How about that watchman?
He went back.
Right there we are.
How about the stopper in the can?
I got it in place. The first bump should knock it out.
I hope so.
It's got to work. All right, now let's try to get out of here. See if you can kick something else, will you, on the way? Tuesday night at 11:35 p.m., the stake truck pulled out of Swenson's Marine Supply Yard. Sergeant Bob Beck, Frank, and I were parked in an alley just down the street. We let the truck get a good 20-minute start on us, and then the ultraviolet lamp was attached to the hood of our car. Frank started the motor, and we pulled out into the street.
Spot anything yet?
No.
Maybe the lacquer dried up around the cork, held it in place.
Well, that's a happy thought.
Well, here's the corner. Which way?
Now, wait a minute. Let's take a chance straight ahead, huh?
All right.
Well, there's nothing up this way. You better double back.
Okay.
Let's try it to the left this time.
How about it? See anything yet?
Go on up a little more, will you?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Look at that stuff. It's really lit up.
For the next 35 minutes, we followed the trail left by the fluorescent paint. From time to time, we'd lose the trail, but we'd always pick it up again. The truck followed the main highway from San Pedro to Santa Monica and then turned left up Santa Monica Canyon. The trail wound around toward Sunset Boulevard and turned to the left. About 1 mile from the beach, the drops indicated that the truck had left the main street and turned onto a private dirt road. Half a mile along the road, the trail stopped in front of a large wooden building in the middle of a field. We turned off the car lights and went up to the place. The blinds on the windows were drawn, but there were lights on in a front room. Sergeant Beck covered the rear of the building, and Frank and I went up to the front door. All right.
Yeah. What are you doing in here?
Police officers, you're under arrest.
For what?
Is there anybody else here in the building?
What are you arresting me for?
You want to check with Beck, Frank?
Right. What are you doing coming in here like this? You got no right coming around kicking doors
All right,
in.
save it, Swenson.
How do you know my name?
We've been watching you for a month now. Is there anybody else in this house?
No.
Do you own this place?
I'm not answering anything till I see a lawyer.
All right, you call it any way you want. We can find out.
Got no right in here. I'm going to see my lawyer.
You do that, Swenson.
What's the charge?
Burglary.
You think you can make it stick?
We're going to try, mister.
Well, where's your evidence? You got to have evidence.
We got it.
There's nobody else here, Joe. Back room's full of stuff. Radios, heaters, tires, all here.
So what? You can't put me away for that.
All right, let's go, Swenson.
Now, just a minute. Will you listen to me a minute?
All right.
Ah, you got this all wrong. You're making a big mistake here. I intend to pay for every bit of that stuff back there. I'm going to pay for it.
Yeah, that's right. You will.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 12th, trial was held in Department 97, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, we'd like to express our appreciation to all of you who've made our Dragnet theme song so popular. Whenever or wherever you hear it, we hope it'll remind you to try our Chesterfields, to join the thousands who are changing to Chesterfields and getting the one cigarette that's low in nicotine, highest in quality. Chesterfield, best for me, best for you.
All other members of the gang were taken into custody and were brought to trial. Harry Ralph Swenson, along with his accomplices, was tried and convicted of 14 counts of burglary in the second degree and received sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 1, nor more than 15 years.
If you had only one book, the Bible, do you know that you would have within its covers the finest examples of literature, both in prose and poetry? You'd have stories which have never been equaled: adventure, love, history, and prophecy. So read your Bible every day during National Bible Week.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Vic Perrin, Jack Crucian. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Watch an entirely new Dragnet case history each week on your local NBC television station. Please check your newspapers for the day and time. Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Have you tried new cork tip Fatima? It's the smooth smoke with Fatima tips of perfect cork, king size for longer filtering, and Fatima quality for a much better flavor and aroma. Fatima is made and guaranteed by Liggett & Myers Tobacco Company. Try Fatima today.
Hear Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Over again you'd leave, Miriam. We made plans.
I didn't.
You did.
With the dawn, I still go on dreaming of you.
I know I told you this before, but if you play your cards right, you could have my body.
Wouldn't you rather leave it to science?
You're every thought, you're everything, you're every song I ever sing.
The woman won't listen to reason, then you go on to the next step.
What, threats? Violence? What are we talking about here?
She can be gotten rid of. I mean, I know a lot of people. Money will buy whatever's necessary.
I'm not even going to comment on that. That's mind-boggling.
And were there more than 24 hours a day, they'd be spent in sweet content, dreaming away.
Hey, listen, marry me. I'm serious. That's the only thing that will satisfy me. Marry me. I'm crazy about you. You're single. You know, my marriage is not going to last.
I got to talk to you.
Skies are green, skies are blue, morning, noon, and night too. All I do the whole day through is dream of you.
It's a human life. You don't think God sees? God is a luxury I can't afford.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, a great actor, George Sanders. He used to be the saint, but now he does everything. Yeah, very versatile, Duffy. Versatile. That means he makes all kinds of dough. Yeah, you've seen a guy, you know, clean-cut, tall, well-groomed, smooth. He's the one your wife says, I bet he takes a bath in the middle of the week. What? Well, I've been in the back room looking for that old mystery of mine, the Purple Dragon, to show Sanders. And you ought to see all the junk I found laying around that back room. Old cigar butts, old newspapers, old bottles, and you remember old Callahan? He was still laying there with his mouth open under that leaky beer coil. Yeah, very droll, huh? I gotta get back, Duffy. I'll call you later. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham, Reed Beat Reeves and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, George Sanders, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Well, good evening, Mr. Finnegan.
Hello, Eddie.
Where's Archie? He's in the back room wooing the muse.
Wooing the... That Archie, he'll make a pass at anything.
No, Mr. Finnegan. You see, he's fixing up one of his old mystery plays for the movies.
Oh, so couldn't you talk him out of it?
No. Today, he says to me, Eddie, you remember my mystery play, The Purple Dragon? So I said, uh-huh. So he said, why don't I fix that script up for George Sanders? So I say, what did that poor man ever do to you? So he said, Eddie, would you enjoy looking for a job? So I said, why don't you fix that play up for George Sanders?
Oh, another play, huh?
Yeah.
I can't... Oh, dude, all right. We were just talking about you. Hey, I bet you wrote more plays than Shakespeare.
Well, that's no credit to me. He's been dead longer.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, this Purple Dragon ain't no new play, you know. It's an old radio mystery that I adopted for the movies.
Beg pardon?
Well, you see, Finnegan, a radio show is only visible to the ear. In order to put it into the movies, you got to make it audible for both eye and ear. What we call bifocal.
Well, never mind the eye and the ear. What you got to worry about is the nose.
Listen, Eddie, tonight I sell the Purple Dragon. I got a tuition. A real hunch.
I got a hunch, too. After Mr. Sanders reads this play, it'll have a new title.
What?
George Sanders slept here.
Eddie, please. If you must be blunt, please be a little subtle about it.
Hello, I see you there, old bean.
Huh? Oh, pardon me. To whom may you concern?
The man doesn't recognize me. Gadzooks.
Sorry, I can't place you, Mr. Zooks.
My good man, think back. May 1942, Duffy's Tavern, the floor show. A comedian walks out and tells the following joke. Quote, my parents are very wealthy. They're in the iron and steel business. My mother irons while my father steals.
Wait a minute. You're not...
Right. Sir Heathcliff Batswick, the world's greatest comedian.
Oh, sure. I remember you, Heathcliff Batswick. I didn't recognize you, though, without the manacle in your eye. How have things been going with you, Sir Batswick?
Oh, marvelous. I've just returned from a very successful tour.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, thank you. I will have a bite to eat.
Eddie,
yeah?
Eddie, some food for Sir Batswick here. Pronto.
Bésame mucho.
Eddie, that's mucho, not moocher. What are you doing now, Heathcliff? Are you tropsing the boards anyplace? I mean, are you working?
No, at the moment I'm on my vacation.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad to have the time. It gives me a chance to write my memoirs.
Well, that's nice. The old folks like to hear from a fella. Everybody ought to do it once in a while.
No, Archie, these are my memories of the theater. Drury Lane, the Old Vic, command performances.
Command performances?
Yes,
huh?
the memories of a man who's played for 20 years on the London stage, and in all that time was struck by only one tomato.
They threw a tomato at you?
Yes, but what an honor.
Thing like that, I suppose you naturally saved the tomato, huh?
Alas, my friend, there was nothing left to save. It was a direct hit.
I bet you made a fortune in them days, hey, Sir Batswick?
My boy, they paid me £1,000 a week.
£1,000? Well, you know, we've been trying to hire a comedian to work here in a tavern, but we can't afford that kind of dough.
Well, what could you pay?
About $5 a week.
Is that with meals?
Well, I don't know.
I'll take it.
Look, don't you want to haggle?
That is beneath my dignity. Well, if I'm going to start tonight, I better be getting my makeup on. Where's my dressing room?
Your dressing room? Back there in the back room where we keep our pig's feet.
Pig's feet? Pickled?
Yeah.
Well, I shall look forward to having a long engagement here. Cheerio.
Turalura. What a character. Well, I better get working on me play here.
Say, Archie, is there a girl in your play?
Yeah, Miss Duffy, a beautiful dame.
Would you let me play the part tonight?
Well, no.
Why not?
For the same reason I wouldn't let Gravel Gertie play Forever Amber. You think I'm crazy? You think I'm gonna let you ruin this play?
How do you know I'd ruin it?
I can tell. I'm psychopathic.
Oh, you and your silly superstitions. Why don't you give me a chance? You never can tell. Maybe someday you'll be known as Archie, the man who gave Miss Duffy to the American people.
Benedict Archie. Now, look, please, Miss Duffy.
Archie, everybody has to start someplace. Look at Lauren Bacall. Nobody ever heard of her before she was into Have and Have Not. She and I were exactly alike.
Not exactly.
What's the difference?
She has what you have not. And besides, she's got talent.
Oh, and I haven't, huh? Didn't I play Camille in high school? Oh, you should have heard me in that death scene.
I should have seen you.
I love you, Armand.
Well, Archie, I'm all ready for the floor show.
Oh, good, Heathcliff. But before you go on, I'd like you to meet the rest of our entire cast. Bob Graham. Bob, this is Sir Heathcliff Batswick. Sir Batswick, this is Bob Graham, our singer.
How do you do? What are you singing tonight, Mr. Graham?
I dream of you.
Very good. Do you happen to have heard of a little thing that I wrote?
I don't know. What's the name of it?
Oh, a beautiful little number. I call it, Don't Worry About the Wood, Mother. Father's coming home with a load.
Look, better save him for the floor show, Bats. Now, leave us get started here. Trumpets, please. I think that criticism is a little premature. Ladies and gentlemen, Duffy's Tavern takes great pride and reservation in presenting a new act. That great English comet, the Piccadilly Pixie, Sir Heathcliff Batswick. Leave us all give him a big hand.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Pardon my southern accent. I've been drinking out of a Dixie cup. And by the way, please excuse my appearance tonight. It's raining cats and dogs, and I accidentally stepped into a poodle.
Them pig's feet must have rubbed off on him.
By the way, have you heard the latest definition of an optimist? An optimist is a 90-year-old man who buys a new suit with 2 pairs of trousers.
This guy's got more talent in his little finger than he's got in his whole body.
A funny thing happened to me on the way down to the tavern tonight. A panhandler approached me and said, "Pardon me, Bud, but could I have 10 cents for a cup of coffee?" I said, "My good man, coffee's only a nickel." He said, "I know, sir, but I'm in the habit of rewarding the servitor with large gratuities."
Never thought that one could be loused up.
Which reminds me, today at my home, we've just received a little bundle from heaven. Yes, sir, a little bundle from heaven. My midget uncle just flew in from Australia.
Hello, Duffy. Heathcliff Hawkins, a comic. How do you like him? And thank you, Heathcliff.
But I'm not through.
How much do you want to bet? However, stick around a minute. Maybe I can use you in a Purple Dragon. Hey, Bob, sing a song quick. I think the crowd is getting a little tense here.
I dream of you more than you dream I do. How can I prove to you this love is real? You're mean to me more than you mean to be. You just can't seem to see the way I feel when I am close to you. The world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can't seem to say. I want you so, more than you'll ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you. I want you so, more than you ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you.
Thanks, Bob. That was great.
Pardon me, is this Duffy's Tavern?
Yeah.
I thought so. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. Ain't you George Sanders? Mr. Sanders, why are you walking out on us?
I didn't know this place was such a rat trap.
You didn't? Why penalize us for your ignorance? As a matter of fact, the English usually like this place, and heaven knows we have played host to enough of you Anglo-Saxons. Yes, sir. Here at Duffy's, we know the English from the ground up.
I see. Now, that English you speak,
Yeah?
I suppose that's the ground-up version?
Well, of course, me dialect ain't as dialectical as yours, but believe me, when I choose to, I can make myself as hard to understand as any Englishman. So, sit down and make yourself at home.
Why, George Sanders.
Well, why?
Oh, George, this is Miss Duffy, the sole heiress to Duffy's looks.
Oh, Mr. Sanders, I think you're wonderful in pictures. Honest. As far as I'm concerned, if it wasn't for Humphrey Bogart's looks and his acting, he couldn't hold a candle to you.
Miss Duffy, now, please, if you will be so kind.
Archie, I'll handle this. Look, babe, blow.
What a technique. Well, now, look, George, leave us get down to brass tacks here. You know, since you stopped doing the Saint and Falcon, what kind of plots have you had?
Oh, everything. Villains, heroes, detectives, artists, lovers.
See? You're a drifter. You should stick with them mystery characters, and I got a new one for you that's sensational. Better than, even than the Saint or Sherlock Holmes. Even better than that Bulldog Durham.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about my own brainchild, the Purple Dragon.
Yes, I can see the resemblance.
Thanks. Would you like to run through the thing with me, you know, kind of act it out?
Why, yes, I'd be glad to.
You will? Oh, gee, that's swell. You know, funny, I thought maybe you disliked me.
Well, you're right there. I'm just looking for new reasons.
Don't kid me. You're really a sweet guy, I think. I'll be right with you. Hey, Eddie, we're going to act out the Purple Dragon. I'll need Heathcliff, Finnegan, Bailey, and I'll even use Miss Duffy. Fellas, you all set? We're going to act out the Purple Dragon. Everybody okay? All right. Let's go.
Look, it's a bird.
No, it's a plane.
No, it's a mongoose.
No! It's the Purple Dragon. We take you now to the home of the Purple Dragon, enemy of the underworld and friend of the overworld. Here the dragon dwells with his friend and partner, the famous Green Spider. The Green Spider is sitting in an easy chair. He speaks.
I am the Green Spider. Tonight, me and the Purple Dragon are sitting dozing in our luxurious duplex penthouse, 2 pence. when suddenly the serene stillness of the quiet is shattered by a tinkling sound. What was that? Hey, it's a rock with a note on it. Hey, Purple Dragon. Hey, Perp. Purple Dragon.
Coming, Spider.
Look, Perp, a mysterious note was just flying through the window.
A note? Leave me read it. Messrs. Purple Dragon and Green Spider. Dear Messrs. Be at the Yellow Parrot Cafe tonight at 9 o'clock. I am going to commit a murder. Signed, The Pink Death.
Maybe it's just a circular.
No, Spider, my criminal tendency tells me that it's serious. So let's off to the Yellow Parrot Cafe. And quick, driver. We've got to be there by 9 o'clock.
Quite a place, this Yellow Parrot, Perp. They do a great business here, you know.
Well, how do you know?
I got a tip from the guy in the laundry that does their tablecloths. A stool pigeon named Tattletale Gray. Say, Perp, eschew that cigarette girl. Beautiful, huh?
No cigars, no cigarettes, no cigars, no cigarettes.
Hello, honey.
Hello,
What's your name?
Fifi.
Well, come here and sit on my lap, Fifi.
Sir, I don't do that sort of thing. What a dopey part.
Say, Perp, see any murders yet?
No, maybe this tip was a phony.
No, I have a feeling there will be foul play.
You're right there. This is a foul play.
Please, quit ab-libbing, Mr. Sanders. Hey, Perp, look, the floor show's starting.
Good evening, folks. We're about to start the 9 o'clock floor show. The show begins with our master of ceremonies, Mr. Happy Bodkins.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon my southern accent. I've been...
Turn on the lights, quick. Bodkins has been deceased. The Pink Death has struck.
I've been drinking out of a Dixie cup.
Shut up, you're dead. Now lock the doors.
All right, line up, everybody, for questioning. Hey, you, who are you?
I'm the officer leader, Cab Green. Is that all right? You hip to that reed? Slip me some skin, man. All right?
Cab, did you see this murder?
No, sir. I was latching on and jiving on down with some blues on the old Reed hot box. Is that all right? Reed? Man. His author's jive is crummier than his English.
Quiet, Eddie.
Reed.
Now, tell me, Perp, what was the rigor mortis shot with? A 32?
No, 44.
44, eh? Last year's gun. Well, that gives us a clue. Leave us grilled to dame.
Okay, doke. Fifi. Did you kill Happy Bodkins?
Me? Why, yes. Well, I don't think so. Well, what?
Well, she sounds all right.
Yeah, let's grill Pierre, the head waiter. Hey, Pierre.
Oui, Your Honor.
Perp, look at him. If that ain't a guilty face, what's the good of it? When you was a baby, what was the color of your complexion?
Pink.
Perp, there's our man. Pierre is the Pink Death.
Of course he is. I knew it all the time.
You did? Amazing. What was the modus operandi?
Well... Well, you see, here's how it happened. There was a revolver concealed in a coat in the check room, which is directly opposite the stage. There's an electric eye in the kitchen door, which is connected by short wave to the revolver in the coat in the check room. Now, at 9 o'clock, Pierre arranged for the waiter to come through the kitchen door at the exact moment when Happy Bodkins started his act. This touched off the gun in the check room and fired the bullet, killing Bodkins.
How did you know all this?
It was obvious.
Amazing. The case of the Pink Death is solved. Well, I thought that was a pretty good little whodunit. What do you think, George? How'd you like it?
Archie, take a tip. If you show anyone else this whodunit,
Yeah.
Don't tell them you done it. Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next week when our guest will be Joan Blondell. George Sanders will soon be starred in the title role of Uncle Harry for Universal Pictures.
And if you have a half hour next Friday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy's Tavern. Hello, Duffy. Next week, Joan Blondell. Huh? Another play for her? Certainly I'll make one. Well, I'll see you next Friday, Duffy. So long.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
From the very first, my presence at Willow Miles was that of an unwelcome guest in a household that resented my right to be there. Dark and secretive. A heavy blanket of depressing doubt seemed to hang over the place and added to the sense of cold suspicion that filled my days with distrust, my nights with terror. Here was a house of fear, ruled by a man who dominated everyone with a strange power and compelling fascination. In spite of myself, I was drawn by his fatal charm, closer and closer to the man I knew was my enemy.
I'd like to probe behind that sphinx-like exterior, to find out what really goes on behind those eyes. Those very lovely eyes.
Julie, those are dangerous accusations. That money's in trust.
That won't stop Mark. I know him for what he is, and he'll twist you around his finger like he does everybody else.
You really are a remarkable woman. You fling the most amazing accusations at me without proof of any kind. Or do you think you have some kind of proof?
Maybe.
Don't try my patience too far. What do you know?
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
From Hollywood, it's the Denis Day Show. Yes, it's the Denis Day Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood, with George Weil in the orchestra and Denis' special guests, Vera Allen and Johnny Mercer. And now, here he is, the star of our show, Denis Day.
The moon belongs to everyone. The best things in life are free. The stars belong to everyone. They gleam there for you and me. The flowers in spring, the robins that sing, the sunbeams that shine, they're yours, they're mine, and love can come to everyone. The best things in life are free. The flowers in spring, the robins that sing, the sunbeams that shine, they're yours, they're mine, and love can come to everyone. The best things in life are free.
Ladies and gentlemen, music and song play a pretty important part on this show, and if it weren't for the songwriters, my program might sound something like this.
And here he is, the star of our show, Denis Day.
Thank you, folks, and good night. So that's why I thought it might be interesting for you to meet one of the men who makes any musical show possible, one of America's top songwriters, that pixie from Dixie, Mr. Johnny Mercer.
Thank you, Denis. I'm very grateful for that introduction.
Well, you deserve it, Johnny. After all, you've been pounding the piano and the typewriter for over 20 years, banging out music and lyrics that have become hit after hit. Say, Johnny, would you mind letting me have a look at those talent-loaded fingers of yours?
Not at all. Here.
Well, what do you know? Dr. Scholl's foot pads on your fingertips.
Well, without them, my songs would have been awful corny. Denis? Denis, are you sure your writers made you turn over a new leaf?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, John, you've written such great songs as Black Magic, Dream, Blues in the Night, and people all over the world have hummed and whistled your tunes. But, you know, many of them don't know much about you personally. So tonight we will present a capsule and also a tablet version of your life, Johnny Mercer, entitled...
This is your past, you all. You were born, Johnny Mercer, in Savannah, Georgia, on your father's tobacco plantation. The first time your father saw you in your crib, he looked down and exclaimed,
So Confederate.
which means...
I've been looking at babies for nigh 40 years, and I've never seen one so round, so firm, so fully packed.
As a very young man, your genius for rhyme and rhythm soon became apparent. On your first day at school, you looked at the blonde, blue-eyed, and beautiful school teacher, and you said,
Teacher, teacher, you are zoot, and I dig you 'cause you're cute. Man, it really would be cool if you kept me after school.
After being expelled from school, you went to work on your grandfather's farm. Let's go back to those days and show how working on the farm inspired one of your early song hits.
Well, grandson, where you going?
Grandpappy, I gotta go out and milk the goat.
Oh, Do you like goat's milk?
No, I hate goat's milk. Nobody in the family likes goat's milk.
Well, then, Johnny boy, why do you milk the goat?
The goat don't like milk either.
And Johnny Mercer's dislike for milking goats caused him to write one of the biggest hits of his career, I'm an Old Cow Hand. And so it was quite a pull, Johnny Mercer, before you went to New York to try your luck in Tin Pan. The first person you go to see is the famous song publisher, Saul Heartburn.
Mr. Hardburn, I have a little song which I think has a chance of becoming a hit.
Well, in that case, you come to the right place there, Dorothy. We publish all the hit songs of all the great composers. This year, we published Togi Carmichael's Matzo Dust, Jimmy McHugh's I Can't Give You Anything But Latke's Baby, and Irving Berlin's I'm Dreaming of a Whitefish. All right, Mr. Moisha, let me hear your song there, Dorton.
Okay, here it is. Pardon my southern accent, pardon my southern drawl. It may sound funny, but honey, I love you all.
Oi, what an accent he's got. Just a minute. Look, it's a good song, but the words, Mr. Moisha. When you write a song, you should use as few words as possible. I'll show you what I mean. Sing it again, please.
Pardon my southern accent.
Look, we all know you got a southern accent, so take that out.
Pardon my southern drawl.
If you got a southern accent, you got a southern drawl, too, so take that out also.
It may sound funny.
If a man from Savannah, Georgia talks to a man from Delancey Street, it's got to sound funny. So take it out.
But honey.
In this office, no honey. Borscht, yes. Lox and bagels, yes. Manischewitz, gefilte fish, yes. But honey, pfui.
I love you all.
Wait a minute. When a man really loves, he loves one, not all. Now, Mr. Moisha, sing me the song the way that I fixed it up.
Jeepers creepers.
That's it. Jeepers creepers. Where'd you get those peepers? I told you, Mr. Moisha, I'd help you get a hit song. You're on the way, Johnny Mercer, and hit follows hit. Songs like Lazy Bones, Here Comes the British, Weekend of a Private Secretary, and The Angels Sing, Come Rain or Come Shine, Black Magic, and many, many others. They're proud of you back there in Savannah, Georgia. Yes, Johnny Mercer, in that peaceful southern city, your name is being drawled on everyone's lips. But success hasn't changed you. You're still the same sweet, unspoiled Johnny Mercer you always were. Then Hollywood beckons. Hollywood, the land of glamour, the land of romance, the land of such motion pictures as Betty Grable in 3 for the Show and Richard Barthelmess and Tolerable David. Ah, Hollywood. Now, what do you think happens next, Johnny Mercer?
I don't know. I haven't had a line for so long, I sort of lost interest.
You're on your way to Hollywood on the Super Chief, and on the train comes the inspiration for still another great Mercer composition.
That's right. I was riding in the club car when suddenly I heard clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
You mean the rhythm of the wheels on the track?
No, the crap game in the baggage car.
Well, then, what did inspire this musical gem that has become famous the world over?
Well, I heard that whistle down the line.
Yes?
I reckoned it was engine number 49.
Yes?
It's the only one that sounds that way.
On the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe.
Well, no. This time the train happened to be the Baltimore and Ohio. The B and O.
Oh, what great piece of music did you write about the B and O?
Listen.
Now, as your past is relived, Johnny Mercer, some more surprises are in store for you. We have flown your grandpappy all the way from the deep south on, you should pardon the expression, North American Airlines to share with you this hour of personal triumph. And here he is, Beauregard Ravenel Robert E. Mercer.
Well, shut my mouth, hush my puppies, corn my pone, and how many my grits? If it ain't my old grandson, Johnny boy.
How you be, Grandpappy?
Oh, just fine, Johnny boy. For the last 30 years, I've been thinking about you back home while I've been sitting in my old rocking chair. Just a sitting and a rocking.
But, Grandpappy, you don't have an old rocking chair.
I don't? Well, no wonder my poor old knees are so stiff. And now, Johnny, why don't you go over to that sofa and join your friends who have gathered here to honor you?
All right, I will. Hiya, Mr. Hartburn.
Jeepers creepers, how are you, Johnny?
How are you, Grandpappy?
Stiff as a billy goat, Johnny boy. And to bring Johnny Mercer's great story up to date, here he is singing his latest composition written for MGM's Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, Lonesome Polecat.
I'm a lonesome polecat, lonesome, sad, and blue, 'cause I ain't got no feminine polecat vowing to be true. Can't make no vows to a herd of cows. I'm a little old hoot owl, hooting in the trees, 'cause I ain't got no little gal owl fowl here to shoot the breeze. Ooh, can't shoot no breeze with a bunch of trees. Why can't I lose these lonesome polecat blues?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you now, the beautiful and talented Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer dancing star, Miss Vera Ellen.
Thank you, Denis.
Well, Vera, Ellen, say I'm a little confused. You have two first names.
Oh, no, Denis. My name is Vera Ellen.
I don't blame anyone for making a dash after Vera.
Listen, Denis, before we go any further, I think I should tell you something of vital importance.
Well, what is it, Vera? Ellen? What is it?
Vera Ellen appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, whose newest production in CinemaScope color is Jupiter's Darling, starring Esther Williams, Howard Keel, and Marge and Gower Champion.
We're a little late, folks. Good night. Say, isn't that the movie that has all those colored elephants in it?
Yes. There's a yellow elephant, a pink elephant, a blue one, a green one, and a red one.
You know, I remember one scene where the elephants were all herded together. How is it that the color of one elephant didn't rub off on the other?
Oh, I thought you knew, Denis. They were Hazel Bishop, non-smear elephants.
Well, enough about Sabu's Nash Rambler. Let's talk about your dancing talents. How did you get started as a dancer?
Like every other dancer, I guess. I took lessons.
I'll bet you had a very fine teacher.
Well, not at first. Let me tell you about my experience with my very first dancing teacher.
Okay. Miss Vera Ellen, you are in the presence of the foremost dancing master, Pierre Padedeur, Entrechamp, tout jeté, Denis Day. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I've come here to learn dancing.
Certainement. Put your arms around me and pay strict attention, because from this, I make my living.
All right, maestro.
Hold me tighter. Ooh, tighter. Ooh, tighter than that, even.
Do you call this dancing?
No, but it sure is living.
Well, maestro, let's get started with the lessons.
Oui. Now the old dancing master will show you a very basic and simple step. Watch me closely. First, I extend the right arm. Next, I extend the left arm. Then I lift up my right leg. Now I lift up my left leg. Miltonner, the old dancing master hasn't been able to master that one yet. But, mademoiselle, I'll call you as soon as I do. Au revoir.
Well, you see, Denis, my first experience with dancing was quite unusual.
Oh, to say the least. But, you've come a long way since then. Tell me, what are your future picture plans?
Well, MGM has scheduled another musical for me, of course.
Oh, sure.
There'll be plenty of dancing in it and lots of songs.
Did somebody say songs?
Why, Johnny Mercer, what are you doing here?
As long as you need some songs for your next picture, Vera, I thought maybe I could make a bid for the assignment.
Yeah, Johnny and I are working together now, and we're on a very unusual assignment right at this moment.
Oh, really?
That's right. Denis and I are engaged in a musical project that will make the teenagers appreciate literature more.
Oh, that sounds fascinating. Well, come on, tell me more.
Well, here's the idea. We think that the high school kids might get more interested in the great works of literature if somebody wrote some songs about them.
Sure, if pictures and plays have theme songs, why can't books?
Johnny, sing that first one we wrote. The one based on that bestseller, The Power of Positive Thinking.
Okay. The power of positive thinking. There's power in positive thought. If your wife wants some ink, you can tell her to think, and you'll think her into thinking it was bought.
Say, that makes a lot of sense, I think. Well, do you have any others?
We certainly do. Denis, sing her the one about the tale of two cities.
Okay. A tale of two cities, their woes and their pities, is a tale that brings tears to your eyes every time. Two cities of weepers with sad red-rimmed peepers. When they smudge in Azusa, they're smog in Anaheim.
Well, you're certainly giving Charles the Dickens. Well, what other bookworm bop have you cooked up?
Well, we've got a little mambo based on the book called Flying Saucers. Here it goes. Flying saucers come from Jupiter. That's the story scientists prefer. But there's flying saucers every night when the couple next door start to fight.
Well, that one ought to make everybody up on Mars go, too. Well, that's a very admirable project, fellas. But when I think of Johnny Mercer, I think of such songs as Accentuate the Positive, or his Oscar-winning song, In the Cool, Cool, Cool of the Evening, and the haunting one, Laura.
And when I think of Denis Day, I think of beautifully sung ballads.
In the still of the night, as I gaze from my window at the moon in its flight, my thoughts all stray to you. the still of a night, while the world is in slumber. Oh, the times without number, darling, when I say to you, chill still of the night, in the chill still of the
Thank you very much, Vera Ellen and Johnny Mercer. Well, I guess that's it for tonight. And don't forget to tune in next week when our guests will be Mr. Jose Ferrer and Mrs. Jose Ferrer, Rosemary Clooney. Join us then, won't you?
This is Vera, MGM for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Ellen.
And Johnny, AT and SF, Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe, Mercer.
And Denis, Day saying, every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two. So long, everyone, and God bless you.
The Dennis Day Show is written by Irving Taylor and Alan Wood, produced and directed by Fred Levy. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, inviting you to join us next week for The Dennis Day Show. Good night. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
We ain't gonna make it.
Last year, Peter Bogdanovich gave you the moon. This year, Peter Bogdanovich has made a movie in color. Daisy Miller, starring Sybil Shepherd.
Sybil Shepherd, you remember her from The Heartbreak Kid and The Last Picture Show? She's Daisy Miller.
I'm mysterious.
Mysterious. Okay, here we go, Sybil. Yeah. Second position. Here we go, ready? And action.
Miss Miller.
Daisy Miller.
Daisy seems to be happy anyway.
Oh, yes. It's on account of the society.
I've always had a great deal of gentlemen's society.
I see.
She's made a great many acquaintances.
I know ever so many people, and they're all so charming.
And then she knows a great many gentlemen.
They're all kinds, English, Germans, Italians. I think I like the English best.
Oh, she's very innocent.
She's very reckless.
She's certainly pretty.
Yes. She's a mystery.
You're funny.
Am I?
Frederick. She's a young lady who has an intimacy with her mama's courier.
Does she? An intimacy? What do you hear about Daisy Miller?
Flirting with any man she can pick up.
Well, what do you believe now?
Maybe she's just an American girl, and that's that.
Mr. Winterbourne.
Yes?
Will you sit down? I wandered today to the hill, Maggie. You think I'm teasing?
Aren't you?
I really think you should stop.
Stop?
Encouraging the girl, flirting with her yourself. You're old enough, dear Miss Miller, to be talked about.
Talked about? What do you mean? I don't think I want to know what you mean. I don't think I'd like it. The green grove is gone from the hill, Maggie, where first the daisies sprung. Let us sing of the days that are gone, Maggie, when you and I were young.
Wouldn't it be funny if they were both perfectly innocent and sincere and had no idea of the impression they're creating?
No, it wouldn't be funny.
Daisy Miller. She did as she pleased.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Those of you who were listening to this program about a month ago may remember my asking our listeners a question. What I said was this: have you ever been dissatisfied with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat? Now, some folks might say that I was just naturally courting trouble to ask such a question. But here's what happened. In spite of the difficulties of controlling raw materials and containers this past year, exactly 315 people wrote us that they had had an unsatisfactory experience with Glo-Coat. We were happy to make things right for these customers. But we were also happy to know that out of the millions of people who have bought Glo-Coat during this period, the many millions who listened to Fibber, Magee, and Molly, only 315 reported that they had not had good results. This seems to me to indicate that Johnson's Glo-Coat has given satisfaction in its wartime job of protecting linoleum surfaces. The aim of the Johnson Company is, of course, to make every single package perfect. So if at any time you are dissatisfied with Glo-Coat or any other Johnson's Wax product, remember that we want to hear from you. Just write S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, Racine, Wisconsin, or Brantford, Canada. Did you ever watch an amateur carpenter trying to put a new blade in a hacksaw? And just as he got it properly tightened up, it went... Well, here he is, trying it again with another blade, as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Fine bunch of hacksaw blades. I could get better iron than this out of a can of spinach. Now, let me see. One more twist. Dead-ratted thing anyway. They must make these things out of peanut brittle.
What are you doing, Magee?
I'm getting ready to put up the porch swing.
Well, what are you doing with the meat saw?
This, my dear uninformed woman, is not the meat saw. This is a hacksaw.
Oh. Well, if you have a friend in jail or something, I'll be glad to bake a cake around it, and you can... What are you doing with it?
I'm putting a new blade into it. Blades keep busting. I've been tightening them very gently like this, and every time I... See what I mean? That makes 4 of them I've broken.
Well, why don't you leave them looser?
Won't cut anything if they're loose. I'll show you what I mean. Hand me another blade.
All right. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, let me see. 1 gentle twist. 2 gentle twists. 3 gentle twists.
Ah.
There. I guess I was just a little too...
Now, Magee, don't say it.
The dead...
Why do you need the hacksaw anyway?
I'm putting up the porch swing.
Why do you need a hacksaw?
Because a hacksaw is... I need it. It's for the... It's... My gosh, I guess I don't need it.
Well, fine.
Boy, is that a relief. I might have spent the whole day putting in new hacksaw blades.
Sure.
Now I can go to work. Hey, are my eyes going bad, or is that Sig Wellington coming up the walk?
That's Mr. Wellington, all right. Wearing a Panama hat that must have been woven underwater and taken out wet because... hello there, Mr. Wellington.
There, Mrs. Magee, how you do brighten my day. And Magee, tarnished again.
Hello, Sigmund. Sit down on the top step and let's talk about inconsequential things. How have you been?
That's the first pair of spats I've seen for a long time, Mr. Wellington. Is this a formal call?
Oh, no, I was going to stop in at the bank on my way back about a small loan, and I was afraid I'd get cold feet.
Beautiful Panama hat, too, Sig. Weave it yourself?
No, it's merely one of a large collection of hats I own. Mm-hmm. One of the advantages of being a theater owner is the lost and found department, you know. You must let me show it to you sometime. All but the purses, which I keep locked up.
Oh, too valuable, I imagine.
No, I just don't like to see those bags under my eyes all the time.
I suppose you hide the umbrellas, too, because they remind you of the overhead.
Very amusing. But what, may I ask, are you constructing with this vast array of mechanical impedimenta, my friend?
He's putting up the porch swing, Mr. Wellington.
You can stick around and give me a hand if you want to, Sig.
No, thank you, my friend. The last time you did some repair work, I gave you a hand. In fact, I gave you my all. In fact, that is my all right there. I've been looking all over for it.
Hey, wait, what are you... Oh, well, take it then. Indian giver.
How splendid to have it back again. It isn't a pleasant thing at my age to feel that one has lost his punch. Well, good day, old chap, and Mrs. Magee, au revoir until next
week.
Yes, but the thought of seeing you again gives me strength.
My,
isn't he charming, Magee?
Yeah, more personality than an onion sandwich. I'd like to buy him for what I think of him and sell him for what he thinks of himself. Did you see him go away with half my tools?
Now, don't exaggerate, Magee. He only took that little awl and he had a perfect right to it. He loaned it to you a year ago.
That's beside the point. He knows I got to put up this porch swing and deliberately ran off with a very useful tool.
What would you need an awl for?
I need an awl for in case I have to, it'd make it, it might. Well, I guess I don't need it at that.
Of course not. Well, I've got to go see about dinner, dearie, and if you need help, you just call for me.
Okay. There goes a good kid. She knows when it comes to carpentering, I don't know my neck from a folding ruler. But does she ever criticize? Yes. But does she mean it? Certainly she means it. That's why she does it. She's a...
Hi, mister.
Huh? Oh, hi, Teeny.
Hi. Hey, what you doing, mister? What you doing?
Well,
I'm
putting up the porch swing.
Putting up a what, mister?
Porch swing. Don't you know what a porch swing is?
Sure I do, I betcha. We got one at our house.
Oh, you got a porch swing? Eh?
What'd you say, mister?
I says you got a porch swing.
Gee, how'd you know? Who told you?
I was walking by one night and it squealed. Look, sis, I'm a very busy man. Very busy. I got to put the porch swing up.
Oh? You got everything you need, mister?
Yes, I have. Now, if you'll just get out of my way and I'll stand...
Are you sure you got everything?
Certainly I'm sure. Let me see. Hammer, screwdriver, hacksaw, brace and bit. Yes, I have.
Oh, I bet you have, and I bet you.
Well, I'll bet you any amount of money you want to bet up to 10 cents that I got everything here I need to put up the swing.
Let me see the dough, mister.
Okay. There you are. Thin dime. Now, what do I need to put up the porch swing that I haven't got?
The porch swing.
Oh, my gosh, I forgot to bring out the porch swing.
Sure you did.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Besame Mucho.
My goodness, this swing did need some fixing, didn't it?
Yeah, but it'll be okay. I put new slats in all across the back, tightened up the arms.
Well, it looks pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you get such nice slats for the back, dearie?
Out of the front fence.
The front fence?
Mm-hmm.
Magee, you mean those are pickets?
Now, don't worry. I took them out so as it don't show. I took out every other picket, see, and the fence looks like it's supposed to be that way. You walk past it fast and you don't notice a thing.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hi, Mr. Magee.
Hello, Alice, dear.
Hi, Al. Sit down and watch me put up the porch swing.
Oh, thanks. We had a porch swing at home, and the boys liked it so well that I didn't get to see a movie for 3 summers.
That's all.
And my father finally had to remodel the house and tear out the front porch so I'd get a chance to go out at night.
Well, it's a great place to get a boy to propose, Alice.
Yeah.
In fact, that's how I snagged Mr. Magee in our porch swing, wasn't it, dearie?
Yeah, that wasn't the only time I got snagged in that swing either. Talk about nails. Right now I got 32 more pores than the average human body. Hey, Alice, there's a note on the table for you from a guy named Ricky.
Oh, him.
Isn't he the boy you were out with last night, dear? The Marine?
I think he's a marine merchant.
No. Yeah. You mean merchant marine, don't you, Alice?
No, marine merchant. Creepers. What a salesman.
I catch on to it.
Well, I'm going up to bed now, Mrs. McGee.
All right, dear. If anyone else calls, we'll take the message.
Oh, thank you. So long now. Oh, Mr. McGee.
Yeah?
I hate to ask this, but, well, would you do me a favor?
Why, sure, Alice. What's on your mind?
Well, if you don't mind, could I have those pliers back that I loaned you to fix the Christmas tree stand with?
Pliers?
Uh-huh.
I don't believe I have any pliers with your name on them, Alice. I got some here that belong to some guy named Davis, but I don't know who.
Al Davis, that's the one.
Oh.
He's the fellow at the airplane plant that he and I used to go together, but we quit, and now he wants all his tools back.
Oh, heavenly days. Of course you can have them, Alice. Here. McGee can always borrow them back in a pinch.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mrs. McGee. I'll see you later.
Thanks, honey. Well, there we go again. No pliers. How do you suppose I can put up the porch swing with everybody snaking my tools away one at a time? My gosh, a fella tries to do some work and... What'd you need the pliers for? To put up the porch swing, doggone it. But why the pliers? Because the pliers, I could use them. Well, the swing, if they'd... Say, I guess I didn't need the pliers at that. Oh, well, I can finish putting these slats in anyway. Oh, my, that porch swing has really seen service, hasn't it, dearie? Yeah, I'll say it has. Remember when Fred Nittany come to visit us right after the war? Yes. And we'd sit in this swing all day long and remorse about our different adventures? You don't mean remorse, dear. You mean reminisce. I don't mean any such a thing. Reminisce is when you forget to do something. Like I was reminiscing paying the gas bill this month. Now that's remiss. Are you kidding who? Remiss is when you take 2 shots at something and don't hit it either time. You miss and then you remit. You're thinking of remit. No, Pet. Remit means to pay and you didn't. Well, then what does remorse mean? It means you're sorry for something. And I am, too. I'm sorry old Fred Nittany can't drop in again one of these days and remorse about our different adventures. Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hiya, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hi, Junior. Hunker down on the top step there and watch a real carpenter carping.
What are you doing, friend?
Well, he's putting up the porch swing, Mr. Wilcox. And he always gets into one of his masterful moods when he takes his hammer in hand.
His hammer?
Yes, my hammer. What's the matter? Your ears need glasses?
I just wanted to point out the name burned into the handle of the hammer, sonny boy. See? H-W-I-L-C-O-X.
Why, so they are, McGee. Did you borrow that from Mr. Wilcox? My gosh, I guess I did. Well, what do you know? It's a small world, isn't it, Junior? Yeah, you can't even lose a hammer in it. This is your hammer, isn't it?
Well, you know me, pal. I hate to make positive statements, but...
Yes, I know. Get him, will you? Hates to make a positive statement. What's that stuff you toss around every week about Johnson's wax? Just vague hints?
Well, that's different.
Why, Mr. Wilson? Oh, Molly, please. Asking him why at a time like this is like throwing a stick for a pup to chase. He's going to have his muddy paws in our lap now for the next 5 minutes.
Well, what I mean is I don't mind making a positive statement about a product like Johnson's Wax when its ability to bring new life and beauty to floors and furniture and woodwork has been so well demonstrated. On the other hand, my first initial and last name on the hammer handle might be a coincidence. Circumstantial evidence. It isn't legally conclusive.
You're the only H. Wilcox we know, Mr. Wilcox. I knew a Herman Wilcox once. He was a fellow.
You see, some things are so well established they don't need any supporting evidence.
This Herman Wilcox I knew had a hammer, too.
Conversely, the fact that my name is on a hammer handle would not necessarily convince a jury of my property rights.
Hickory hammer handle, too, Herman had.
Say, if I could only ask a lawyer about that, I could soon get that point settled.
There's a lawyer lives the 3rd house down, Junior. Old Joe Habeas.
Gee, really? I'll run over and ask him. Here, let me take that hammer, pal. This is a fascinating legal technicality, and I've often wondered what would happen.
Well, now, how do you like that? Practically snatching a guy's hammer out from under his very eyes. If that isn't What do you need the hammer for now? My gosh, the hammer's that's what I was... The hooks, if a nail's... Or when you... Come to think of it, I guess I was through with the hammer at that. Haven't you any tools of your own, dear? Certainly I got tools of my own. Practically everything here is mine. That broken ice pick, that plumb bob, that piece of copper wire. Who owns the steel tape and the brace and bit? Doc Gamble. But that piece of rope is mine, and that spool that had the tire tape on it, that's mine. So is the...
Whose screwdriver is that?
Doc Gamble's. But who do you suppose owns that nail file? I do. And that handful of thumbtacks? I do.
Whose hacksaw is that?
Doc Gamble's. But he never had...
Pardon my long ears, but did I hear my name mentioned?
Oh, hello, Doctor. Come on up on the porch.
You ever hear the old saying, Doc? Eavesdroppers never hear anything good about themselves?
Allowing for your lousy grammar, Smudgepot, yes, I have. And I wasn't eavesdropping. Anybody who would eavesdrop on your conversation would be stupid enough to look in the back of a telephone book to see how it came out. What's he think he's doing, Molly?
He's putting up the porch swing, Doctor, and please don't make any derogatory remarks. He's very easily discouraged at manual labor.
Well, I wasn't going to be unkind. I think it's wonderful. Get a little of that tallow away from his belt buckle.
Look who's talking about a tallow tummy. You got a bay window that the Dion family could watch a parade from. You look like you had been ringed 5 times in a horseshoe game and put your shirt on over it.
Well, I'm the professional type, my boy. My occupation is sedentary.
Well, why don't you hire a sedentary, you cheapskate? Afraid she'd steal your 9 cents worth of postage stamps?
No, he didn't say secretary, dearie. He said sedentary, meaning that he sits down a lot.
Exactly.
What do you mean, exactly? He couldn't sit down anywhere exactly if his life was at stake. He comes in on a wing and a chair.
That's not bad, Magee. Not bad. It's not very good either, come to Incidentally, Magee, where did you get this brace and bit? My best brace and bit.
Why, he borrowed it from you, Dr. Gamble, didn't you, dearie?
It's mine, all right, but he didn't borrow it from me, Molly. Where'd you get it, you little August snatcher?
Well, for your information, you big sausage, I went over to your house one day, and you were out, and it looked like rain, and here was your best brace and bit out in the backyard.
In the backyard? Don't give me that stuff, Magee. I keep my tools in the garage.
Well, where's your garage, stupid? In the backyard, that's where.
Magee.
And not only that, but the garage was unlocked, and if I hadn't brought the brace and bit home with me, somebody might have walked in and stole it.
Oh, yeah? Well, I never leave that garage unlocked, Magee, you little tool thief, and you know that, too.
Well, it might as well be unlocked with that broken catch on the back window. My gosh, anybody could pile boxes up there and get in, just as easy as I did.
Now, Magee.
Well, if that's the kind of gratitude I'm going to get for saving your tools for you, you big... Hey, give me a hand with this swing, will you? Doc, old kid?
Sure, Magee. Ready to put up?
Yeah. Come on in the house and let's get the chains for you. Yeah, I keep them put away so they don't get rusted.
All right. Where are they?
Right there in the hall closet, Doc. Just open the door and...
This door?
Yeah, that's the door.
The King's Men sang She Broke My Heart in 3 places.
She was like a blushing rose that trembled at my touch. We traded side for side. Later on I realized I loved her much too much. Now you'll see what finally transpired. She broke my heart in 3 places: Seattle, Chicago, and New York. She led me on those wild goose chases, but brother, I trailed her like a hawk. It started in the moonlight, we drifted on a lake. Down on my knees I whispered, please give my heart a break. So she broke my heart in 3 places: Seattle, Chicago, and New York. She broke my heart in 4 places: Toledo, Albuquerque, Minneapolis, and St. Paul. She broke my heart in 5 places: in Omaha, Nebraska, Terre Haute, Nome, Alaska, Chattanooga, and Montreal. It started in Savannah, we landed in Salt Lake, and there Buffalo, Detroit, and Bowling Green. Pay attention while I mention Racine, Wisconsin, through the courtesy of S.C. Johnson, Seattle, Chicago, and New York.
There you are, Molly. Porch swing is up.
And may I be the first to congratulate you, dearie? You followed through like a rabbit hound in a hollow log. Why, it even hangs level.
Hangs level? Isn't it supposed to hang level?
Well, after you're married, yes.
Huh?
But you know, a smart single girl will always have a porch swing that helps people get together at one end of it.
Hey, yours was always lopsided, come to think of it. The one on your porch in Peoria.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be... You tricked me.
You tricked me, too.
How did I?
I always used to think you were so neat, the way you could tie a bow tie so nicely.
Huh?
And then 6 months after we were married, one of them fell off, and I discovered they were tied at the factory. I cried all night.
Well, I don't know why. You might have married a guy who wore factory-tied four-in-hands. Hey, look how easy the swing swings.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Needs a little oil.
We got any?
I think there's some in my sewing machine. I'll ask Beulah. Oh, Beulah? Beulah? Somebody out here yipping for Beulah?
We got any lubricating oil, Beulah?
Yes, we got which? Lubricating oil, Beulah. The kind you squirt at things that squeak. Isn't there a little can of it in my sewing machine?
No, ma'am, there ain't a drop left in there. I use the last of it in the vacuum.
In the what?
The vacuum cleaner. Oh, you know, the carpet sweeper with the sound effect.
Well, remind me to get some tomorrow, Magee. We wanted for this porch swing, Beulah. It squeaks.
Well, for goodness sake, ma'am, let it squeak. Ain't nothing more home-like than a squeaking porch swing. Saved my papa's life once.
What did, Beulah?
A squeaking porch swing.
Yes,
it did. My papa always smoked cigars and was always falling asleep.
Oh.
One night he rocked himself in the porch swing, a puffing and a rocking, rocking and a puffing and a rocking and a squeaking, squeaking and a puffing. And all of a sudden he fell sound asleep.
Well, what saved his life?
Well, ma'am, the minute he fall asleep, the swing stopped a-rocking and the squeak stopped a-squeaking. Papa jump up and holler, "What's that?" On account he don't hear no more squeak no more. He wake up just in time to stomp out a fire in his shirt front.
Stomp out a fire in his shirt front? What was he, a contortionist?
No, he stamped it out with his bare hands.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, that's why I don't mind no squeaking, no post swing.
Well, maybe we better leave this one, Magee. You're always doing the same thing, you know.
Okay, forget the oil. Might have my own life saved by a narrow squeak.
Have his own life saved by a squeak, man. Love that man.
Forget the squeak, dearie. Mm-hmm. I hadn't considered it in the light of a fire alarm. Come on, let's sit in the swing a while.
Okay. Personally, I don't mind the squeak. It's cheerful. And the mosquitoes love it.
Why?
A squeak in the porch swing is like a moose call to a mosquito.
It is?
Yeah, he goes and rounds up all his friends and says, "Come on, fellas, over to Magee's. There's somebody in the porch swing."
Oh, isn't this peaceful, dearie? Just to sit here and relax.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a lonesome sound?
Yeah.
Nowadays, whenever I hear a train whistle, I think of all the boys that are over there. And Magee, did you remember to write a check for that extra war bond tomorrow?
All wrote out and on the hall table with my hat. Getting it the first thing in the morning. Wish I could get a bigger one, but I'm straining the budget as it is.
Oh, bother the budget. We'd better come out short at the end of the month than at the end of the war.
Yeah, guess that's right.
Like old times, isn't it? Huh?
Sure is. Oh, hey, I almost forgot. Reach under your end of the swing.
What on earth is... Oh, for heaven's sake.
Let me take it.
Here.
Thanks. Oh, gee. My old mandolin.
Oh, the moon shines tonight on Syria.
Good night.
From a naval air station, we just received a letter which is so much to the point, I want to read it to you word for word. It's from a young officer who writes as follows. Dear folks, what's become of car new? I was all over this blamed town yesterday looking for it, only to find everything else but. I didn't know auto polish was scarce, too. I'm tired enough now from using something else to write and find out if the darn stuff is off the market. How about it? Well, sir, the answer to what's become of car new is simple. It's going strong, and we're doing our best to supply the demand and fill all orders. It's quite apparent that car owners, more than ever before, appreciate the job performed by Johnson's Car New. They use it because it both cleans and polishes a car with one application, makes the finish shine like a mirror with a minimum of work. You know it's more fun to drive a car that's clean and sparkling. What you may not know is that if you don't remove that grime and dirt, it may injure the finish of your car permanently. Will you remember to buy a package of Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U?
Well, now that you got the porch swing up, McGee, and are in the mood for carpentry, you can put the screen doors on tomorrow.
Oh, I can't tomorrow. Make it Friday or Saturday.
Why not tomorrow?
No tools. Take me 2 or 3 days to round them all up again.
Oh.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Mr. Wellington heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Science hunts Amazon Gillman in the most astounding expedition of our time.
This is exactly as it was 150 million years ago when it was part of the Devonian era.
As man continues his conquest of the unknown, daring underwater adventurers challenge the world's most treacherous waters to find the only living link with the beginning of time. Creature from the Black Lagoon, rising from the monstrous depths to astound and terrorize the world. No! Feel the frightening fury of a man-beast, aroused to strange emotions by its first sight of a woman. See underwater thrills never filmed before, amazing underwater battles never dreamed of before. Creature from the Black Lagoon, starring Richard Carlson and Julia Adams, the screen's first underwater 3D thrill.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Miss Jean Arthur from Hollywood, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Claude Coleman from St. Louis University at St. Louis, Missouri, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the July issue of True Detective magazine contains Fred Allen's favorite crime thriller. We now present this famous crime authority, ready to solve the mystery of who's going to kill the next 60 minutes. Fred Allen in person.
Thank
you very much. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't bother applauding, ladies and gentlemen. It's too hot for that. Just nod to me and I'll understand. Thank you very much. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I would suggest, if you don't mind, that you read my favorite mystery and true detective this month. As a little boy, did you ever hear that verse? Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. That's what it is.
I'm not interested in the Lizzie Borden case, Mr. Allen. There's only one crime that burns me up.
One crime? What is that, James?
The great Jimmy Wallington crime.
Oh, the great?
The great crime.
The Wallington crime, you mean?
That's right. And that is that it's a crime that you don't let Wallington do something on this program.
Yeah?
I'm getting sick and tired of standing around here week after week doing nothing.
Why don't you get on the Benny show? He's doing nothing all summer. Probably need a straight man to do nothing, to hold him up to do nothing or something. You'll have company, Jimmy.
Well, you can't knock Jack Benny to me. At least he lets Don Wilson show his talent on the program.
Oh, Don Wilson, that gristle with a hat on. Don.
Boy, I'd like to get a chance at a microphone alone like Don Wilson does.
What would you do?
I'd show you what I'd do, believe you me.
All right, Mr. Wallington, you say you have talent. You say that I'm holding you back. Now, here is your big opportunity. The microphone is yours. Now, what is it you want to do? Mr. Wallington. Mr. Wallington's records will be on sale in the lobby. And now that Mr. Wallington's hidden talent has been brought out into the open where the air can get at it, we in Toto, which won't hurt it any, we turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. War Production Board announces order which will stop production of practically all metal musical instruments in the immediate future. Shortage of metal instruments causes consternation in musical circles. A musician from New Jersey says,
10,000 guys are hoping they take my instrument away from me.
10,000?
Yeah, I'm the bugler at Fort Monmouth.
Well, what will happen if you don't blow your bugle some morning?
Brother, you will hear snoring as far west as Toledo.
And now the March of Trivia interviews several musicians who have been affected by the shortage of the metal instruments. First, a popular band leader. What is the name of your group, sir?
Solid Sam and his 7 Senders.
Solid Sam?
Yeah, it's a gut bucket combo.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, our specialty is barrel house. Sometimes we break it down during a jam joust and schmaltz it up till our chops is beat.
You haven't an interpreter with you by any chance? Well, say, you fellas must have a hot outfit.
Well, you can't dance closer than 10 feet to the band.
It's not closer than 10 feet? Why not?
We'll cremate you.
You're that hot, huh?
If you dance your girl too close, you're apt to end up going home with a clinker.
That has happened to me already. Well, how are you coping with the metal instrument shortage, Sam?
That's nothing. I just threw out all the brasses and put in violins. Sam and his solid centers are set for the duration.
Well, now what if there is a shortage later, a shortage of violin bows?
Well, I can make my own bows.
You can get horsehair?
I got a guy at Belmont saving it for me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, when jockeys ain't looking, he pulls horses' tails and saves me the hair. I'm sitting pretty for bows.
Well, what about violin strings?
Yeah, them I don't worry about. I got plenty of potential strings.
Potential violin strings?
I got 200 cats down in my cellar.
Well, that takes the kitty, and thank you, Solid Sam. A victim... I hate that when they start their own applause as they're leaving the microphone. Anything like a victim of the instrument ban is, I'm sorry, miss, your name has slipped my mind, too.
I am Madame Olga, my card.
Oh, Madame Olga. Oh, I see you here. You traffic with spirit. You prowl the occult. You prowl...
Madame Olga is a medium.
Oh, I see.
Seances on the hour from 9 to 5 or by appointment.
Oh. Well, now, what about this musical instrument shortage, Madame Olga?
Thanks to the WPB, my studio is a shambles.
Some client broke up your place?
My crystal ball is in pieces. My Ouija board is in splinters.
It is, huh? What happened?
Friday night, I received a call from the head of the Musicians Union.
Local 802?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The head of the union wanted me to summon Gabriel from the great beyond. He had a warning.
A warning for Gabriel?
Yes. When Gabriel comes, he can't blow his trumpet here in New York until he joins the Musicians Union.
Say, that's apt to hold things up, don't you think?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Well, I opened my seance.
Yeah.
I said, paging Gabriel.
Paging Gabriel. Yeah.
There was a dank swish of ectoplasm. It was Gabriel.
Yeah.
I said, Gabriel, sound your trumpet.
Well, what happened?
Gabriel must have heard of the metal instrument shortage.
He didn't blow his trumpet?
Gabriel blew a sweet potato.
Well, a yam session is the thing in swing, and thank you, Madame Olga. And now a symphony musician who is greatly upset, apparently is greatly upset, Otto Sussman. Why, you're trembling, Mr. Sussman.
Yeah, Sussman is ruined.
What happened?
I am playing with the symphony, fourth cornet.
Fourth cornet you play, huh?
Yeah, it's coming priorities. I am pooling my cornet.
You're pooling your cornet.
Yeah,
huh?
when the symphony is playing, Sussman is using the cornet.
I see. And nights when you are not playing, you let some other musician play your cornet.
It is fatal.
Or something went wrong?
Thursday night, I am pooling. Who is taking Sussman's cornet?
Who?
Hartlich Shapiro. He is with Glenn Miller playing. That is fatal.
Well, how come, Mr. Sussman?
The next night, Hartlich Shapiro is returning the cornet. Sussman is playing symphony.
I see.
The music is playing la da 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 da.
Yes.
Sussman on the cornet is playing.
Just those two notes.
Yeah,
huh?
the symphony is going la da 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 da.
Uh-huh.
Sussman is blowing.
Well, what happened at the concert?
Hartlich Shapiro is not shaking out the cornet.
And?
Inside the cornet is sticking one hot lick left over.
One hot lick?
Poor Sussman.
Well, what?
The music is going la da 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 da.
And you?
Sussman is blowing.
What happened?
Sussman is with Carnegie Hall no longer.
Where are you playing now?
Sussman is soloist at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, your nose tells me there is one bar in Duffy's Tavern you are playing, and thank you, Otto Sussman. Well, I guess that takes care of it.
Hide a wee old droopy jowls. Falstaff's here, they'll soon be howled.
Now, look, Mr. Openshaw,
The Alley Addison is at your service.
Now, not with more of those rancid rondos, I trust.
Have you heard, said the skate to the bait, you'll have to wait?
No, I don't think I have.
I took her into the FHA and tried to get her alone.
No, I haven't heard of that one either.
Mother knew she was getting the policeman's goat when she saw him reach for his billy.
Now, wait. Look, tonight we happen to be talking about the ban on musical instruments.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your music poem called?
Strike Up the Band.
Strike Up the Band, huh? Well, how does it go?
This WPB order is just the thing. It definitely spells the doom of swing and those off-key bands with their raucous brasses and the jitterbug gates with their hepcat lasses. I hope they stop making saxophones, clarinets, banjos, and slide trombones, oboes and fifes and euphoniums, piccolos, guitars, and big bass drums. Don't get me wrong. I like swing bands. I'm nuts about music of certain brands. It's just one of them things, them paradoxes. Bands ruin my business. I sell jukeboxes. Nickel, 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 nickel.
Falstaff Open Show. And as Falstaff shuffles away, we turn to welcome Kenny Baker. Now, for his first number tonight, Kenny has chosen a song from Maytime, Will You Remember? Al Goodman conducting. Kenny?
Can bring time to make me forget this day. I love you in life's gray December, the same as I love you today. My heart ever young will remember the thrill it knew that day in May. Sweetheart, 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 though our paths may sever, through life's last faint ember,
Maestro Goodman has just given us a synopsis of Three Little Sisters. We just had time to meet one of the girls. And that brings us to...
Mr. Allen!
Portland. Say, what's wrong, Portland? You look scared to death.
There's a lady outside with 3 snakes. She wants to see you.
A lady with 3 snakes?
She says the snakes played on the bill with you at Ithaca.
Snakes on the bill at Ithaca? Has the woman got venom spots on her sleeves and fang bites all over her face?
Yes.
Rosita and her rattlers. Ever since Jack Haley and Ben Burney were here telling me that vaudeville was back, hundreds of old acts have been coming around to see me here.
They're calling you the Daniel Boone of vaudeville.
I know, I heard that, the Daniel Boone yet. Life magazine has pictures of Haley and me dancing in this week's issue. My apartment house lobby looks as though Ringling Brothers is casting there. Clowns, midgets, sawdust, so people are...
There was a magician looking for you before.
Well, how do you know he was a magician?
I saw rabbit tracks in his hat.
Rabbit tracks in his hat. You know, it's terrible. I got up this morning, and there was a contortionist under my bed. Of all... will you answer the phone, Portland, please?
All right. Hello? Yes.
Who is it, another vaudeville act?
Yes, it's Armbuster and his talking dog. You can have the act for $50 a week.
Tell him no.
Hello, Mr. Allen says. Oh, what? Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Well, now what?
You can have the dog alone for $25.
Well, what is Armbuster going to do?
I don't know.
Well, wasn't that Armbuster talking on the phone?
No, that was the dog.
Dog's calling me up yet. How did the dog get a nickel in the phone to call up? But further than that, I will not. Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you coming
Hi,
in.
F.A. Hello, Porty.
Hello, Kenny. Is that your traveling bag?
Yes, Porty, I just dropped in to say goodbye.
Goodbye. Where do you think you're off to?
I'm going into vaudeville, F.A. I open in New Britain Wednesday.
Open in New Britain? Have you been talking to those broken-down small-timers who've been pesting me around here?
I've had plenty of offers, brother.
Offers? For what offers?
I could have gone with Neil and a seal. The Honey Boy Minstrels were after me. They wanted me to sing with black on my face.
No kidding.
Which offer did you take, Kenny?
I'm going with the Novelty Peabodys. They're short a man.
The Novelty Peabodys?
What kind of an act is it, Kenny?
Well, when the curtain goes up, the 4 Peabodys are standing there in pink tights.
Bloodshot Balbriggans, huh?
2 Peabodys pick up a big slab of concrete and put it on the other Peabody's head.
Yeah?
Then the 4th Peabody hits the slab of concrete with a sledgehammer, and it breaks. The house comes down.
Which Peabody will you be, Kenny?
The one with the concrete on his head. Who else?
What happened to the other Peabody?
From getting hit on the head with a sledgehammer 5 shows a day,
Yeah?
he's got fallen arches.
Fallen arches. He got them the hard way, huh? Well, Kenny, getting hit on the head with that sledgehammer, you're apt to get hurt.
What can happen? I got fallen arches already.
Oh, I give up. Portland.
Yes?
You keep an eye on the door. Now, if any vaudeville acts show up, you keep them out. I've got to introduce our guest.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Jean Arthur called me up a little while ago. She said she wanted to see me, that it was very important. So I invited her over, naturally.
Jean Arthur, the movie star?
Yes, Portland. And you may have heard someplace that 3 is a crowd.
I get it.
Uh-huh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present one of the cinema's most charming ladies, Miss Jean Arthur. I'm happy to see you, Jean.
I'm happy to see you, too, Fred.
What I've been through the last 2 weeks with those vaudeville actors. You know, it's a pleasure to see someone from Hollywood.
Oh, thank you.
For one night, I won't have to worry about vaudeville, Jean. Say, you said that you wanted to talk to me. What's on your mind?
I'm going into vaudeville.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Jean, you're not through out in Hollywood. They haven't cast you aside like an old sarong, have they, out there?
No, I just finished a picture at Columbia.
A short?
No, it's a big feature called The Town's Talking. Cary Grant and Ronald Colman are in it.
Cary Grant. Well, why is it when all of you stars make a picture, the minute it's finished, you come east? Now, why don't you stay in Hollywood until the picture comes out and face it?
But I'm not running away.
You're not?
No, I'm joining a USO unit to tour the Army camp.
Oh, good.
That's why I want to talk to you.
You need a chaperone?
No, I need a vaudeville act.
Well, who told you to come to me?
Everybody said, see Fred Allen. He started the whole thing.
Oh, that's fine.
You've got to help me, Fred. What will I need to do a vaudeville act?
Well, you'll have to have a song, a dance, and a few gags. Do you sing?
No.
You dance?
No.
You tell jokes?
No.
Mm-hmm. Well, what can you do?
Well, just act.
You just act, huh?
Monotonous, isn't it?
Well, now, wait a minute. We have a problem here, Jean. You are going to tour the Army camps. You must have something to do. Can you do any card tricks?
No.
No card tricks. So how about acrobatics?
Oh, I used to be able to kick myself in the back of the head.
Oh, well, you just can't come out on the stage and kick yourself. Kick yourself in the back of the head for 15 minutes. I mean.
Oh, I don't do it anymore. I had to stop it.
You had to stop why?
It was making my forehead protrude.
Well, that's good. You get more your money's worth at a phrenologist then with a big... Well, there's only one thing you can do, Gene. I'm afraid that you'll have to tell a joke.
You mean I have to walk out on the stage and tell a joke?
Yes.
Alone?
Yes.
Oh, I can't go out on the stage alone.
Well, why not?
Well, I'll get blamed for everything.
Oh, you mean in Hollywood the blame is shared?
Oh, sure. In pictures before I act, the names flash on the screen. It tells who wrote the picture, who directed it, who made the costume.
Oh, well, you can tell a joke the same way, Gene. Now, I'll give you the fanfares, all of the announcements, and everything.
Oh, but how would it sound?
I'll show you how it would sound. A fanfare, Mr. Goodman.
This joke is presented by the Texaco Style Theater.
This joke was written for radio by Nat Hiken.
Additional dialogue and joke by Roland Kitty and Arnold Auerbach. This joke is based on an original joke by Mark Twain.
The joke will be told by Miss Jean Arthur.
Miss Arthur's wardrobe created especially for this joke by Bloomingdale's basement.
Mr. Allen's wardrobe by Barney.
Any resemblance between this joke and any other joke you may have heard over your radio is highly probable. This is a Fred Allen production.
All right, Gene, now that ought to make you feel at home. Now go ahead and tell your joke.
Where's the director?
Director?
Look, I'm from Hollywood. I wouldn't know what to do without a director.
Well, we haven't got time to get Lubitsch now, Gene.
Well, can't you direct me, Fred?
Well, all right, I'll try to direct. I've never done it, of course. I tell you, I'll tell the joke first to show you how it goes. Now, this is the joke, in case there's any misunderstanding later. A little boy came running up... A little boy... Well, you don't know what these things... A little boy came running up to his mother on a train and said, Mummy, what was the name of the city we just stopped at? And the mother said, Go away, Rollo, I'm reading. A few minutes later, the kid ran up again and said, Mummy, what was the name of that city? And the mother said, We have passed the city, Rollo. Why do you want to know the name of it? And the boy said, Because little brother just got off there. Do you get it?
Yes. Now I'm supposed to finish the joke?
No, the joke has been consummated, Gene.
Maybe if I said I doed it.
I doed it. No, Gene. Just tell the joke the way it is.
All right. Will you direct me?
All right. Now I'll direct you. First, look out at the audience and smile. That's right. Now, that shows them that you're not afraid of them. See, that's very important. Now, look out at the audience. Look out at the audience again. Maybe if I read yours, I'd have better luck. Well, I'm new at this directing. You see, it upsets me. Now, great. Look down at your script. Fine. Now, look out at the audience and laugh. You see. You see? That shows them that something funny is coming. They'll be on the watch for it. Now look back at your script again. All right, now start the joke.
I'm sorry, Fred, I can't.
Well, why not?
I'm not in the mood. In pictures, I can't do a scene unless I'm in the mood.
Well, all right, then. I guess I'll get you some mood music. Mr. Goodman, could I borrow 3 nephews with violins, please? I tell you what we want. We need a little mood music for Miss Arthur. A little mood music, will you please? All right, Gene. Now tell your joke.
A little boy came up to his mother on a train and said, Mother, darling, Mother, what was the name of that city we stopped at? And his mother said, Go away! I hate you!
Wait a minute. All right, wait a minute. Thanks a lot, fellas. That's plenty. Now, look, Gene, we are not trying for the Academy Award tonight. You are just telling a simple little joke.
Was I too emotional?
Emotional? You sounded like Betty Davis at a Rotary luncheon. Gene, there's only one thing to do if you're going to play the Army camps. I'm afraid that I will have to make the trip. I'll have to go with you.
Oh, will you really do an act with me?
Well, why not? Arthur and Allen, abreast from old Broadway.
But didn't you promise to do an act with Jack Haley?
Oh, so what? With a loose coat, a knife, and Haley's back won't even show. Why, you and I will be a sensation.
Well, what can we do?
Now, let me see. Well, we could do a gay 90s routine. You know, you come out on a stage with a leg of mutton sleeves, swinging a parasol, and I sort of saunter by in tan button shoes and peg-top pants.
Yes,
you know,
and then what?
Swagger by. Then you drop your Kleenex, and I pick it up. I tip my boater. We tell a couple of jokes. You remember those old jokes like this? Didn't I see you in Atlantic City?
Yes, I was the girl with the boardwalk.
Girl with the boardwalk. Right, that'll do for one. Now, here's another. What would I have to give you to get a little kiss?
Chloroform.
Very good. And then all we have to do, 18 or 9 of those jokes like that, then we sing one of those old gay 90s songs.
But I can't sing.
Well, neither can I. That's great. Our voices won't conflict. Nothing. Say, how about in my merry Oldsmobile?
You'll be sorry.
Well, we'll wait and find out. Let's try in my merry Oldsmobile with one of those old-time fast patter choruses. We'll just see how it sounds. Mr. Goodman, in my merry Oldsmobile. Come away with me, Lucille, in my merry Oldsmobile. Down the road of life we'll fly, almost bubbling, you and I. To the church we'll swiftly steal, then our wedding bells will peal. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry Oldsmobile. Take me up along with you, my darling, and we will go up high into a latitude about as near as anybody that has ever reached the sky. We will sail around the lunar planet, making love and hugging every time we scan it, with nobody in the airplane except the minister, you and I. We will float a little, fly and boat a little, while we rode a little, send a note a little, subsequently passing through the sky and having lots of fun. We'll go up into the sweetest skies of blue, and on ascending we will figure out the two, but on returning to Hotel Firma we'll be as one. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry Oldsmobile. Thank you very much, Miss Jean Arthur. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have no encore. As a matter of fact, to get that song together, we had Merry Oldsmobile, and the patter was from Come Josephine and My Flying Machine. So you know what an encore might turn out to be Gunga Din with a piccolo player. Yes. And while Miss Arthur, thank you, Miss Arthur, and while Miss Arthur prepares to join the workshop players later in the program, Kenny Baker makes a welcome reappearance, this time to sing for us, Johnny Doughboy Found a Rose in Ireland.
Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, sure the fairest flower that ever grew. Oh, the blarney in her talk took him back to old New York, 'cause his mother spoke the sweetest blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you. Johnny Doughboy sailed away, and it was his lucky day, even though the skies were gray above. On that isle across the sea, Johnny's making history with his Yankee Doodle arms of love. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, sure the fairest flower that Erin ever grew. For the Blarney in her talk took him back to old New York, 'cause his mother spoke the sweetest Blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute St. Louis University at St. Louis, Missouri, by presenting its most talented students. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner has come to New York as Fred Allen's guest with all expenses paid and a cash award of $200. Now, Freddie, you ready to introduce our guest?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present St. Louis University's most talented undergraduate, meet Claude Carman. Claude. Well, congratulations, Claude, and more than welcome to our Texaco campus.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Say, tell me, have you ever heard our program out there in St. Louis?
Yes, I tune in every Sunday night.
Well, then, of course, you know the first question I'm going to ask you, Claude.
Yes, Mr. Allen. This is my first trip to New York.
This is your first trip to New York. Fine. Well, I suppose you've been out looking our city over.
Well, I tried to find a sightseeing bus today. There didn't seem to be any around.
No, the sightseeing buses have been taken off the streets, Claude, to save the rubber and the rubbernecking, I understand. There is a new tour, though, that... I'll wait for you, madam. Did you want to laugh? But, we give that service, Claude. You just wave at us and we wait. There is a new tour, though, Claude, a new tour that leaves from Times Square. There's a man down there with 30 bicycles, and the tourists ride the bicycles around the city, you see, and the guide goes along on a pogo stick and explains the sightseeing. But, well, that takes care of New York, Claude. Now, how would you like to tell us something about your school?
Well, St. Louis University was founded by Bishop Louis de Berg in 1818. It's the oldest university between the Mississippi and the Pacific Ocean.
Well, how did the university start? Did someone open a McGuffey reader and a crowd gathered? How did the school start?
No, Mr. Allen. The school started in a one-story stone house near the riverfront. At first, it was called an Academy for Young Gentlemen, and 15 students were enrolled.
15? You mean in 1818 there were only 15 gentlemen in St. Louis?
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Allen.
Well, what happened to the little stone house and the 15 young gentlemen?
Today, the university embraces 17 schools and colleges. We have over 7,000 students enrolled, and there are nearly 800 professors on the teaching staff.
What are you studying at school, Claude?
Well, I'm wrestling with law.
Well, that's fine. Wrestling with law, huh? I know a boy who studied law here in New York. He finished his 4-year course in 3 years, sued the college, and got his last year's tuition back. Do you participate in athletics out there at school?
Well, I don't have time for athletics. I have a job.
Oh, you have a job? You're working your way through school?
Yes, sir. After school hours, I work in a clothing store.
Oh, you do really? Which store?
Is it all right to mention it on the air?
Why not? You want to get a raise when you get back. What clothing store is it?
Robert's Custom Tailor.
Why don't you spell it out like a radio announcer, Claude?
Roberts. Roberts. Like that, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. And now that you are a vice president in the Roberts organization, can you tell us any interesting facts about the school, SLU?
Well, a St. Louis University football coach, Eddie Kokum, perfected the modern version of the forward pass.
Uh-huh. He perfected the version that we have today, I see.
And St. Louis was the first university to own and operate its own radio station, WEW. That was back in 1921.
WEW. Say, when you become a lawyer, Claude, you can open your own goodwill court on WEW out there.
Well, I'd rather not be a radio lawyer.
Well, you have... No, it is bad. If the case is appealed, you have a rebroadcast at night. When you have a fine voice, you can sing in radio, Claude.
I don't know. I think I'll wait until I finish school, Mr. Allen.
Well, you know what you can do? You can mix your law and your singing, Claude. Now, imagine you open up the Goodwill Court singing Zoot Suit, you see? Then you turn around and win the suit, which turns out to be from Roberts the Custom Tailor. But I think I'm getting a little mixed up, Claude. Perhaps we'd better have your song.
Before I sing, Mr. Allen, I have a gift for you.
Yes, Claude.
We heard down at school that you do a bit of boxing occasionally.
Yes, Claude, I do a little boxing, and I have the lumps to prove it.
The student sent you this boxing robe. We thought it might come in handy.
Say, this is a dandy, Claude. This is the robe. I'll just slip it on for size. It's a little chilly in here. Put this thing on, see how it comes out. Say, this is a dandy, Claude, this robe. And I want to thank you and the students of St. Louis University for your kindness tonight. Now, Claude, what about your song?
I'd like to sing Dark Eyes.
Dark Eyes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, St. Louis University's most talented undergraduate, Claude Carman, sings for us Dark Eyes.
Dark eyes in my dream, I was sad it seemed, and the skies were gray, till you came my way. Then at once I knew that the skies were blue, and my dream came true. For they brought me oh, my dark-eyed one, lovely little dark-eyed one, life has just begun, for I've found the sun where the love lies, like you firelight, deep within your eyes, dark eyes that I love.
Claude Carman. That was fine, Claude. That was fine, Claude. Carmen, I'm sure your fellow students, the faculty, and the St. Louis University alumni will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your law career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the most talented undergraduate of West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia. I borrowed the teeth for tonight. I don't know what... The most talented undergraduate of West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia. After hearing the three finalists over station WCHS in Charlestown, West Virginia, the student body voted. The ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Mary Eleanor Mulholland. Congratulations, Mary. We'll have the lamp in the window for you next Sunday night. Earlier in our program, ladies and gentlemen, you met Miss Jean Arthur. How many times have you, as a picture fan, said to yourself, where do movie stars come from? How do they become movie stars? What keeps them in the public eye? Well, tonight, we're going to tell you. The Texaco Workshop Players, starring Miss Jean Arthur, present the cavalcade of a glamour girl. This little gem is called A Star is Born, or The Saga of Mona Bodenfelder. Mona Bodenfelder was the most glamorous and exotic Hollywood beauty of her day. Mona was born in a tiny town in Jersey, Upper Ferret Falls. She was the prettiest girl in Upper Ferret Falls, and as a little tyke, when Mona walked down Main Street with her raven pigtails bobbing, little boys would yell,
Hey, Mona, what's your hurry? I'm not playing post office, Mona. He's for you in a dim out, Mona.
Yes, Mona was the most popular girl in Upper Ferret Falls. A few years later, when graduation day exercises were held at high school, the teacher said,
And now our last class award. The student voted most likely to succeed is Mona Bodenfelder. And here is your birthmark plaque, Mona.
Oh, thank you, Miss Boynton. And thank you, class, for voting me the most likely to succeed. And no matter how successful I become in life, to you, my classmates, I will always be just little old Mona Bodenfelder.
And now, class will rise. We'll sing our school anthem. 1, 2.
Hail to thee, our alma mater. We sing your praises to the sky. Hail to thee, our alma mater. For the Higginbottom Junior High.
Fortune smiled on Mona from the start. The day after school closed, she went to work as hostess at Golden Paul's Big Meat Market on Elm Street. Mona liked to meet people and always had a smile and a kind word for Mr. Golden Paul's patrons. Customers would say,
Mona, how is your cold shoulder today?
Oh, fine, Mr. Swan. How's yours?
Mona, your card.
Did you get your order, Mr. White?
Oh, yeah, Mona.
Close your Boston bag. Your tongue is hanging out.
Thanks, Mona.
You back again, Mrs. Lane?
Yes, I got halfway home, forgot to take my kidneys.
Well, you stay right here. I'll get your kidneys for you.
Mona was happy in her little world of meat, and that fall Golden Paul's Meat Market sponsored a beauty contest. No one was surprised that night at the town hall when Mr. Golden Paul in his shiny new apron stood up and announced,
Tonight, the Golden Paul Meat Market Beauty Contest comes to a close. The winner will receive a free trip to Hollywood and 10 pounds of chuck roast. And the winner, the beauty we will crown Miss Upper Ferret Falls, is Mona Bodenfelder. Now, Mona, here is your ticket to Hollywood.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Golden Paul.
And here is your 10 pounds of chuck roast.
Miss Upper Ferret Falls. Gosh.
All right, Van, whoop her up.
The next morning, sitting in the day coach with her ticket and 10 pounds of chuck roast, Mona wondered what Hollywood had in store for her. The first day she arrived in Hollywood, Mona went to see Mr. L.V. Meyer, head of the mighty Diagram Studios. Mr. Golenpaul had given Mona a letter and a veal cutlet to give to Mr. Meyer. As Mona entered the big producer's office, Mr. Meyer looked up from his aspirin bottle and said,
Why, you're beautiful.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
I'll make you a star in pictures.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
Gad, those raven tresses, those dimples, that wen. What is your name, Charmer?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Mona Bodenfelder. Why, that name is box office. Mona Bodenfelder. Gad, you're a find. Where's my aspirin?
Here it is, Mr. Meyer.
Oh, thank you. I'll buzz my publicity man. Where's my buzzer?
Right here.
Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Meyer.
Okay, I've got a find.
Again?
This is Lena Golenpaul.
No, it's Mona Bodenfelder, Mr. Meyer.
Don't bother me with the details, girl. Mulcahy, get busy. This girl is a star.
Yes, sir. I'll coin a gimmick. Oh, wait a minute. We've used Oomph Girl and Sweater Girl, LV. I got it.
Yes, Mulcahy.
Whap. Mona Bodenfelder, the Whap Girl.
Gad, what a brain. The Whap Girl.
Yeah.
Mona, you've got whap.
Oh, what is WAP, Mr. Meyer?
Yes, Mulcahy, what is whap?
Don't rush me, LV. I just made up the word. I'll make up the definition later. So long.
Well, now I'll get my makeup man. Gad, what's wrong with this buzzer?
You're buzzing your aspirin bottle, Mr. Meyer.
Oh, Gad, I must have swallowed my buzzer.
No. Here it is.
Oh, yes. Yes, LV. Eastmore, this is Hollywood's new star, Sonia Bodenfelder.
It's Mona Bodenfelder, Mr. Meyer.
Yes, that's right. Well, Eastmore?
She's the Veronica Lake type, LV.
Yes, she's beautiful. What does she lack for pictures?
You can see both her eyes, LV. Have you seen Veronica Lake, dearie?
Yes, Veronica Lake has only one eye.
That's it. We'll comb your hair down over both eyes.
Both eyes? How can I see to walk around?
We'll get you a seeing eye dog. Gad, what a novelty. You'll play all your love scenes with Mature and a seeing eye dog.
Great, LV. I'll get busy.
Gad, a new star. And they said LB was slipping. That reminds me. Can you sing, dance, or act?
No, Mr. Meyer.
Well, that's no handicap in pictures.
You mean
The studio will teach you to sing, dance, and act. Starting tomorrow, you will report to the studio school. Now study hard.
You bet your life I will, Mr. Meyer.
Come back to me in 6 months. You'll be a star, Tanya Goldendelfer.
And Mona Bodenfelder did study hard. Every morning, Mona reported to her singing teacher, Professor Baker.
Take a deep breath, Miss Bodenfelder. Inhale.
Yes, sir.
Now exhale. Very good. Now we'll try the scale. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Excellent, Miss Bodenfelder. In 6 months, I will make you another Andrews sister.
Which Andrews sister will I be, Professor Baker?
The one in the middle.
Every afternoon, Mona reported to her dancing teacher, Madame Tabova.
First, we were bending down. 1, 2,
1, 2. 1, 2.
Next, we were kicking up. 1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Pointing the toe at this little darling.
Do you think I'll ever become a dancer, Madame Tabova?
In 6 months, I will making you another Becky Grable.
Every night, Mona took a dramatic lesson with Professor Dimmock.
To be an actress, you must cry, child. Give me tears. Very good. To be an actress, you must laugh. Give me teeth. Excellent. To be a success on the screen, you must master 3 speeches.
What speeches, Professor Dimmock?
Let me hear you say, darling.
Darling.
Roscoe, you mean
Roscoe, you mean
this is the end.
this is the end?
Your diction is perfect.
Is that all I have to know, Professor Dimmock?
Yes, those are the only 3 lines you will ever get to say in pictures.
I'll master them, Professor Dimmock.
Good. In 6 months, I will make you another Shirley Temple.
At the end of 6 months, Mona Bodenfelder was a combination of Shirley Temple, Becky Grable, and the Andrews sister in the middle. Her training completed, Mona reported back to the head of the Mighty Diagram Studios, Mr. L.D. Meyer. As Mona opened the door, Mr. L.D. Meyer looked up and roared.
Well, what do you want? Who are you?
I'm Mona Bodenfelder, the web girl, Mr. Meyer.
You want to get into pictures?
Oh, yes, sir. You told me.
Here, take this memo. Go to see Mr. Schreiber.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye.
Mona went to see Mr. Schreiber. Mr. Schreiber looked at Mr. Meyer's memo and said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Mr. Hussey.
Mona saw Mr. Hussey. Mr. Hussey said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Miss Carroll.
Miss Carroll said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Mr. Morrow.
Mr. Morrow said...
Go to see Mr. Palese.
Palese said...
Take this slip and see Mr. Salvin.
Mr. Salvin turned out to be the policeman at the studio gate. Handing him the slip, Mona said...
Where do I go now, Mr. Salvin?
You go home, Miss Bodenfelder. This slip is your pass to get out of the studio. Good night.
And so Mona Bodenfelder, Miss Upper Ferret Falls, the little girl who was voted most likely to succeed, found herself outside of the Mighty Diagram Studios, disillusioned and alone. Her chuck roast long since eaten, she couldn't return and face Upper Ferret Falls, and so Mona took the first job she could find. Months passed, and then one day in the Brown Derby restaurant, Mona saw the head of the Mighty Diagram Studios, Mr. L.D. Meyer, again. Mona spoke to him.
The veal fricassee is very nice today, Mr. Meyer.
No, waitress. I think I'll... Well, gad, girl, what are you doing working in this calorie cave?
I have to live, Mr. Meyer.
Why, you're beautiful.
Please, Mr. Meyer.
Gad, those raven tresses, those dimples, that wen.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
Why, you should be in pictures. What's your name?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Come to my office tomorrow morning, lad of Golden Heifer. I will make you a star.
Yes, sir. In the meantime, what's your order?
Oh, yes. I'll have number 7. Bicarbonate and lukewarm water.
Yes, sir. One producer's lunch. Have it medium luke.
Mona Bodenfelder didn't sleep a wink that night. At last she was to have her chance in pictures. The next morning, bright and early, Mona entered Mr. L.D. Meyer's office. As she opened the door, Mr. L.D. Meyer looked up and roared.
Well, what do you want?
I'm Mona Bodenfelder.
You want to get into pictures?
But you told me...
Here, take this memo. Go to see Mr. Schreiber.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can go yourself, Mr. L.V. Meyer.
I can go where?
You know where, and it isn't to see Mr. Schreiber.
You dare to tell me?
2 years ago, you said you'd make me a star. You sent me to study singing, dancing, and acting. You said I'd be the WAP girl.
WAP girl?
I studied 6 months. When I came back, you didn't even know me.
I?
You turned me away. I've been working at the Brown Derby. Yesterday, you told me to come back here.
I?
Today, you don't know me again. When I left Upper Ferret Falls, I had hopes. I had ambition.
Wait a minute, girl. Did you say Upper Ferret Falls?
Yes, that's my home.
Upper Ferret Falls. I lived there as a boy. What is your name, girl?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Bodenfelder. What was your father's name?
Ossip.
Ossip Bodenfelder, my uncle's cousin.
Mr. Meyer, you mean...
Mona Bodenfelder, you are my own great-grandniece twice removed.
I am?
You're a relative. This is the day I've been waiting for.
I don't understand, Uncle Elvie.
For 20 years, I've been putting relatives on the studio payroll. My brother Irving is the treasurer. My sister's husband is casting director. My wife's uncle is a producer. My grandfather is wardrobe man. My nephew's running the cutting room.
The studio is run by relatives?
Relatives are everywhere but in my pictures. For 20 years, I've been testing relatives, but I've never found a relative with talent until today.
Uncle Elvie, you mean that your great-great-grandniece twice removed?
You, Mona Bodenfelder, are a relative. I will make you a star.
Oh, thank you, Elvie.
Now I can die happy. For 20 years, I've been looking at relatives around the studio. Now I can finally see a relative on the screen. Gad, I can't wait to see that name in lights. A star is born. From now on, you are...
Mona Bodenfelder, the WAP girl.
That is how Mona Bodenfelder became a Hollywood star. And the moral is, the quickest way to become a star in pictures is to be born in the right family. For in Hollywood, in many cases, blood is thicker than talent. The end.
And now, an important personal message from Fred Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, they say every comedian wants to play Hamlet. But I don't. I don't want to participate in a tragedy, and neither do you. And yet, tragedy will confront all of us if we lose this war. We'll win, but it's going to take everything we've got in effort and sacrifice. We've all got to do our share. And here's the thing that we all can do. Buy war bonds or stamps. No matter what your income, set aside 10% every payday. $1 out of every 10 to help buy planes and guns and ships and food and the million things our fighting men need to win. It's the safest, wisest investment you can possibly make. Start putting 10% of your income into war bonds or stamps on your next payday. You will be buying freedom for yourself and all of the generations of Americans to come. Thank you.
Next week, our guest will be Maurice Evans, famous Shakespearean actor, and the winner of the Technical College competition at West Virginia University, Mary Eleanor Mulholland.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that haste makes waste and speed wastes tires. Drive under 40 and save rubber, and drive into your Texaco dealers at any time to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stop him! The Cobra Goddess will avenge herself! One by one, you will die! From halfway around the world she had come to make friends with 5 unsuspecting young men. And when she walked in the night, death followed, swift and violent. Starring Faith Domergue, Richard Long, Marshall Thompson, Kathleen Hughes, in the eerie and fight-filled story of a Cobra woman whose mission was to kill, to whom love, when it came, was strange and terrifying.
You have to forget about me.
You're being silly.
There are things I have to do. Things I have no control over.
That was the police. Carl is dead.
Oh, no. Paul, what about you and Tom?
Stay where you are!
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
They told us a man we'd been looking for, a murderer, was in a cow camp on the North Fork of the Canadian River, about 100 miles south of Dodge. So Chester and I rode down to take a look. We found a fellow there with a right name, but the wrong face. So we started back. First night we camped in a dry, buffalo-rutted depression. The next morning I woke shortly after daybreak to find Chester already cooking breakfast.
Morning, Mr. Dillon. Meat'll be done soon.
Is the coffee made, Chester? That's what I need.
It's boiling. I didn't make much, though. I thought I'd better save our water.
You know, Chester, I'll bet right now the doc's back there in St. Louis, holed up in some fancy hotel, and still asleep.
That's quite a thought, sir.
Yeah.
Him right in the middle of St. Louis and us way out here on the prairie.
I'll bet he's even got sheets on his bed.
I wouldn't be surprised, Mr. Dillon. Doc said this was one vacation he was going to splurge on. He's riding the Santa Fe both ways.
Huh?
Well, meat's done. I cleaned off this rock here to cut it on.
Oh, good. Good. Oh, you got it warm anyway, Chester.
Well, now, meat shouldn't be overcooked, Mr. Dillon. That takes the taste clean out of it.
Now, then we ought to be able to taste everything about this steer. Eggman's disappointment.
How's that, Mr. Dillon?
Never mind, Chester. Now, how come you woke up so early this morning?
Oh, I always do. Seems as soon as it gets daylight, my feet start to sweat, and then I just got to get up.
Well, that's as good a reason as any, I guess. Wow. Looks like we got company, Chester.
What?
Oh.
Where?
Right out there. Heading straight for us.
Oh, yeah. Some cowboy, probably.
I don't know. He doesn't ride quite like a cowboy.
Why, it's just a kid, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it sure is.
Sure needs a haircut. What? Say, Mr. Dillon, it's a girl.
Now, what could she be doing out here?
I'm carrying a rifle, too.
Well, get on, miss, and have some coffee.
Who are you, mister?
Hi, this is Chester Proudfoot, and I'm Matt Dillon.
How do you do?
You rustlers or what?
Not exactly. I'm the U.S. Marshal out of Dodge, ma'am.
U.S. Marshal? Oh, that's good.
It is? Why?
I need help, Mr. Marshal. My daddy's awful sick.
Sick? Well, where is your daddy?
We got a homestead about a mile over that rise back there.
Oh, what's he sick with?
It's his leg, Mr. Marshal. A horse threw him and his saddle both in the corral, and then it stepped on his foot. Now his whole leg's all funny. He's got a fever, too.
Mr. Dillon, that sounds like...
Yeah, I know, Chester. Tell me, miss, when the horse stepped on him, did it cut his foot, break the skin anywhere?
Just a scratch. Tore his boot off, though.
Oh.
Please, Mr. Marshal, please come see him. I'm scared, the way his leg is and everything.
Well, sure we'll come. Your mother with him now?
I don't have a mother, Mr. Marshal.
Oh. Well, then, what are you doing out here if your daddy's sick?
We ran out of meat about 3 days ago, and I don't have anything to feed him.
Oh. All right. Chester, I'll ride back with... what is your name, anyway?
Tara Hantry.
Oh.
I'll be 16 next January.
Well, that's fine. We'll go back to the Hantry place, Chester. You scout around for some meat.
All right, sir.
And if you don't find any antelope, shoot the first calf you see. Anybody's calf.
I'll do it, Mr. Dillon.
He's in the sleeping room, Mr. Marshall.
No.
Daddy. Daddy, I found a man, and he's going to help us. And, Daddy, he's a marshal, a U.S. marshal.
Matt Dillon, Mr. Hentry. How you feeling?
Dillon? Oh, I've heard of you. You're from Dodge, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, Marshal, I ain't feeling so good. My foot don't hurt no more, but it and my leg is all sort of, well, it ain't pretty.
I don't know much about these things, but maybe I better take a look at it anyway, huh?
Sure, Marshal. There she is.
All right, you can cover it up.
I was in the war, Marshal. I know what gangrene is. Guess you do, too, huh?
Yeah. Well, the first thing, a friend of mine is out getting you some meat, and then we'll load you in your wagon.
Well, Ben took the wagon.
What?
Ben Walling. He took the wagon when Daddy got hurt. Said he'd find a doctor and bring him back.
Who's Ben Walling?
Oh, he's been sort of working here, Mr. Marshall.
I should have run him off long ago. That's what.
Well, where is he? What'd he take the wagon for? And where's he going to find a doctor around here anyway?
Closest doctor's in Dodge I know of.
Yeah, and he's in St. Louis, and he won't be back for a couple of weeks.
I couldn't get to him anyway.
Well, tell me, when did this happen?
About 6 days ago, Mr. Marshall.
Uh-huh.
Ben left the day after.
Well, you think he's coming back? Did he steal the wagon or what?
He comes back here and me not able to get around. I don't know what I'll do. I ought to take a bullwhip to him.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Hand. Take it. He won't cause any trouble, so don't you get all worked up. Tara, we'll let him get some rest, huh?
All right.
We'll have some food for you soon, Mr. Hantry.
I ain't very hungry.
Tara, what's he so riled up about this Ben Walling for? What's between them?
Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Marshall. Daddy's sick and... that's all.
Look, Tara, you asked me to help you, didn't you?
Yes, but...
You trust me, don't you?
All right, Mr. Marshall. Daddy hates Ben because Ben... well, Ben likes me.
Oh, I see.
He even wanted to marry me. Said he would.
How do you feel about Ben, Tara? You like him?
No. Of course, it's time I had a man and all that, but I'm afraid of Ben, Mr. Marshall. It's like there's something wrong with him. He's always sneaking around when you don't expect him. Makes me uneasy, like.
Well, we won't worry about Ben now. You stay here in case your daddy wants anything. I'll go outside and wait for Chester.
Mr. Marshall.
Hmm?
I'm awful glad you're here.
We'll see it through, Tara. Don't you worry.
I won't. Now.
I went outside and walked over to the small corral that stood nearby. There I rolled a smoke and looked out across the flat distances of the prairie. And I wondered how anyone could survive in all that emptiness. Hantry lying on his bed back there in the house. He wouldn't survive. The prairie got to him all right. And its vast loneliness had put him out of reach of any help. And Tara, what could she do out here in this endless land of grass? I was glad to get my mind off it when Chester rode in with an antelope across his saddle. We hung it on the corral, dressed it, took a hind quarter into Tara, and we went back outside and sat down.
Yes, sir. She's a plucky girl, Mr. Dillon.
Fine girl, Chester.
Yeah, but this Ben fella, I just don't understand his going off with the wagon like that.
Well, it doesn't matter much now. Hantry won't last more than a day or two, anyway.
It's that bad, is it?
Yeah, blood poisoning, Chester. As soon as it reaches his heart, he's done for.
Well, isn't there any way to stop it?
Yeah, sure. Cut his leg off.
Oh. Too bad Doc isn't here.
Yeah.
Would that stop it, Mr. Dillon? Cutting his leg off, I mean?
I don't know, Chester. I don't know. Maybe too late anyway.
Well, I sure wish we could do something for him. I don't take to just sitting around and waiting for a man to die.
And nobody does.
It isn't right somehow. That poor fella and Tara. Why, Mr. Dillon, that girl will go crazy out here all alone.
All right, Chester. What do you want me to do about it? I'm not a doctor. Now shut up.
Well, Mr. Dillon, you could do it. I know you could.
Do what?
Be a doctor. Long enough to save Mr. Hantry's life.
Are you
anyway.
out of your head?
No, sir.
Then what are you talking like that for? The most I ever did was doctor a horse for the colic. That's fine training for this, isn't it?
I know. I couldn't do it. I just plain don't have the spirit. But you do.
Oh, why didn't I leave you back in Dodge?
It wouldn't have mattered anyway, Mr. Dillon, because you would never just stand by and let a man die.
Let's go talk to him, Chester.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Daddy's fever's worse, Mr. Marshall. I'm going to get some more water.
How do you feel, Mr. Hantry?
I don't feel much, Marshal. Outside of burning up. I've been trying to tell Tara I just can't last long with blood poisoning. She's just got to figure on it.
Well, that's what I came to talk to you about. I guess you know the only thing that'll give you a chance.
I know. I've been thinking about it. But I couldn't ask any man to do that.
You didn't ask me. Well, it's up to you, Mr. Hantry. I'll try it if you're willing. Only thing is, I won't know much about what I'm doing.
I seen it done in the Union Army, Marshal. I could tell you some things.
All right.
The only thing is, Marshal, I don't know I'd be much use around here with one leg.
Well, you'll have to decide that for yourself.
I know.
You could move to town, Mr. Hantry. You and Tara?
Yeah, that's it. Tara, if it was just me, I wouldn't do it, but I can't leave Tara alone. Now, if I can help it, I can't. All right, Marshal. Let's do it.
You're a brave man.
No, Marshal. I just don't have any choice. Come on. Let's get it over with.
You got any liquor in the house?
There's a jug of corn out in the kitchen.
Get it, Chester. You can start drinking it while we're getting everything else ready.
Tell Tara to start boiling a lot of water.
Yeah.
I'll talk to her in a few minutes.
I'll be right back.
Now, I want you to tell me everything that you know about this, Mr. Hantry.
First, I'll tell you what you'll need.
Mm-hmm.
There's a straight iron out by the corral somewhere.
Yeah.
You can heat it in the main room fireplace.
Right. Now, what else?
Tara will find some cloth for bandages. And the rest of the stuff you can get in the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
The only thing worrying me is what'll we use to tie off the arteries with? Plain thread won't hold.
Well, maybe some thin strips of rawhide.
No, they'd soak through. You got to have something.
No, I know. At least I think it'll work. What about horsehair?
Oh, that's it, Marshal. Pull it off the tail. It'll work fine.
Here's the jug, Mr. Hantry, and I brought you a cup, too.
Pour me some. I want to get good and drunk.
Here you are, Mr. Hantry.
You know, I ain't been drunk in the daytime since we got the news about President Lincoln in the spring of 65.
You better have your talk with Tara before that takes hold.
Ask her to come in, will you?
Come on, Chester. We got work to do.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Mr. Handtree.
Thanks. Well, Marshal?
Yeah?
Marshal? I'll try to make it easy for you.
Yeah. Sure. Shortly after noon, I operated. Whether it was the corn whiskey or his own hard courage, I don't know, but Handtree never whimpered. Chester stood outside the door and brought me whatever I needed. Tara waited in the kitchen, boiling more water and thinking her own thoughts. Maybe it was harder on her than any of us. Toward the end, Handtree mercifully passed out. When I'd finally finished bandaging him, I was kind of faint myself. I'd done everything I could. I just hoped I'd done it right.
How is he, Mr. Dillon?
You'll have to clean up in there, Chester. I've got to get outside for some air.
Yes, sir, I'll do it.
And put that fire out. It's hot enough around here.
I don't know how you did it, Mr. Dillon.
Tara? Tara, will you come on outside for a while?
Is Daddy all right? Is he all right, Mr. Marshall?
It's all over, Tara. We'll just have to wait and see now. There now, Tara. He's all right.
I'm sorry, but it took so long. I thought you'd never finish.
He didn't feel much, Tara. The corn liquor worked fine. Fine.
Will he get well now?
Well, I hope so, Tara. I hope so.
Mr. Marshall, are you going to wait and see?
Oh, now, Tara, you don't have to worry about that, Chester, and I'll be here as long as you need us.
I just wanted to be sure. Can I go see Daddy now?
Well, as soon as Chester comes out, Tara, then you can.
All right. I'll wait, Mr. Marshall.
It beats me, Mr. Dillon, how he can just lay there so quiet and peaceful.
It's only been 4 or 5 hours, Chester. The liquor hasn't worn off yet.
He drank nearly the whole jug.
No, he needed it.
Say, Mr. Dillon, look yonder.
Huh?
Somebody coming with a wagon.
Oh, yeah. It's probably that Ben Walling they were talking about.
I'll bet that's who it is, all right. Wonder what he'll have to say for himself.
Ah, you'll think of something, Chester. His kind always do. You recognize him?
No, sir. Do you?
Oh, I never saw him before.
Hello. What are you doing here?
You Ben Walling?
How'd you know?
The Handtrees, they've been wondering about you.
Oh, yeah, sure. How's old Handtree, anyway?
He's all right.
He is, huh?
You've been gone a long time, Ben. Where were you?
I don't know you, mister, but you sure ask a lot of questions.
You can answer them one at a time. Now, where were you?
Who are you anyway, mister?
I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Ain't no U.S. Marshals around here.
There is now. Generally, I'm in Dodge.
Your name Dillon?
It is.
Well, what are you doing here, Marshal?
Tara ran into us, asked us to help. Seems the only able-bodied man around here took off in a wagon.
I went to fetch a doctor. Anything wrong in that?
Not at all. Where is he?
Well, first night the horses ran away, and I've been chasing them ever since. I didn't catch him till this morning. And then I've been gone so long, I thought I'd better get back to you right away. I was worried about Tara and old Handtree, of course.
I see. Well, you better get your horses unhitched, Ben. You can see Tara later. She's in with her father now.
Gonna be all right, huh? I was kind of worried about that foot. Looked to me like it might have poison in it.
Got to get outside for some air.
Yes, sir, I'll do it.
And put that fire out. It's hot enough around here.
I don't know how. What? Mr. Dillon did it all by himself, just like a regular doctor.
Oh, but how'd you know what to do? You might have killed him.
Somebody had to do it, Ben. It's a sure thing Tara couldn't.
You're blaming me, ain't you? Well, I did everything I could. Didn't my fault those blasted horses run off.
Handtree's pretty sick, Ben. I wouldn't bother him for a day or two if I were you.
Oh, I won't bother you. Oh, now look, Marshal. You can leave now. I'll handle everything here.
We'll leave as soon as Handtree's able to take care of himself again.
All right, stay as long as you like. I don't care.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I think that Ben is a no-good liar.
You're right on both counts, Chester. And I'll tell you something else. You see that saddle over there?
Well, that belongs to Mr. Handtree.
Yeah, I know. I looked at it this noon. Somebody cut the cinch strap on it.
Cut the cinch strap?
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of that bronc bucked him in the saddle off Bull.
Well, do you think Tara did it?
Oh, my goodness gracious, no, Mr. Dillon. Tara'd never do a thing like that to her own. It was Ben, wasn't it?
That'd be my guess. He figured the old man would get hurt, maybe killed.
Why, sir?
So he'd have a free hand with Tara.
Why, that low down... Mr. Dillon, let me arrest him.
Not yet, Chester. There's plenty of time.
All right, sir. I'll wait.
There wasn't as much time as I figured. Handtree had a bad night, and by morning he was so weak he couldn't lift his head. I tried to take his pulse, but I could hardly find it. Maybe I'd operated too late. Maybe the poison had already moved up into his body. I didn't know. I had no way of knowing. So there was nothing to do now but wait.
Want some more coffee, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thank you, Chester. We'll fill it up, huh?
Tara won't eat anything at all, sir. She just sat there by his bed, hasn't slept a wink I know of.
Well, it's her father, Chester. He's all she's got.
I never thought much about it before, Mr. Dillon, but seeing Tara, I kind of wish I had a daughter.
You'd have to change your profession if you were going to take care of a daughter, Chester.
Why, I don't have any profession, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, what is it, Tara?
Please come. Daddy wants you. I think he's...
You better come too, Chester.
Yes, sir.
It's Matt Dillon, Mr. Handtree. Can you hear me?
Marshal, I can't hold out no more.
Now, don't say that. Keep fighting, man. You'll pull through.
No, Marshal. I'm going to die.
Oh, Daddy.
Tara. It's about Tara, Marshal. Don't leave her here. Ben Walling, he's no good. He'll try to keep her.
Now, don't you worry about Ben Walling, Mr. Handtree. I promise you he won't get anywhere near Tara. Now or ever.
Thanks, Marshal. He's a bad one. Tara can't stay here alone. She can't work this place. It's a bad way to die. Not knowing.
Now, I want you to listen to me. Listen to me now.
Yeah?
I promise you something else, too. I'll take care of Tara. I'll see she's all right. I'll see she's cared for. Now, I promise that.
I thank you, Marshal. I sure. Where's Tara?
Daddy, I'm right here. Daddy.
Tara.
Come on, Chester.
Daddy? Daddy?
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. I don't think they'd have made out on this place anyway.
Why not, Chester?
Well, there just isn't enough water. That one little old spring's all they've got.
Well, if they had a lake, it'd still be too much for Tara.
What are we going to do with her, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. We'll have to think of something, though.
My, I wish she'd come out of that house. I don't like it, her in there breaking her heart.
Give her a little time, Chester. She'll be all right.
Don't you move a finger, either one of you.
Well,
well, you're mighty careless with that rifle, Ben.
Don't get smart with me, Marshal. I know what I'm doing.
And what would that be?
I heard you in there. Heard you promise to take Tara away. I was right by the window. I heard it all.
You got a curious way of courting a girl, Ben, trying to kill her father.
Yeah, and I saw you yesterday looking at that saddle, but I didn't kill him, Marshal. You did.
That's a lie, Ben Walling, and you know it.
shut up?
I won't shut up. If we'd have just got here sooner, Mr. Dillon would have saved him, that's all.
Yeah? Well, it's too bad you got here at all. Because you're going to die for it. Both of you.
Put the gun down, Ben. You're under arrest for attempted murder.
You stay right where you are, Marshal.
You know, I have an idea you've smelled powder before, Ben, and that you're afraid of it.
Marshal?
I have an idea that's why you tried to get Hantry like you did instead of facing it.
Stop her.
And right now you wish you didn't have that rifle at all, don't you, Ben? Because I might have to shoot you
No.
for it, huh?
No, don't, Marshal.
Give me
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
He didn't even try, Chester. Rifle went off when I knocked it aside. That's all. He was scared to death.
Well, I didn't feel exactly comfortable.
Well, tie him up and keep an eye on him. I'll go see Tara.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Late that evening, we buried Hantry out on the prairie, out in back of the little homestead. They would die now, too, and fall apart without him. The next morning, we loaded everything we could get into the wagon. With Tara beside me, we started out for Dodge. Ben Wallen never said a word. Chester led his horse, and they rode along ahead of us. I had plenty of time to tell Tara all about Dodge and how there were some good people there and how we'd find her a home and family. She sat there, tight-lipped. She didn't say much. But she never once looked back.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Sammy Hill, and Larry Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. In case you didn't know, Jack Benny and his gang begin their new season tomorrow night. Jack, Mary, Don, Denis, and Rochester welcome a new member to the team, the head man of CBS Radio's Club 15 show, Bob Crosby. Roy Rowan speaking. Remember, the top dramatic show of them all, the Lux Radio Theater, is heard Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
I wonder what you'd call this kind of relationship. It's not like we have any camaraderie. There isn't really a bond here at all. Everyone just does what they want to do, and they come back whenever they feel like it. And then they take off again.
You know what the world is like? It's like a boiling pot with a soggy stew inside.
Stew mix is on aisle 5. We have 2
I'm not looking for stew mix! Great, wannabe preacher with a gun. Hey, Spike, there's 3 of them. I'll go around the back.
Put my donut on their tab, would you?
Spike!
Cowboy scumbag.
Wait a minute.
CBC's Chris Riley's Limehouse.
It's the same story on every channel.
The government of Mars has posted a reward of 300 million oolongs.
300 what?
They're treating it as a terrorist attack, but as of now, they don't have a suspect.
It'll take them a while, but they'll figure it out eventually.
Do you believe in the devil?
Well, I saw him. I got a very clear view. I know exactly what he looks like.
You can draw on the screen, just like a profiler.
There you go.
Yeah?
That's really unique, Faye. You and I are bounty hunters scratching around for a few bucks. So that's all. This thing is much bigger than that.
Something that should not exist can't exist.
Too big.
What?
Sorry, I've got no time to play around with you guys.
The more that you know, the shorter your life will be.
Come on, Vincent, I did everything you said.
Did you say your prayers?
I am going to kill this old lady if you don't put down your guns!
That's a real shame.
I know you didn't mean that, Spike.
He called you a cowboy. What did he mean? What are you?
Just a humble bounty hunter, man.
Spike, time to go.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Ma, He's Making Eyes at Me. Here, ladies and gentlemen, are 2 of the most welcome sights in the world. A fat, saucy robin hopping on the lawn, first happy sign of spring, and that perfect dessert for spring, a shimmering mold of rich, radiant Jell-O. Yes, Jell-O is a gay, tempting treat with brilliant flower-like colors that promise a true feast of flavor and keep that promise in a big way. It's simply full of grand, exciting goodness that makes friends quickly and keeps them long. And when you serve any one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, you can be sure everybody will like it. Because Jell-O has a delightful, refreshing taste, as inviting as the fresh, ripe fruit itself. So, folks, enjoy this rich, striking dessert just as often as you can. Help yourself to happy meals by always asking for Jell-O. And when you buy, be sure to look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a perfect dessert. That was Ma, He's Making Eyes at Me, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this is the beginning of spring. Tiny blades of grass are peeping through the soil. Blossoms are bursting into bloom. The harsh winds of winter have changed to soft, balmy breezes. So without further ado, we bring you a man who is still wearing his longies, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't mind your kidding about my age or my dramatic ability or my work in pictures or a lot of other things. But I think that my underwear is my own business. Is there nothing sacred around here? Heavens.
But, Jack, spring is here. Don't you think you ought to change into your shorts?
Don, this is only the first week in April. When the butterflies come out of their cocoons, I'll come out of mine.
Until then, I'm taking no chances.
Now, Jack, aren't you being just a little overcautious? The winters are so mild out here.
He's right, Jackson. You're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear.
What did you say, corn fuchsias? What was that?
I said you're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear.
Oh, yeah? Did you ever see Tyrone Power's backyard on a Monday morning? Don't tell me those are Annabella's. And another thing, Phil. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
And another thing, Phil, that reminds me. I wish you'd stop running around telling everybody that I wear pajamas with feet in them.
Well, you do, don't you?
That was one night when I forgot to take off my inner socks. Just once.
Inner socks? My goodness, Jack. What's the idea of wearing 2 pairs of socks?
He bought some big shoes cheap.
Now, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. Don started out with a beautiful poetic introduction about blades of grass and blossoms on the trees and balmy breezes, so let's stay in the mood.
You're right, Jack. Spring is beautiful.
I'll say it is.
You know, I was out in my yard this morning, and I saw the cutest little robin.
Yeah?
Gee, he was sweet.
Oh, I love robins.
And he just got in from the south.
How do you know?
He wasn't unpacked yet.
Now, cut it out! Heavens to Betsy. You have to make a gag out of everything. Now, isn't there any romance in this crowd at all?
I was up all night, if that's what you mean.
I don't mean that. I'm talking about spring, birds, nature, flowers. Gee, doesn't a buttercup mean anything to you, Phil?
Yeah, but don't let it get around.
I won't. But no kidding, fellas. This is the season of the year when we should have joy in our hearts. We should be happy and gay.
I'm happy, Mr. Benny.
I know you are, Denis. You're always happy.
What a mallet his head would make.
Mary, believe me, it's a real pleasure to have one person around here that's contented and glad he's working for me. That kid's going to get a raise.
What are you going to do, let him stand on a box?
No, I'm not going to let him stand on a box. I'm going to give Denis an increase in salary.
I've heard that too, Denis. Don't go out and buy a car.
Now, just a second, Phil. I don't know what you're complaining about. Remember that day you came to me looking for a job 4 years ago? Mr. Benny, you said. You called me Mr. Benny then. Mr. Benny, you said, please put me to work on your program. My beer garden job is all right, but I want to improve myself. I want to get somewhere. Remember that, Phil?
Yes, but...
And I said to you, cheer up, young man. I'll take you under my wing. Well, Phil, I've kept my word, and you've been with me ever since.
That's true, Jackson, but I still think that I'm not getting enough dough.
Listen, Phil. Listen to me. Always be loyal and always be true to those who have toiled and struggled for you. It isn't the salary or money you get. It's the smile of a friend that counts. You can bet. For Benny's your pal, your buddy, your friend. He won't let you down. He'll stick to the end. So if it's money you want, pal, speak up, that's all. And I'll have a new orchestra beginning next fall. Applause. Thank you. Now, Mary, you're next. Have you any complaints to make, young lady?
No, Jack, it's wonderful working for you. It's heaven, it's paradise. Skies are all blue.
Well.
You're so sweet and charming, and you never irk. But in spite of all this, I think you're a...
Now, Don! Don, have you anything to complain about?
No, Jack, I'm happy here working for you. There's no other thing that I would rather do. I'm glad to be able to stand up and shout that Jell-O's so tempting it melts in your mouth.
Is it easy to make, Don? Oh, tell us, pray do.
Not only that, it's economical, too.
Then what should I tell my dear cousin Mo, sir?
Tell him to run to his neighborhood grocer.
Well, we dragged that in beautifully. And now let us hear from our own Dennis Day. Have you got a song, something mellow or gay?
Oh, yes, sir, I have, and it's really brand new.
Well, go ahead, swing it. Come on, let it go. Or go. Sing, Dennis. Doesn't spring make you silly, folks?
lies my kind of country. Round that last bend we're heading for. Old-timer, stay with me, and tonight we'll see my kind of country once more. There lives my kind of people, where that sundown smiles bright and red. Old-timer, I'll strike gold when these eyes behold my kind of country ahead. Travel home, maybe 9 more miles, maybe 10. May I ever grieve if I ever leave my kind of country again. Travel home, maybe 9 more miles, maybe 10. May I ever grieve if I ever live my kind of country again.
Very good, Denis. Very good. That was My Kind of Country, written by Frank Lesser and Jimmy McHugh for that forthcoming Paramount picture, Buck Benny Rides Again.
Starring Phil Harrison. Thanks for the plug.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Let's straighten this out right now. You're not the star of Buck Benny Rides Again.
Well, I stand out in it, don't I?
Phil, you stand out in that picture about as much as an oyster in Chesapeake Bay. In other words, son, you could be left out entirely and not affect the plot, the length, the suspense, the write-ups, the audience, and you take it from there. A fine star.
By the way, Jack, when will the picture be finished?
Oh, we're through with it, Don. In fact, I have a little surprise for you. Buck Benny is going to have its world premiere in New York in a couple of weeks, and we're all going.
Oh, gee, New York!
Yes, sir.
When are we leaving, Jack?
Right after next Sunday's show, we're going to do 2 broadcasts there. Wait till the big city gets a load of me in my 10-gallon hat.
Well, Jack, that's the kind of a He-Man part you've always wanted to play. So you finally made it, huh?
Yes, and I don't want to brag or anything, Don, but I think I make a pretty good cowboy.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Tell him about the trouble you had with your horse.
Oh, you mean Abdul? Yeah. What a ham that animal was. He tried to steal every scene from me.
Why didn't you turn him around so he wouldn't face the camera?
He did, and the horse still had more personality than Jack.
He did not. But you should have seen that horse, Don. He was always looking right in the camera and flashing those teeth of his. What an animal.
Well, why didn't you do the same thing?
Because in the first place, Phil, my teeth aren't as big as a horse's.
You could have ordered them any size you wanted.
That's so. Well, you're just making things up, Mary. Because if I have false teeth, how is it I can crack nuts with them?
You take them out and hammer.
All right, Mary, all right. You can get on more subjects. We were talking about Buck Benny Rides Again.
That's a swell title for a picture, Mr. Benny. How'd you happen to think of it?
Well, you see, we used to do a series of... Denis, didn't you ever listen to this program before you came to work on it? Didn't you?
There goes my raise.
Well, anyway, and you're right, Denis. Anyway, we used to do those Western plays, and we called them Buck Benny Rides Again. Oh, boy, they were fun. I used to be Sheriff Buck Benny. A rootin', tootin', shootin', hootin', galootin', fig Newton. That was me.
And I used to be your deputy, remember?
Yes, sir.
And I was Daisy Carson, your sweetheart. Remember how you'd always ride over to my house and visit me?
Yeah.
And we'd sit in the parlor and hold hands.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd put the lights out.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd show your home movies.
Oh, boy, was I romantic. And then there was your pappy, Frank Carson, the town cut-up.
That was me, folks. Where's my jug, Daisy?
And didn't we have an awful time trying to catch Cactus Face Elmer, the villain? You know, fellas, I've got a great idea. Let's put on a Buck Benny tonight and show Denis how we used to do them. Would you like to hear another one, folks? Well, I'm glad to hear that the horse opera is still popular. So immediately after the next number, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring you a brand new episode of Buck Benny Rides Again. Now, Denis.
Yes, please?
You can be one of my deputies and work with Don. You're sort of a dumb stooge type.
Well, gee, I don't know if I can handle it.
Denis, believe me, you'll come through. All right, Phil, let's have a number, and then we'll go into our sketch.
Okay, Jackson, do you want us to play loud or soft?
There's no choice, and you know it. So just blast away. Hold it a minute. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I've begged and pleaded with you not to call me in the middle of a broadcast. Now, what do you want?
Well, boss, I was just listening to the program, and I heard you say you were going to New York a week from tonight.
That's right.
Do your plans embrace your ambassador to Harlem?
Yes, Rochester, you're coming along. But we're going to be awfully busy in New York, so I don't know if you'll have time to go to Harlem.
Let's get to New York and worry from there.
All right. Now, as long as you know we're going, you might as well start making preparations. First of all, tell Mr. Billingsley, our boarder, that we're going to be gone a couple of weeks, so he'll have to make his own coffee in the morning.
Okay. By the way, what are we going to do with that polar bear and ostrich?
Carmichael and Trudy? I don't know.
Maybe we can get them a week at the Orpheum.
I doubt it. Carmichael hasn't rehearsed on his bicycle in a month, and he's all butterfingers with those Indian clubs. They'd never get booked.
I don't know about that. Trudy does a mean striptease.
Striptease?
Yeah, she pulls her plumes out one by one.
I know, but what have you got after the first show? Besides, they work much better with me. Now, Rochester, go down in the basement and bring up my big trunk and start packing.
That old thing? I don't think it'll stand another trip, boss.
Oh, it'll do. I only bought it 4 years ago and was practically new then.
That auctioneer must have lied to you.
I don't want to hear another word about it, Rochester. That trunk isn't so old.
It's got a bustle compartment.
That's for shoes. Now, hang up, Rochester. I got a program to do.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
What?
Did you see our new picture yet?
Yes, they ran Buck Benny for me at the studio last night.
How am I in it?
Very good, Rochester. You're swell. You're a big hit.
I think I'll treat you to a new trunk, boss. So long.
Wait a minute. Rochester. And he hung up. Oh, well, if he wants to, he wants to. Bless his little heart. Play, Phil. I Hear Bluebirds, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the 24th episode in our Western melodrama entitled Buck Benny Rides Again, or Strange Cargo. The opening scene is the office of Sheriff Buck Benny in the thriving little cow town of East Moo, Texas. Curtain music. Get-a-dum-bum-bee. Get-a-dum-bum-bee-dum-ba-boom-ba-bee. Hello? Sheriff's office, Buck Benny speaking. Oh, hello, Red. What? Did I hear about Deadeye? Oh, did I hear about Deadeye? Plugged, eh? What did Deadeye die? I mean, is he dead, Red? Oh, his dad. Deadeye's dad's dead. Red. Well, how'd he happen to get shot? Oh, he thought he found a horse. Well, thanks, Red. Goodbye.
What's up, Sheriff?
Deadeye's dead. I mean, Deadeye's dead's dead. I mean, Deadeye's father just stole his last horse. Too bad.
Good riddance, Saul. Now, if we could just get rid of Frank Carson, this town would be fit to live in.
Now, hold on there, Deputy. That low-down, no-good skunk is my gal's father. Besides, he's reformed.
Reformed? Why, last night he slept in the gutter in front of the East Moo Biltmore.
Well, that's the best hotel in town, ain't it? I remember when Frank used to sleep in front of the firehouse. They had to take the hook and ladder out the back door. Where's Deputy Day? Oh, Day?
Yes, please.
Not too low, Deputy. You're liable to stay there. Now, look here, Day. I want you to go out and catch some crooks. We ain't got a single prisoner in this jail.
With these beds, no wonder.
Never mind that and hang out the vacancy sign. That always helps. And remember, Dave, the next time you go out...
Did you hear that shooting, Buck?
Yep, that's either 5 aces or her husband came home. But that's life, I guess.
Say, Sheriff, I hate to keep harping on this, but when are we going to catch Cactus Face Elmer? We've been looking for him for 3 years.
I don't know, Wilson. That varmint is harder to find than art in the Mighty Allen art players. But I'll get him one of these days. Well, see you later, deputies.
Where you going, Sheriff?
Next door to Deadeye's barber shop and get a haircut. Then I'm going over and propose to Daisy Carson.
Why, you've been proposing to her for over 10 years. When's she going to say yes?
I don't know, but if she don't say it soon, it won't be worth it. So long, deputies. Hello, Deadeye.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Did you hear about your father getting shot a few minutes ago?
No, was it fatal?
Yep.
Too bad. What'll it be, haircut or shave?
Haircut. Put the bowl on and let's get going. Hello, Goldie. Give me one of them manicures, will you?
Okay, Sheriff. Slip me your paw.
There you are. Watch out from the ears, Deadeye. I declare, Goldie, you're getting prettier every day.
I am?
Yep, but you've got a long way to go. A mighty long way. How was that, Deadeye?
That's a good one. Say, Buck, at the time they plugged my old man, was he stealing a horse?
Yes, he was, Deadeye.
Bad habit. Sure you don't want to shave now?
No, not today.
There's a long hair growing out of your ear, Sheriff. Should I pull it out?
Sure, go ahead.
Now hold steady.
I'm a-holding.
Here we go.
Yikes! That got it. Well, I guess I'll run over to Daisy's now. What do I owe you for that manicure, Goldie?
15 cents, and that's final.
15 cents for all the other boys only pay a dime. What's the extra nickel for?
You're the only guy in town with 10 fingers.
That's right. There is a lot of shooting going on here. Well, so long, Deadeye. I'm going over and see Daisy.
So long.
Come on. Giddy up there. Well, here's the Carson house now. Whoa, partner. Whoa. Steady, partner. Steady now, and here's a note to chew while I'm gone. Hope Daisy likes my haircut.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and bow-legged.
Well, gal, you don't exactly have to detour when you come to a fire hydrant yourself. I just came from the barber shop, Daisy. What do you think of my haircut?
I can't tell with that beanie you're wearing.
That's the haircut.
Oh.
Well, Daisy, I suppose you know what I came here for. I've been a-courting you now for over 10 years. You meant everything to me, and you still do. Now, what do you say, gal? Will you marry me?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute! No use rushing into this like a couple of school kids.
Buck, I was only kidding. I told you before I can't never marry you as long as Pappy is alive. I gotta stay home and take care of him.
Well, don't you care for me?
Yes, but I care more for him.
Same old story. Where's your pappy now?
Upstairs. He filled the bathtub full of dry martinis, and he's diving for olives.
Doggone him. You know, Daisy, if your old man don't give up drinking, he's going to start seeing things.
Start seeing things? He runs all over the house now trying to trap them.
No fooling.
Why, Buck, you know that big empty closet we got upstairs in the attic with nothing hanging on the walls?
Yes?
That's his trophy room.
Well, I think I better have a talk with Frank and see if I can straighten him out.
Here comes Pappy now.
Well,
Hello, Buck. Have an olive.
thanks.
Come on, Buck. I think we better go downstairs and join Daisy.
You're downstairs now.
Then I'm going to take them steps out. I don't need them.
Why, Frank Carson, I'm disgusted with you. Look at him, Daisy. Look at him standing there with a jug in each hand.
If I take one away, you'll fall over.
I'll say he will. Now, you go back upstairs, Frank, and get some sleep. It'll do you good.
Okay. Come on, boys.
Boys? I don't see anyone.
That's his elephants. He's got a herd of them.
Well, Daisy, now that we're alone again, how about a kiss? Come on, pucker up, gal.
Open up! Open up the door, Sheriff!
Yeah, open up!
Unpucker, Daisy. We got company. Come in. What's the trouble, boys?
Sheriff, we got bad news for you. Cactus Face Elmer's back in town. He's just robbed the First National Bank.
He did?
Yup, he got $8,000 in my gun.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go after him.
We'll never find him, Sheriff. We don't know where his hideout is.
That's right. That varmint always gets away.
You better do something, Buck. If you don't find Cactus Face this time, it'll cost you your job.
I know it will. Doggone, I wish I could find him. I wish I knew where his hideout was. Can't anyone help me?
I'll help you, kid.
What?
I am the Blue Fairy.
That was last week. This ain't Pinocchio. What are you doing back here?
I didn't get paid yet.
Oh. Well, wait a minute. Maybe you can help me. Do you know where Cactus Face Elmer is hiding?
Yes.
Where?
You will find Cactus Face Elmer at the...
This, ladies and gentlemen, will not be continued next week. If you want to know the ending of this little play, eat a Welsh rarebit, a dish of chocolate ice cream, 4 dill pickles, doze off, and go to town. Play, Phil.
Here's a real prize winner of a recipe that's sure to prove a real praise winner every time you serve it. It's Jell-O Swell New Dessert, Cherry Pie Glacé. A rich, colorful combination of bright red cherry Jell-O and ripe, juicy cherries with a gay, beguiling flavor that will make everybody pass their plates for more. All you have to do is just make up a package of cherry Jell-O and fold in 2 1/2 cups of canned red cherries, which have been drained and sweetened. Then after you've poured it into a cold baked pie shell and let it chill until firm, serve it up plain or with whipped cream. And take it from me, you'll have a grand treat that will win smiles and cheers from the whole family. So plan to have this tempting dessert for tomorrow night's dinner. Cherry pie glacé, a striking blend of delicious red cherries and rich crimson cherry jello.
This is the last number of the 27th program in the current Jello series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, Denis, that's the way we used to do Buck Benny. Did you like it?
Yes, but I'd like to know where Cactus Face is.
You're the only one that cares. Good night, folks.
Jello.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jello entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper or movie and radio guide for time and station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Show, you got the dough. Get out! Now, wait a minute. You don't know me, I don't know you. You don't like me, I don't like you. But this is strictly a business proposition, and you stand to make at least $25,000. Bulger! Bulger, here. Put that gun away. Put that gun away. And throw him out. Now, wait a minute. Throw him out. Throw him out. Out. D.S. Agawapple. D.S. Agawapple. D.S. Agawapple.
That's the bathroom.
What do you suppose I thought it was? The Bank of England?
Well, where are you going now?
You'll find out.
Are the stars out tonight? I don't know if it's cloudy or bright, 'cause I only have eyes for you, dear. The moon may be high, but I can't see a thing in the sky, 'cause I only have eyes for you. Yes, I only have eyes for you.
All right, Jimmy, the show's on and I'm in. All you got to do is get me a personal private interview with Horace P. Hemingway.
Is that all you need?
Listen, I'll walk out of there with enough money to finance Ben-Hur with solid gold horses.
And she loves all the stitches in his flannel breeches. The girl at the ironing board.
What do you go for? Go see a show for. Tell the truth. You go to see those beautiful dames. Yes.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Greetings from Hollywood to all men and women of the American Armed Forces and your allies. We present now another performance from your radio theater, especially for you. They say in the Navy that once a sailor gets on a destroyer, He never wants any other kind of beauty. He calls the ship a tin can, but he loves her like a sweetheart. You'll see why after you hear tonight's play, which combines the fast-moving drama of battle at sea with a little fast-moving romance on land. And here's the curtain for the first act of Destroyer, starring Edward G. Robinson as Steve Boleslavsky, with Denis O'Keefe as Mickey and Marguerite Chapman as Mary.
In a shipyard somewhere along the California coast, a new destroyer is being rushed to completion. To most of the workers who swarm over her, she's just a job to be done according to Navy specifications in the shortest possible time. But to one man, a boss welder named Steve Boleslavsky, she means much more. Steve is after perfection, stubbornly fighting for it from every man on his ship.
Now, Marty, watch out, will you? A rivet won't snug up in this cold.
Yeah, who told you that, Steve?
Well, all right, so you can flush a cold rivet, but not on this ship, Marty. She's got to be tight, kid. She's got to be sweet.
Go on. Go weld yourself a Steve.
Well, that's no way to talk, Marty. Guys are going to be fighting from these decks.
But maybe you don't think we know how to build a tight ship.
Well, sure, but this one is a John Paul Jones. You can't feed a cold rivet. That one was bad, Marty. It ought to come out.
How do you like that guy?
Oh, what's the use? We'll chop her out and put in a nice hot one for Steve. Well, that's it, Marty. Thanks. I made such a fuss about it, Steve's head. Now, look, Kansas, never call her a nit. When you've been working on them a little longer, you'll know the chips are like women, and you call them cheap. Yeah, but why? Well, because they curve in the right places, wear a coat of paint, and squawk loud in an argument. How can a guy run a temperature like that over a hunk of tin? Well, she's a hunk of tin now, maybe. Steel, rivets, paint. She's ugly and cold and lifeless as a slab of marble. But one of these days, you'll wake up and find that when you put all these lifeless things together, they suddenly start to have a meaning and movement, and even beauty. Yeah, beauty. The guy's well wealthy. Stop singing, Steve, and finish the job. Yeah, and when she hits the water, it'll be just like a heart that starts beating. She'll get a name, and the crew will come swarming over a gangway like blood in the veins. She'll throb, she'll breathe. She'll be alive. Yeah, stubborn, tricky, temperamental at times. Like I said, a woman. Yeah. Sure, and then... No, Duggan, you can't do that. You can't. You mean I have been derelict in my duty, sir? Oh, cut the kidding, Duggan. Will you lay off with that hammer? Why don't you go take a run and jump for yourself? Well, I would if I couldn't do a job better than that. Now, you know that plate needs trimming. Come on, Steve, you're getting everybody's hair again. You think this ship was going to be different from the rest? Well, she is. Steel is steel, a ship's a ship. Yeah, but this one... Well, I want her sweet. I want her to sing. If you ain't careful, you'll be singing yourself to sleep in a hospital. It's a good thing I'm here. They'd have dropped a plate on your head long ago. I don't care. She'll be going in the water soon, and I want her to be right. We all do, Steve. Just leave us alone. So hit the water like a lady, Steve. And look, she floats. There's a real ship, Candace. Class, personality. Hey, hadn't we better go find that daughter of yours? No. Let Mary alone. She's right in the middle of more gold braid than she's ever seen. She's having a wonderful time. He sure did a good job with that bottle of champagne. You know how come the natives picked her to christen the Jones? Because her old man served on the old Jones in the last war. Yeah, me. Mary did a good job because for 2 weeks I've been teaching her how. I might have known. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking of it.
Steve!
What? Commander.
Chief, say, you look wonderful.
Well, you look pretty good yourself. Oh, Kansas Jackson, Commander Clark. Glad to know you.
Mr. Jackson? Well, Steve, the old John Paul didn't look much like this one.
Oh.
Even I used to be shipmate, Mr. Jackson. I served under him. He was my chief boatswain mate.
Well, that's a long time ago.
You ran me ragged.
Well, I said I'd make an officer out of you.
He was a combination of Simon Legree and old Mother Hen. He beat my brains out 1 minute and coddled me the next.
Yeah, that was my system, and apparently it worked. Look at you. 2.5 striper.
Yep, here I am.
How long are you going to be here, Commander?
I'm down here to get my ship.
Well, I hope she's a good one.
You should know. You built her.
For Jones?
Sure.
Well, what do you know? Kansas. He's going to be the old man on my ship. Well, be sure you get a good crew for her, Commander.
Well, you know how it is. 80% of the men will be green. Well, look me up, Steve. Sure wish you were coming with us. Bye, Mr. Jackson.
Hey, glad to meet you. I'll see you tomorrow, Commander. Steve, that ain't such a bad idea, that joining up business. Yeah, did you hear what he said? Green man. Green man on the Jones. I don't like that, Kansas. No, I don't like that at all. Wonder if my uniform still fits me. Well, Mary? How do I look, huh?
You better take it off, Dad. I'm afraid it needs a little letting out in the back.
Oh, go on. It fits me fine. I bet you never figured your old man would be back in the Navy again, did you? back aboard the Jones.
Dad, I haven't seen you so happy in years.
Now listen to this. Lay aft, all hands on the fantail. Haul in the Liberty Party.
Salty as a pretzel.
Catch that, will you? Will you, honey? I want to look for my bosun's pipe.
Oh, it's up in the chest, up in the attic.
Holler if that's the mailman, will you? If I don't get my order soon, the Jones will sail without me. Special delivery, miss. Sign here, please.
Oh, Dad! Dad, it's here from the Navy Department. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Dad!
Yeah, I'm coming. Where is it, Mary? Oh, special delivery, huh? Oh, about time. Now, this is it, Mary, my orders. No, I won't accept them. Naval training station. They can't do this to me.
Dad, do what?
Beach me. That's what they want to do. Put me on the beach training a lot of boots.
But they've taken you back. That's what you wanted.
Well, I applied for duty aboard the Jones. Here, read it. Not considered fit for sea duty. Well, we'll see about that.
Dad, where are you going?
To San Diego, to Commander Clark, to the John Paul Jones.
All right, gentlemen, who's waiting?
Donahue, sir, and Boleslavsky.
Ask Boleslavsky to wait. Send in Donahue.
Aye, sir. Commander Clark will see you, sir. Sure he will. Thanks, son. Well, not you, sir. Bosun Donahue. Thanks, son. He'll see you in a little while, sir. Bosun's mate first class Donahue, sir, reporting for duty.
Commander Logan spoke to me about you, Donahue. He gave you a good mark.
I served under him on the Decatur, sir.
For the present, you'll serve as chief bosun.
Thank you, sir. Oh, sir. Any chance of having the job for keeps? I've passed all my examinations.
I want a happy ship, Donahue. Do your stuff and you'll get it.
Aye, sir.
Get a gun crew and damage control party into trading. Start today. That's all, Donahue.
Aye, sir. Thank you, sir.
Steve.
Hello, Commander.
Come on in. Sit down. What are you doing here? And in uniform?
Reporting for duty, sir.
Oh, that's fine, Steve. What ship?
The John Paul Jones, sir. Good ship.
The Jones?
Well, you said you'd like me on board, sir.
Oh, Steve, I just signed on my chief bosun.
Well, it's cinch to get him a transfer, isn't it, sir? I couldn't let the Jones get away without me.
I'm afraid you'll have to.
Well, that sounds like you don't want me.
You know it isn't that. Just, well, this is a different Navy, Steve, than it was in 1917. You can't take the risk.
Well, what risk, sir? What do you think I've been doing all these years? I've been building ships, sir. I built this ship, the Jones. I know every seam and rivet and bolt in her.
I know how you feel, but...
What kind of a crew are you going to have, sir? Green men.
You'll have a good crew.
Well, a good crew isn't enough, sir. She wants a great crew. Remember the gang on the old Jones, sir? Tough, cocky.
They were from a great ship. They were proud.
Well, that part of the Navy hasn't changed, has it, sir?
No.
Well, then, how about letting me go to sea on her for a little while? Just to get the lady started in, right?
Steve, you really think you've got what it takes?
Why, sure, sir. All right, let me have your orders. Well, I'm sorry, sir, but I haven't got any orders. What? Yes, but now that you want me, you could arrange for that very easily, couldn't you, sir? Get out of here, Steve, as fast as you can. In 5 seconds, I'm going to change my mind. Aye, aye. And remember this, you're a gun crew now. I know we're on land, but this gun here is exactly like your station aboard ship. But you're not going to touch the guns on the Jones till you know how to handle them. All right, station. Range 4000. Range 4000. Tail 500. Hold it. Hey, go away, will you? This is gunnery drill. Yeah? Well, you're in battle. The gun captain is killed. What do you do? Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? I'm dead. I'm the gun captain. Now, will you beat it, please? Hey, who are you? Donahue, acting chief bosun. You were acting chief bosun. Come on, Junior, hand over the musket and report to the old man. I'm Boleslavsky, new leading chief. Yeah, well, when did all this happen? I said hand over the musket book. You better know your stuff, You better know yours, or I'll show you how fast that crow can fly off your arm. Just watch your own. You run a destroyer now. Now, listen, you. I've wrung more salt water out of my socks than you've ever sailed on. Any more cracks? You know, you don't look like a destroyer man to me. You're a metal man. Silver in your hair, gold in your teeth, and lead in your feet. Looks like I'll have to get rid of you, son. If I don't, you're going to be dreaming up things to hang me. Oh, no, not me, brother. Just give you enough rope, and you'll do a better job of it yourself.
First, I want you to meet Lieutenant Morton, Steve. He's our executive officer. Lieutenant Morton.
At ease, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Steve, I have to talk to you about the men. You can't push these kids around. They're smart and they're hard workers.
Well, they're not now, sir, but they will be.
What's this I hear about you canceling liberty?
I thought of that, sir, till we were ready to shove off.
I want you to rescind that order. There's a dance tonight at the canteen. I'm going, and I want to see McCrew there, too.
Yes, sir.
Now, about Donahue.
Yes, sir?
He just asked for a transfer. Well, I recommend it, sir, for the good of the ship. And I told him to stay put. He's a good man. Now, come on, Steve, break down. Sometimes you can get a lot farther with a pat on the back. That's right, sir, if it's slow enough. Okay. That's all. Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, Morton, that's the new chief. For my money, I'll take Donahue. I want them both. Well, then, sir, you'd better start thinking of some way to make them get along. Not a bad idea. I think I know just what to do. And that's our problem, Mary. The chance for you to do us all a big favor.
I see.
Now, that's Donahue there, over in the corner.
You can leave the rest to me, Commander.
Here comes your father. I'm going. I don't want him to suspect anything.
Hi, Dad.
Working hard, honey?
You should hear the line these sailors have been handing me. Look, baby, tomorrow we may die. We sailors live from day to day.
Yeah, and when I go away, I make them back once. I make them back twice. But the third time... Now, you better be careful of that line, Mary. You know your ma fell for it once.
Oh, Daddy, excuse me. I promised this dance to one of the boys.
Well, sure, but it's getting late. Better be thinking about getting home.
Now, you know, when I saw you before talking to the old man, I said to myself, Mr. Donahue, that is for you.
Just like that.
Well, sure, I'm a destroyerman. Say, how about me taking you home, huh?
I think we'd better read this.
Huh? It is absolutely forbidden for canteen hostesses to leave the premises with one of the guests. Oh. Well, let's just dance then, huh?
Left. Oh.
I followed you home.
So I see. You know it's against the rules for you to be here.
So what?
And dangerous, isn't it? If you're caught?
Oh, what's danger to me when tomorrow I die? Oh, I may come back once, maybe twice, but the third time...
All right. Come on in. I'll fix you a cup of coffee.
Say, it's awful bright in here, isn't it?
I don't want you to fall in the furniture. Like your coffee black?
And I'd like the room black and the coffee light. To tell you the truth, I think I could skip the Java.
Mm-hmm. How about some bacon and eggs?
No, maybe later. I can't pitch on a full stomach. You know, you're just about the smoothest piece of satin I've ever seen.
Thanks.
You're more than just good-looking. You're,
Can't you talk without using your hands?
Well, I do them.
Put them in your pocket.
In the Navy, we don't have such.
Oh.
You know, I know you run into a lot of guys, and you hear some pretty smooth lines, too.
Oh,
but me,
stop playing house. The answer is no.
Well, you'd think I was trying to kiss you or something.
Well, aren't you?
Yep.
Mickey, I've got something to tell you.
Well, they always got something to tell you.
He's full of philosophy as my father.
Oh. Well, I'd better abandon ship.
Well, he isn't as bad as all that.
With a room full of Smiths, Callahans, and Ginsbergs, I had to pick a bowl of Slavsky. Life is just a bowl of.
I want to talk to you about him.
So that's why I got the big come on tonight, huh?
Commander Clark's afraid he might have to transfer, Dad. I want you to help me.
How?
If Jones tells about my father, it'll just about break his heart.
Oh, now, look, I'm not saying he isn't the right guy. He's just a little too much on the corny side. Look, Mary, I was reading Chief for almost 30 minutes. Then your old man comes along and I'm out. If he knew his business, well, that'd be okay, sure. But the minute he opened his big gap, I knew he didn't know from nothing.
That's where I want you to help. The rest of the men mustn't find out. If you really got to know Mickey, he'd be crazy about it.
Okay. And you might tell him I'm not such a bad guy either.
You bet I will. Well, good night, Mickey, and thanks.
What for?
For following you home.
I ought to be disappointed.
What?
No coffee, no bacon, no eggs, no nothing.
Well, next time, don't expect so much.
Yeah.
Good night.
Wait a minute. There must be a better way than this to say good night.
Good night.
A good, uh-oh.
What?
Look who's drawing up. Hiya, Steve.
What goes on here?
Say, you got a nice girl there, Steve.
You know, it's against the rules to take out girls from the canteen. Now get out of here.
Dad,
Keep quiet and get in the house. The other guy was going to let me have enough rope to hang myself.
Now, look, Steve, all I remember is that I worked hard and I waited a long time to be rated chief. No crime to say goodnight to your daughter.
I told you it's against regulations for you to be here.
Well, after dark, I kind of make up my own regulations.
Put yourself on report.
Well, you can't send me to the mast for this.
I can't, huh? You're going to the mast.
Okay, Steve. If I gotta go, it might as well be for something worthwhile. I'm sorry, Mary. I'm awful sorry.
The curtain falls on Act One of tonight's Radio Theater presentation.
Before the Act Two curtain rises, the intermission spotlight falls on our intermission guest. He taps for attention, and we present the music of Andre Castellanos and his orchestra. Now, Act Two of Destroyer, the biography of a fighting ship, starring Edward G. Robinson as Steve, Dennis O'Keefe as Mickey, and Marjorie Chapman as Mary. Mary succeeded admirably in bringing together Mickey Donahue and her father, but Mickey's uppercut to Steve's chin was hardly the method she would have chosen. Mary, however, has persuaded Steve to drop his charges against Mickey, and Steve has almost forgotten his bitterness in the excitement of the day that followed. For at last, the John Paul Jones is ready to put to sea on her first trial run.
All right, man. I know it's been a tough week. You've been kicked around where you don't know whether you've been coming or going, but out there is your ship, your new home. There's going to be an awful lot to you, so respect her. Be proud of her. When you walk up that gangway, keep your head high. She's the John Paul Jones, and she's going to be the best tin can in the Navy. Good luck. See you from quarters. Message, Chief. Commander Clark. What is it? He'd like to see you aboard.
Did you, Morton?
Yes, sir. You said you wanted to see him.
Yeah. Well, as long as I have to get rid of him, it's best to do it now before we shove off. Come in.
Reporting, sir.
Sit down, Steve.
I'll be on the bridge, sir. Well, you've got a fine ship, Commander Clark. Now, it seems only yesterday I put you on the thing for Napa. I knew you'd make an officer, sir. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, Steve. There's something I have to talk to you about.
Yes, sir, I know.
You know?
I picked it up coming into your office. Here it is, sir. That's mission then.
Oh.
The captain always waits the first sentiment to put the ship in submission. Here, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Steve.
We'll show these kids how it's done, Commander.
Yes, we'll show them.
Anything else I can do, sir?
No, nothing. Get out on deck. General quarters in 20 minutes.
Morning, sir. Report's ready for radio, sir.
Pretty lengthy report for one day at sea. No use in trying to hide it, Morton. I'm sick over it.
Well, I guess that's what takedown cruises are for.
Yeah, let's see. 0815, steering gear failed due to overheating of electric motor. 0936, starboard port raft, lower number 1 fire room failed due to burnout bearing. 1020, port main condenser salted up to 10 grains.
About the gyro compass, sir. It's still acting up.
Bird on the report.
Yes, sir. I've been seeing a lot of Boleslavsky, sir.
I know. I tried to kick him off yesterday. I couldn't do it. I'll try to keep him out of trouble.
Yes, sir. Well, we're ready, sir, to start gunnery practice.
All right, Morton. Sound general alarm. Condition 1.
Aye, aye, sir. All right, now
Now, keep your cross wires on. Take it easy and don't press.
Okay.
Check the automatic loader and be sure to find...
Now, wait a minute, sir. What about the fuse?
Well, what about it?
Well, we always used to set the fuse before we loaded.
Well, this ain't the last war. We set the fuse in the hoist, see?
Don't try to be telling me, Junior. This gun better be right.
Yes, sir?
You taking the necessary deck precautions?
What's the caution, sir?
First aid kit, bucket, stand. Where are they?
Well, I'm sorry, sir.
Stand by after gun.
Stand by.
Report to me later, Bullet.
Yes, sir.
Load after gun.
Load.
Commence firing.
Fire!
Cease firing.
Firing.
Stand by anti-aircraft battery.
Stand by anti-aircraft battery.
Commence firing.
Commence firing. Now lead that target. Stay ahead of it.
No. Get your cross wires on that target.
Volley off, Steve, you hear?
Yes, I say get your cross wires on that target. Bring it up, will you? You don't know what time it is. You can't talk like that to me. I'm the leading chief.
And I'm captain of this battery. And
Secure anti-aircraft battery.
Secure anti-aircraft battery. Well, Steve, you did a swell job. 100%. All misses.
Well, these men don't know their job.
Now you're really being stupid. Say, how much do you figure this tin can weighs?
1,800 tons? Why?
I was just thinking it could make a great contribution to the scrap drive.
You know what would have happened on the old Jones if you made a crack like that?
No, tell us, Stevie, what?
This! And on top of everything else, you slugged Donahue. Why can't you handle your men? Oh, I can take care of my men, all right, sir. They just don't know how to handle my ship. My ship. Crew's sick and tired of hearing you say that. You don't know what it's all about anymore, Steve, and you haven't spent 5 minutes trying to learn. The men don't respect you, and they don't respect the ship. I want you to put in for a transfer. Because I hit on you, sir? I don't want to discuss it. I'm asking you to transfer. I can't do that, sir. There's nothing else I can do, Steve. If Sergeant Morton's put you on report, it means a court-martial as soon as we reach port.
Finding of the General Court-Martial in the case of Steve Boleslavsky, Steve Bosen's mate, United States Navy. Guilty of incompetency in leadership. The sentence of this court is that the prisoner shall be reduced to the next inferior rating.
Donahue?
Aye, sir.
Take over the duties of the leading chief bosun's mate.
Aye, sir. Return to your stations, gentlemen. The court is dismissed. Thank you.
Steve, I'd rather have taken a beating than see this happen. That's all right. You did what you had to do. Thanks. Well, goodbye. Goodbye? I don't have to leave the Jones, do I? You don't want to serve under Donahue. Oh, I'll serve under anyone. Well, I'd say that's entirely up to Donahue. May I speak with him, sir? If you like. Donahue? Yes, sir? Come here, please. Hope it works out the way you want it to, Steve. Thank you, sir. Yeah? I don't want to transfer. Captain says it's up to you. How about it?
Hey, making it kind of tough for me.
Well, how come?
Well, if I say no, I'm a heel.
If I say yes, Well, you're going to need help, Johnny. You can use me.
I'll think it over. I'll tell you. Come aboard in the morning. I'll give you my answer. Yes. That's Steve Donahue now. Coming down the dock.
Thank you.
Hey, is that you, Mary?
Hello, Missy.
Going down here at the dock. It's after 11.
I wanted to see you, Missy.
Your old man know you're here?
No, I left him home. I told him I was going to canteen. Can I talk to you about it?
Sure, why not? But someday you're going to surprise me, and talk about us.
Missy, sit down on the Jones.
Would it make you happy if I said yes?
Very happy.
Okay, then be very happy. I'll tell Steve in a moment.
Oh, thanks, Missy.
And say, you said you're supposed to be at the canteen.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't close until 12. That'd give us about 40 minutes. Like the dance, ladies?
I'd love to.
Okay, baby. Commander Walter S. Clark, USS John Paul Jones, put to sea immediately following repairs. Imperative to give us speed ratings without delay. Signed, Commandant 11th Naval District.
Casey?
Yeah?
How's it going down in the engine room? Think. That's how it's going. It's your first cruise, Casey, huh? What about it? I'm doing my job. Sure you are, but it's not like a job on the beach. You don't know it, Casey, but you're on, well, this is like a honeymoon. If this is a honeymoon, I hope we sight Reno soon. Well, a ship is a woman. She's born, she grows up, she goes to school. She gets fancy clothes and starts looking the field over. The crew comes aboard. Well, that's like a courtship. They get acquainted. And when she's commissioned, that's the marriage ceremony. And the shakedown cruise, well, like I said, that's the honeymoon. And from now on, it's got to be 50-50. Now, you got to watch over her, Casey, and she'll watch over you. If you ask me, they brought the mother-in-law on this honeymoon, you. I don't know whether you get paid to haunt this ship or if they just drew you in the blueprint. Listen to this tub boy. Well, what's wrong? You got ears, haven't you? Just listen. She's tearing herself apart. The old man keeps asking for more turns, more turns. Well, he's got 'em. Feeler's shaking. He wants more turns. She'll blow a topper in the mouth. Moving right along, Captain.
Yeah. 30 minutes more and we'll really know what the Joan can do.
Seems pretty noisy, sir.
My orders are to open her up wide and give her the works.
Wish we had more time.
So do I, but I do what I'm told. Yes?
Main steam line gasket just blew, sir. Oil line's broken. She's on fire.
Get your men out. Do what you can, but take no chances. And Casey, hello? Hello? Sound alarm, Morton. Damage control and fire rescue party.
Aye, aye, sir. All right, close that hatch and sort it down. Well, Casey's still down there. I'm going after him.
Oh, don't be crazy. I'll have this asbestos suit on 3 minutes flat.
If you wait to get into that, Casey will scorn. I'm going now. Fall out as fast as you can.
Steve! Well, how do you feel, Steve?
Oh, I guess I'll live, sir. Casey?
You pulled through, too. You saved his life, Steve.
On the ship. How's the Jonesy?
A little on the well-done side, but we got the fire out. We're returning to base for repairs.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. All we do is go out to sea and then have to put about the mechanical failures. Yeah, but she's a good ship, sir. I know it.
I'm afraid the Navy doesn't agree, Steve. I just got orders. Our shakedown's rated a failure. We're to serve in the Northwest Pacific as a mail and dispatch vessel.
Mail?
Yeah, one of the boys have applied for transfer. I can't blame him. Maybe now you'll want that transfer, too. They say the ship's just no good, Steve.
Well, if it's okay with you, sir, I'm staying with the Jones.
Magee, well, come on in.
Take it easy, take it easy. Where's your old man?
Oh, the coast is clear. He's at the hospital.
Hospital?
Oh, he's fine. The Navy doctor just wanted to give him a final checkup.
Oh. You know, we shove off again in a couple of days. That's kind of why I wanted to see you.
Oh?
Yeah. I was wondering what your attitude is regarding letter carriers.
Letter carriers?
Yeah, that's what our job is now, you know. Mail boats.
Oh, yes, Dad told me. Well, the letter carriers, I think they're wonderful.
Oh, you do, huh? And what's your attitude regarding marriage?
I consider it a very sensible practice for two people in love.
But then you accept my proposal?
I didn't know you were proposing, Maggie.
Well, what do you think I was doing, practicing?
My name is Silbo Slosky.
And it's just about time you changed it. Well, what's so funny?
I was just thinking about Dad when we tell him.
You mean you'll have me? Oh, Mary, say, gee, Oh. Hey, wait a minute. Does your old man have to know?
Mickey.
Yeah, I guess he does. But why?
Mickey, I love you, but I've lived with one stubborn mule all my life.
Yeah. But wait, promise me one thing.
What?
Get married first and tell him after.
I got a better idea.
Oh, what's that?
Just fight it out on the way to the preacher. Come on.
And look, honey, when the time comes, you tell him, huh? After all, you know him better than I do, and besides, the old guy still packs a terrific wallop. Fine. The birds are practically here. What's that thing?
An X-ray picture, Steve. It's your lung. See, there's a shadow on it.
Shadow?
There's a lesion on your lung, Steve, from breathing in all that smoke and gas. It's healing, but sea duty is out. Out for good.
Well, you can't put me on the beach for a little thing like this.
I'm sorry, Steve. Here's my report. Take it to Captain Clark now. Collect your gear from the Jones and report back here for further treatment.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Hey, what's going on here? What are you guys packing up for? You shove off soon.
Well, we thought the Joneses in the Navy. Now we find out we're playing post office. So we're going to get ourselves another ship.
Now, wait a minute. If you're doing this because of me...
Pipe down. We're leaving this broken-down jalopy because we joined the Navy to fight.
Not so much mail. Well, what difference does that make? You've got a job to do.
And it ain't delivering postcards. If you had any sense, you'd transfer too. This is supposed to be a shooting war. We want to get on a fighting ship.
All right, suppose you make the Jonesy one.
Oh, Jonesy. That's where I came in.
You boys ever take a good look at this? A good look at what? This picture here on the bulkhead. Well, that's the man they named the ship after, John Paul Jones. See what it says, Ricky. Go ahead, read it, wise guy.
Sure, I'll read it. It says, I have not yet begun to fight.
Yeah. Jones started something when he said that. That was during the battle between the old Bonhomme Richard and the Serape. In case you don't know who the guy is they named the ship after, he was the skipper of the old Bonhomme Richard. And of all the broken-down, stinking old tubs that ever carried a gun, she was the worst. They called her a 40-gun frigate. Well, Jones had another name for her, but he kept it to himself. He asked for a ship, and this is what he drew. So he gets himself a crew together, and they start off on a shakedown cruise. Boy, what a nightmare. She creaked and she leaked. She refused to answer the helm, and to top it off, her guns wouldn't fire. When they put back in the port, the crew told Jones to take a ship and toss it back to the old ladies of France who gave it to him. I don't know how he got them to stick together, but he did, and off they go looking for trouble. They ran smack into the 44-gun Serape. There she is, the pride of the Royal Navy. And with her is the Lion, another 20 guns. The back of those guns were fighters. Don't let anybody tell you that from those liners could fight. And as soon as they sight the old Bonhomme Richard, and they open up with everything they've got. So from then on, Jones did nothing but take it. An officer goes to the quarterdeck where Jones is fighting his ship, and he says, "We're through, sir. Our ship can't last 20 minutes. In that case, said Jones, put her alongside the Serape. And when we go down, we'll take the Serape with us." Well, by now, the Bonhomme Richard is ablaze from stem to stern, and the captain of the Serape can't see our flag on account of the smoke. "Aboard the Bonhomme Richard," he calls. "You struck your flag? Do you surrender?" What do you think Jones answered? Go ahead, read it, Ricky. Read what he said.
I have not yet begun to fight.
Yeah. He wasn't lying. They grappled, and Jones led his men in one of the wildest knockdown and drag-out fights in history. It was the first American naval victory. And there on the deck of the captured Serape, Jones and his men looked back to see their old Bonhomme Richard go down in flames. Some of them cheered her. Some of them sang Yankee Doodle. Others just turned away. But every one of them had tears in his eyes. You see, they didn't know that they loved her until after they fought for her. Now, that's the way it was in their Navy. It was passed along over the years, and that's the way it was in mine. You felt toward the ship like you do toward a woman, and when you married her, you took her for better or for worse. You didn't leave her when the going got tough. Oh, never mind. What's the difference? Go ahead and find yourself a better ship.
Well, we can't get out till we get our transfer. Yeah, maybe. Well, I was just thinking.
Yeah, there ain't no rush. Let's hang around a while longer. What do you say, guys?
Yeah. Hey, now, wait a minute. The first Jake who leaves, I will personally beat his ears off. The trouble with you guys is you ain't got no morals.
Hey, Steve, where you going? Oh, just up on deck for a minute. Oh, you left an envelope on your bunk. Oh, something from the Navy Hospital, huh? Here, thanks. Just my orders to report back for duty aboard the John Paul Jones.
That's the curtain. And before Act 3 of tonight's performance, Andre Costello and his orchestra return with another of your musical favorites. The third act of Destroyer, starring Edward G. Robinson, Dennis O'Keefe, and Marguerite Chapman. It's 2 weeks later. With all her available space packed with sacks of mail, the John Paul Jones pushes through the frigid waters of the Northwest Pacific. Her destination, Dutch Harbor. Now, just before dusk, the retiring watch is in the mess room, drinking coffee and listening to the radio.
According to a latest dispatch from General MacArthur, in the Northern Pacific, a communique just received from the Navy Department announces that the Japanese are making desperate efforts to strengthen their position on Attu. The enemy force is moving in great numbers to attempt other landings for an eventual attack on the mainland.
Yeah, turn that thing off.
And now for the world of...
Holy smoke, did you hear what he said? That's right where we're heading, ain't it?
Yeah. Now, Jonesy's finally declared war.
How far off are we?
About 200 miles from Dutch Harbor. Come on, Steve, we better get below. What goes? Damage control inspection.
Say, what am I, anyway? I might as well be a passenger.
To all hands. To all hands.
Hey, hold it, you guys. The old man.
To all hands. I know you'll be glad to hear we've just been instructed to proceed to a rendezvous with fighting units of the fleet to engage the Japanese task force. Now, in case you're worried about the mail, we'll deliver it all right. There might be a slight delay. I want every man on this ship to... One moment. Supplementary command just came through. There's a change in the preceding orders. Our instructions are to put in at Spitka. That's all.
Spitka? Why don't they tell us in plain language that we're not good enough to fight? We'll probably be up in Spitka till the war's over.
Yeah, probably. Say, Steve.
Yeah?
I got something on my mind.
So have I, plenty.
Steve, I'm a sucker for asking you this, but I was wondering, do you mind if I marry your daughter?
What?
Well, it's a simple question, Steve. What's the answer?
You know what the answer is. It's no.
Yeah, I figured that. All right, come on, let's get below.
Captain Clark, communications reporting, sir. Captain Clark, communications reporting, sir.
Come in, communications.
Enemy aircraft, sir. Bearing 342, distance about 75 miles, approaching rapidly.
Stay on it. I want constant reports.
Aye, aye.
Mr. Morton.
Sir?
Down general quarters.
Down general quarters. Aye, aye, sir. There they are. Six of them coming out of the ground.
Dive bombers.
Stand back, battery. Stand by. Stand by.
Here they come.
Commence firing. Commence firing.
All right, keep on the cover. They're going to strike. Hey, I got to get killed around here. Keep on those guns. That's it. We got one of them. Pull it on, you guys. They're diving.
Damage control, Barney. Lay forward on the footstool. Forward on the footstool. Turn the shuffle.
Take a look, Steve. Aye, aye, sir. All right, pour it on them, boys. They're turning now. Here we go again.
Steve,
over here.
I'd have been down sooner, but they chopped us up a bit on deck.
Now, what was the score?
Now we got 4 of them. What's it down here?
Well, that's where the bomb exploded. We're flooded bad. We lose the top burners in the engine room, we're cold meat.
The speed we're making, we're sure to lose the top burners.
Got to maintain speed.
Lieutenant Morton?
Yeah? How you doing?
Oh, we're going too fast, sir, to control flooding. The plates just won't hold.
Got a reason for speed. There's a Jap sub out there riding. The planes must have signaled our position. Stop. But we'll tear to pieces under this much steam. That will soon be within attacking range. If we slow down, we're gone. It'll be dark soon. If we keep going, we may be able to lose it. Well, this is a ship, sir. You can't ask her for miracles. Show it and get aft. Take a look at the bulkhead seams and report to the bridge. Aye, aye. Filling pretty fast below, Captain. Water almost at the burners. How much are we listening?
18 degrees.
Up front, sir.
Yes. All the after bulkheads are split seams, sir. Both fire rooms are going. Main pumps are out. We've lost practically all steam.
Yeah, wait a minute.
I told you to stay below on a bulkhead.
Well, the men are working on them, but it's no use. There's only one way to stop flooding, and I think Captain Clark will agree.
What?
Captain Clark, sir.
Hold it. Go ahead, communications.
New bearing on enemy sub. 225, range 5500.
Very well. All right, what's on your mind, Steve?
Well, there's one way to patch those bulkheads, sir, and that's with welding. I'd like your permission. I know the ship backwards, and we've got all the equipment. You're not in a shipyard, Boleslavsky. You're aboard a destroyer.
On our way to the bottom.
He ain't going to the bottom. Kilometer reads at 22-degree list, sir. Increasing rapidly.
Now, that's settled. Stand aside that figure, Donahue.
Aye, sir.
Commander Clark, to all hands. To all hands. Set depth charges on safety. Take all wounded men on deck and prepare to abandon ship. Stand by.
Engines have stopped, sir. We're drifting. You're not going to leave her, sir. I can make a watertight.
Please use your head. She's liable to capsize any minute. There are 250 men aboard. They've got to be saved to fight on another ship.
Yes, but I can save this ship for them to fight on, sir. Now that she's stopped, we won't have to worry about water pressure.
I can patch up that. But there's a sub out there within torpedo range. Well, sure, but there's a good chance, sir. They won't waste a torpedo on us in the dark. They'll play it safe and wait till daylight. And how do you expect to weld our plates in that time? Oh, give me a chance, sir. I'll bet my life on it. Let me take just a few men. Send the rest of the crew over the side.
All right, Steve. Pick 'em and on the double.
You got your first man right here.
Me.
What? Okay, Donahue. Go on, get below and I'll round up the others. Kansas?
Yeah?
Getting anywhere?
I'll be all stored up here in 10 minutes without that pressure at the six.
Good.
Men in the lifeboat, Steve, pulling away. Communication's staying with us. Says the sub's about 4,000 yards off, circling.
Oh, that's a sure sign they're waiting till daylight. Kansas, how about that diesel generator?
All right, Don, you got your lights, ain't you? The juice to well gets going.
All right, just keep her turning over.
How long before you're ready, Steve?
Ready right now, sir.
How many hours should it take?
About 3, sir.
3 hours are no good, Steve. We're too far north. I've just checked. Daybreak is 1:36. Excuse me, sir, but we've got to have time to get up steam after Steve's finished and pick up the crew. They haven't drifted too far.
Well, how much time can I have?
About 2 hours and 15 minutes, Steve. It's up to you.
2 hours and 50. Well, what am I waiting for? Okay, Donahue. Start the oxygen and keep those electrodes coming. How's it look on deck, Kansas?
Still blacking at JoJo's hot, sir.
What time you got, Donahue? 8 minutes after midnight.
Still circling deck. Station 3,000 yards.
While we're waiting, sir, we can reset the depth charges. 250 of our men somewhere nearby. We can't take a chance.
Just waiting around, sir. Think there's something we can do?
Sure. Start praying.
Steve's coming up, sir.
Hit me another electrode. How is it, Steve?
Save your breath, will you? You may need it.
You're on your last 30 minutes, Steve.
Well, I'm doing the best I can.
You want a drink?
Shut up, will you? Let me get back to work.
How's it look?
Seems to be holding out, sir. Still working.
I'm afraid to look at my watch.
6 more minutes to go, sir.
Man, come here. Be ready to go about. We may have to call it quits.
We can do it. Captain, look.
What is it?
Oh, the water line is dropping.
Maybe just the water running forward.
He's coming up. Get that electrode ready.
Steve.
Yeah?
It's too late, Steve. We're going over the side.
So what time is it?
Almost 1:30.
Too late, huh? No, we've got 6 minutes to spare. You can get your steam up, sir. The job's finished.
Visibility good, sir. No sign of our lifeboat.
Good. Reset all depth charges.
Engine room to bridge, sir. Engine room to bridge.
Go ahead, Donahue.
Where's all clear, sir? Steam up. Everything wide open.
Keep it coming.
Steve.
Yes, sir?
Stay on the helm. We're wide open. Steady on the course.
Steady on the course. Aye, sir. Periscope roll on starboard bow, sir.
Steve, right, full rudder. Subs pick up our engines. You won't surface now. She'll put...
Wait till 1 point on starboard bow.
Bridge engine room. All engines ahead, 1/2.
All engines ahead, 1/2, sir.
She'll miss by 50 yards, sir.
Meet that sub, Steve. Follow down that torpedo weight.
Aye, sir.
Kansas, stand by depth charges.
Stand by depth charges.
Right, full rudder, Steve. Hard right.
Right, full rudder, sir.
Start dropping them, Kansas.
Release depth charges.
Engine room. All engines ahead full. All engines ahead full. Think you'll hold together for a few more minutes, Steve?
She'll hold, sir. She's a great ship.
Depth charges don't get the stuff you may have to surface.
Yes, but we don't have a crew to man our guns, sir.
That's why we're going to ram her.
Ram her? Holy smoke! Look, Tom Jones, get ahead, sir. Steve, swing her over. We'll run right into her.
The wreck has got a lot to learn yet. There she is, Steve. Aim just half the conning tower. Ready now. She's going to fire. Stand by to ram.
Steve, I've been looking all over for you.
I'm sorry, sir, but now that we're tying up in home port, I figured it was time to say goodbye to the show. I've just been giving her a last look over.
But you're coming back. Why, we're joining a task force.
Captain, I should have given you this envelope a few weeks ago. Guess I just forgot. From the Navy Hospital. I'm unfit for service, sir.
What? Well, you just take it easy for a while. You'll be back on the Jones.
Oh, no. No, it's like I said. All I ever wanted was to get the lady started right. She's going out in fast company now, sir, and Donahue is the chief.
I see. Well, the crew's on deck, Steve. You want to say goodbye?
Oh, boy, they'll be tickled to death to throw me out of their head.
The least you can do is say goodbye.
Oh. Okay, here goes. At ease, men. Steve, these boys wanted to do something for you. All 250 of them. They agree that this is the only fitting remembrance we can give you. Your stripes as chief boatswain's mate, and this. The commission, Colonel? Yes. And with it goes our thanks for giving us the John Paul Jones. What do you say, men? Thanks. I'm leaving the Jones. Only one thing I'd like you to do for me. When you walk down the street, be proud. Swagger, because you're from the best tin can in the fleet. And, well, guess I can't say anymore. Captain Clark, request permission to leave ship. Permission granted. Good luck. Hey, Steve, wait a minute. I'll walk down with you. Oh, sure. Somebody waiting for us on the dock, see? Mary.
Dad.
Hiya, honey.
Nicky, darling.
Hey, what goes on here?
Oh, Dad, meet my husband.
Huh? Now, look here, Donnie. I told you no. Yeah, but that was when you were saying no to everything. And Mary, I thought you had better sense. Marrying a Navy man. Oh, now, just a minute. Now, what have you got to look forward to? In and out of port, a lifetime of hellos and goodbyes, and you sit home and wait. Besides, you married a bigamist. You know that, don't you?
A what?
Sure. Every married sailor has two wives. Yeah, one is a ship and the other is a girl. Now, you take good care of her for me, son. The Jones. Yeah. You take good care of her for me, Pop. The Mary Bolesławski Donahue. What a name. Now, look, Mary, why couldn't you have married a nice, sensible fellow like, like
Mom did?
Hmm?
Come on, Pop. Swagger.
And so the curtain falls on another performance from your radio theater, produced for the pleasure of all the men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations. And we hope you liked it. Until next week, this is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Here, give me your hand. So tired I could die. Been in the water for...
How do you do? Now tell me, what are you doing strolling in the water on a day like this?
Practicing to swim the channel.
A channel swimmer?
How are Trix?
Fine, fine.
Hey, she swims pretty good, huh?
Yeah, she's great.
I got a bed on the right side, on the right side, on the right side. I got a bed on the right side, and I'm having a wonderful day.
My ma asked me, and I told Ma I like men. They don't have to look like Pa, but I like men.
They made a girl and gave her charms.
Ain't nature grand? Ain't nature grand? You'll find it never is too late.
Too late, too late. Ain't nature simply great? Although our hair is turning gray.
We understand.
Ain't nature grand? And then they gave me you to love. Ain't nature grand to
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Knotty Pine has had growing pains. Any town does when its population begins to mushroom, as ours has in the past few years. And one of the problems that arose is the fact that the growth of new areas made the officials in our city forget about some of the parts of town that have been around for a long time. Our story today is centered about the warehouse district down by the river. Although there is little river traffic, the warehouses there are still used by trucking concerns who need large storage spaces. We've called this story Death on the Waterfront.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah, boss, what you want?
Them crates go to the northern trucking. Pile them up at the other end of the loading dock, will you?
Okay, Mike, you're the boss.
Hey, Bud. Let's get that barge unloaded. We ain't getting paid the loaf, you know.
Keep your shirt on, Mike. I get my work done, don't I?
Sure, but I want it done today.
All right. You're working that cake. Always nagging about something, huh? Hey, Mike, what's the matter with Sam? He just fell down. He ain't moving.
Sam, what's the matter? Sam, answer me. This is Mike, your boss. Sam, answer!
It's no use talking, boss. He's dead.
All right, so a man dropped dead on the riverfront dock. Probably had a heart attack. Those fellas work hard, you know.
Okay, Bill. But if you don't think it's strange, then I do.
I mean, what's so odd about it, Henry? People die with their boots on all the time.
Henry, you have a feeling something wrong.
Yeah, I can't help it, fellas. Just got a funny feeling, that's all.
Well, rest assured that everything is all right, pal. The coroner agrees with Doc Pike. Death from natural causes.
Extra, read all about it. Second man dies on waterfront. Extra, read all about it.
Henry, get a copy of that paper.
Right away, Bill.
More trouble, I'm afeard.
Hey, boy! Let me have a paper, please.
I think you're right, Stumpy. Maybe Henry right, too.
What's it say, pal?
Listen to this. Tonight at 6 p.m., a second man dropped dead on the riverfront loading dock. The cause of death is unknown.
Bill, we have one building inspector, and he manages to cover all the required inspection.
And how long does it take him to do this, Mr. Mayor? Does he inspect every building and riverfront warehouse within a 6-month period?
Well, no, Bill. It takes him a little longer than 6 months.
9 months?
No, not exactly.
Surely not more than a year.
Well, he's a busy man, Bill. Lots of work. Takes him about 18 months to make a complete round.
18 months? But that's ridiculous. A building could rot and cave in during that time.
Well, Bill, we've got to think of the taxpayers' money.
Taxpayers' money? The taxpayers' money supports the Rangers, too. We make sure that there's no neglect. Do you realize the dangerous conditions that could prevail because the buildings aren't regularly and carefully inspected?
Well, actually, Bill, this is none of your business. This is out of your jurisdiction.
I'm a citizen of Knotty Pine, Mr. Mayor. Those riverfront buildings need to be inspected at once, or I can't be responsible for what happened.
You're not going to tell me how to run this city, Bill Jefferson.
I'm not telling you, sir. I'm asking you to send an inspector down to those riverfront buildings at once. There's real danger down there.
You keep saying there's real danger down there, but you won't tell me what is the matter.
I'm not an expert on these things. I've only a few facts, and I need more proof. If I did tell you, there'd be mass hysteria. That's why I want you to send an expert down there.
Bill, my patience is gone. I'll thank you to leave my office. I've had a busy day.
All right, Mr. Mayor, but I'll be back. My only hope is that you won't be sorry you didn't listen. As soon as I gather some more facts, I'll be back.
Thing. This is kid stuff. Waiting around under these warehouses in the middle of the night. Why, if somebody sees us, they'll call for the guys in the white coats.
You could have stayed home, pal.
Who, me? Not know what kind of wild tricks you're up to? No, sir. You're not going to leave Henry Scott at home when something's going on.
I didn't think so. Henry, look under this building where the flashlight is shining.
Those timbers look pretty well beat up, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Think they'll last very long?
That's a good question, pal. Now, let's look a little further.
Wait a minute. Let me take this mosquito netting off around my head. These gloves. Wow, I'm hot.
It's a precautionary measure, pal.
But guess what?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Hey, you two down there. Don't move a muscle or I'll part your hair with a .38. What kind of guns on do you call
these? Officer O'Rourke's got us trapped.
Patrick, it's me, Bill Jefferson, and Henry Scott.
Well, bless my aching flat feet if it ain't. Now, what kind of muskrats do you call yourself?
We're just looking around, Pat. Okay with you?
Sure, it's okay with me. Just don't let normal people see you down there. They might suspect you.
That's just what I was saying, Pat.
I'll admit this does look a little odd.
Odd, he says. It's a good thing that I'm a sober-minded man. Two men in a river looking under a building in the middle of the night. I'd better not tell the sergeant about this, or he'll think I'm crazy in the head. See you later.
So long, Pat. Bless his old badge-toting heart. Come on, pal. Let's get out of here. I've seen what I came looking for. pal.
Okay.
Hello, Ranger Headquarters. Bill Jefferson speaking.
Hello, Bill. This is Carl Sands over at the warehouse company.
Oh, yes. How are you, Carl?
Not so good.
Huh? What's the trouble?
Bill, we need your help. 6 of our men have died on the docks in the last 10 days.
What?
In fact, 4 on the docks, and 2 of them died in their homes.
I see. Where are the bodies of these latest men now, Carl?
In the morgue. Why?
I can't say now. Meet me at the morgue in half an hour. It's urgent. What do you think, Doc Pike?
Oh, all the symptoms are here, Bill. Do we agree?
Yes, I've seen this before over in China.
Seen what before over in China? What's causing the deaths of these men, Bill?
Now, wait a minute, Carl. Are you sure, Doc?
I'm positive. I'd stake my reputation on it.
All right. Carl, these men died from bubonic plague.
Bubonic plague?
Hmm?
What a horrible disease. Well, that can't happen here.
But it is happening. Bubonic plague is spread by the rat flea. And, of course, the rat flea is found where there are big brown wharf rats.
Well, aren't the riverfront buildings being inspected for these rats?
Yes, they're being inspected, but not as often as they should be. Now we've got to take preventive action to keep this thing confined to one area.
Yes. I was just going to ask you what we can do to stop it.
Well, my plan would be to close off the area with state and local police guards. Close the schools and other public buildings and limit the number of people allowed in the stores.
Right. I'll get the guards mobilized while you get set up to give hypodermic shots, Doc. You can set up at Ranger Headquarters.
Sheriff's office.
Cal, something important.
Yeah? What?
Cal, we've got an epidemic of bubonic plague on our hands.
What? Bill, this is no time to joke.
Not a thing to joke about, Cal. What I want to know is how many men can I have to guard the riverfront and keep people out until we get this thing in hand?
Every man on the force, including myself. When do you want us?
Right away. Have your crew report to my office first so they can get their hypo injections to protect them.
On the double, Bill, fast as we can get there.
State Police Headquarters, Division 4 Office, Captain Bronson speaking.
Captain, this is Bill Jefferson.
Oh, yes, Bill. How are you? Nice to hear from you.
Thank you. Captain, we've got an epidemic of bubonic plague here at Knotty Pine.
Bubonic plague?
That's what I said.
But that's impossible. We haven't had anything like that for years.
Well, we've got it now, my friend. How many men would you let me have to guard the riverfront area and keep people out?
You can have all of them. I can get replacements from another division until this blows over. When do you want them?
As soon as I can get them.
All right, old-timer, you're next.
Now, listen here, Doc. You take it easy with that there contraption you got in your mitt. I ain't no inner tube, you know.
Now, Stumpy, you're not that delicate. Now, roll up your sleeve so I can swab your arm with this antiseptic.
Yeah, that's your service, Doc.
There. Now, hold this cotton swab over the spot for a few minutes, and then you can roll your sleeve down. Next, man.
All right, troopers, let's have it quiet, please. Okay, Bill, go ahead.
Thanks, Captain Bronson. I want to say that you men are going on a dangerous duty. Bubonic plague is a killer in every sense of the word. Of course, shots Doc Pye gave you will protect you from the bite of the rat flea and its deadly consequences. So you don't have to worry.
I hope not. That's good.
Now, Captain Bronson, I want you to take your state troopers and guard both sides of the north end of the river as far as the warehouses go.
Okay, Bill.
Sheriff, you take your deputies and patrolmen and guard the south end of the river in the same manner.
Right.
My rangers and I will guard the central section, which is the hot spot right now. Now, just a word of warning to all of you. No one is to enter or leave the area you're guarding. Anyone coming out of the area must carry the rat flea with him on his clothes. You men are not to leave the area until your clothes have been fumigated.
How tough do you want us to be in stopping people, Bill?
All I've got to say is real tough. Shooting a man through the leg is a small price for him to pay to have his life saved. Bubonic plague kills quickly and quietly. Okay, boys, here's where we go to work.
Hey, there's Tom doing guard duty.
Yeah, let's get a move on. I'll bring the traps, Henry, Grey Wolf.
Right.
Tom, see us, and we get stopped now.
Halt! Stop where you are.
It's all right, Tom. It's Bill, Henry, and Grey Wolf.
Oh, sorry, Bill. I didn't recognize you in the dark.
Now, don't apologize for doing your duty, Tom. Everything quiet?
Yeah, Bill. Not a thing stirring.
Good boy. Keep a sharp eye out. All right, let's get down into the old warehouse, boys.
This place gives me the willies. It's hard to realize that death can be moving around so quietly.
Yeah. Watch yourself going along the riverbank.
Hey, look out for this old post sticking up here, Grey Wolf.
I see it. Easy to tear rubber boots on.
Let's get under that building just ahead and see if we can't catch a couple of those wharf rats.
Why you want to catch rats, Bill? Plague carried by rat flea.
Well, Doc Pike wants us to catch a couple of rats in several places along the river so we can determine the spread and intensity of this plague.
What for?
If this thing is confined to a few buildings, then we can attack the problem one way. But if this killer is being carried by every rat along the river, then we'll have to quarantine the whole town and vaccinate every man, woman, child, and animal.
We got 'em, Bill. Boy, are they big fellas.
I'll say they are. I'll label that cage as specimens from the east side of the north end of the river.
Side, north, end of river.
Mm-hmm.
There. Now, as soon as I wire this label onto the cage, we'll be ready to go.
Watch your hands, Henry. And rats will bite your fingers if they get close enough.
You guys are going to make a nervous wreck out of me. Let's get out of here before we all get killed.
So you think that this plague is confined to only a couple of buildings in the central area, Doc?
Yes, Bill, but it won't stay there for long. As you know, rats travel about considerably, and all we need is one of these infected rascals from the central riverfront area to take a short trip up or down the river, and, well, the plague will spread like wildfire.
Seems to me we'd better do something pretty sudden-like to stop those critters from visiting their relatives.
Well, that's right, Stumpy.
Yeah, we can have the exterminators go after the rats in all the places but the central area.
Why do you leave out the central area? Can't the exterminators kill the rats in the central area just as easily as they can in others?
Well, if they do it my way, they can knock them off with one try, not piecemeal.
And what's your way of killing the infected rats with one blow, Doc?
Cyanide gas.
Cyanide gas? Doc, have you got holes in your head? Why, that stuff will kill anything that breathes it on the first breath. You don't get a second chance with that stuff.
I know that, old-timer. But we can't afford to play hide-and-seek with the infected rodents. They've got to be killed and killed quickly. Not even one can be left alive.
But, Doc, don't you think cyanide gas is a little dangerous? Why, even birds flying overhead
Which is more dangerous, Bill? Bubonic plague or the gas?
Okay, Doc, you win. Let's head for the mayor's home. He doesn't know it yet, but he's going to call an emergency meeting of the city council.
Gentlemen, please come to order. Thank you. Bill here seems to think that the town is in serious danger because of the plague, which has localized itself in one area along the river. And he's asked to speak to you. Bill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, I don't need to tell you the seriousness of this situation. We need funds quickly to hire exterminating contractors to kill the wharf rats. This is extremely urgent, so we can prevent the spread of the disease from its present location.
Now, see here, Bill. I agree with the mayor. If this plague is confined only one area, I don't see anything to get the whole town in an uproar about.
I agree with Councilman Farrell. Ain't no sense getting excited. Doc Pike will take care of this whole thing in short order.
Gentlemen, please, can't you understand the danger? All we need is for one wharf rat to carry those fleas into another section of the river area, spread the parasites to uninfected rats, and the plague will spread faster than prairie fire. We need to kill all the rats now before this can happen.
No, Bill, aren't you sort of being dramatic about this thing? I mean, rather, overdoing it.
Gentlemen, do you realize what you're doing? What a measly price you're putting on human life?
Gentlemen.
Oh, Dr. Pike.
We've got to move fast. The plague is spreading.
Oh, no.
2 more men have died. They were working on the north section of the warehouses.
Well, gentlemen, I don't think I need persuade you now.
Mr. Mayor, Bill's right. And I think we're wrong. We can't put a cheap price on human life.
I agree. I think that's right.
Gentlemen, I'm the one who's been wrong. Bill tried to warn me that this was coming, but I was blind and I wouldn't listen. Now, perhaps it may be too late to listen. I'll entertain a motion that we give Bill the power and authority to use the city's emergency funds immediately.
Mid-State Exterminators, Ted Graves, manager speaking.
This is Forest Ranger Bill Jefferson speaking. We have an emergency condition here in Knotty Pine, a bubonic plague.
Bubonic? Stuff dangerous.
We'll give your men shots to make them immune to the bite of the rat flea. If you'll help us kill the rats, will you, please?
Sure, if you'll give us shots first. What do you want us to use?
Cyanide gas in the central area where the infected rats are.
Cyanide? Oh, I'm sorry, Ranger, but, we're not equipped to handle that stuff. Not cyanide.
Will you come anyhow and work on the other areas so the infected animals can't spread the disease?
Sure, we'll be on our way as soon as possible. But no cyanide gas for us.
Well, who can I get to do the job with cyanide? You're the 4th big outfit that's turned me down. Somebody's got to do this job.
Oh, right offhand, I don't exactly know. Hey, wait a minute. There's a big outfit out in Frisco. Sure, they'll do it for you. Called General Dock Sanitation Company in Frisco. They're equipped to work with cyanide gas.
Thanks, friend. Thanks a million.
You fellas got here in mighty short order, Mr. Smith.
Well, just a few hours from Frisco and a little special plane, you can do wonders. Working together with your Knotty Pine Fire Department, we should knock those rats off in a hurry.
Yeah, they won't have a chance in the world with cyanide.
Say, Bill, it seems to me that I hear a cat meowing every now and then.
Is that right, Henry? How soon will you be ready, Mr. Smith?
Oh, I'd say an hour, maybe.
Good. Now, this is a very old building here. Probably one of the oldest warehouses in town. Can't figure what's holding it together. Make a good place to start.
Sure, suits me.
Hey, what's the big idea, Henry? I've been yanking at my elbow every 5 seconds.
It's that cat, Bill. Listen. Can you hear anything? Listen.
I don't hear a thing, Henry. Probably your imagination.
Well, maybe so. I'm going over to the chem tanks, talk with the fellas. See you later.
Okay.
I was sure I heard a cat squalling under that warehouse. I'd sure hate for it to get hit with that cyanide. There is a cat under there. I'm going to get it. Here, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty. Not too much room under there. But, well, here goes. Here, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty. Ah, there you are. Hey, it looks like you're almost jammed in between the timbers and the ground. Come on, kitty. Let me move these boards here. Ow! Oh! Oh, I jammed in here. Oh, my leg. Oh. Can't get it loose. Oh. I think I'm gonna pass out.
Well, Smith, looks like we're all set, huh?
Yep, start rolling any time you want, Bill.
The main thing is to get that cloud of gas settling over the ground under the building. That's where the rats are.
You got the hose ready, boys?
All ready.
Now then, Robbins, check your gauges. Make sure your pressure is up, and we'll start.
Oh, my leg. Oh, I can't pull it out. Hey, Bill, stop the gas. I'm trying to get out. Can't you hear me?
Pressure's up, boss.
Good. Angle of the hose okay? Stafford? Okay, man.
Oh, wait a minute. We'd better check on all our men first. Can't take any chances, you know. Now, let's see. Smith?
Here.
Jones?
No.
Robbins?
Here.
Stafford?
Here.
Jenkins?
Here with bells on, young feller.
Henry? Henry! Where's Henry? Anybody seen Henry?
Well, he was over at the tank talking with us for a few minutes and then wandered off. Don't know where he went.
Well, we better not shoot that cyanide till we find out. He may be under one of these warehouses.
Cyanide. Oh, Bill, don't. Oh, my leg. If I could just get those timbers off. Oh.
Henry! Where are you? Henry! Henry! The cat's over here, fellows!
Stumpy! Henry's over here! He's been pinned by some falling timbers, and he's out like a light! Well, Mr. Mayor, it looks as if the battle's all over, huh?
Yes, Bill. Thanks to your being able to talk the exterminating outfit from Frisco into coming here and using cyanide gas. Also, for completing the job of handling the emergency.
So right here and now, I turn the emergency power back into your hands.
Oh, thank you, Bill, for the work. But most of all, for keeping after us city fathers till the job was done.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, if the situation is well in hand, Except maybe Henry here. How you feeling, Henry?
Okay, Stumpy. Outside of a sore leg.
Well, sir, if it hadn't been for that cat meowing its head off, you might have been under that warehouse yet, young feller.
You can say that again. I've always had a soft spot for cats, but, boy, from now on, that goes double. Doesn't it, Kitty?
See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
To abandon this body and enter yours.
This is my fiancée, Miss Evelyn Lang, and this...
And Mr. Kingsford, why are you not dead?
Did he have a knife?
No knife did that. He had claws.
No. Don't touch it! Put it down! That thing felt like it was alive.
Robert! Wake up!
There are answers I must have before I go out of my mind.
Everything will be answered before the day of your wedding.
6 killings that we know of, and 7 spokes in the Sumerian wheel.
So tomorrow, the 7th killing?
Before midnight.
You shall have the answers. All of them, at last.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen and their guest, the co-producer and star of Universal's picture, Flesh and Fantasy, Charles Boyer, with Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, tonight we find George and Gracie just leaving their neighborhood movie, where they've been watching a romantic Charles Boyer picture. Gracie is still under the spell of her screen idol.
Gracie, could you walk a little faster? I said, could you walk a little faster?
If you wish, Charles.
Gracie, I'm George Burns, your husband, remember? I'm not Charles Boyer.
Oh. Well, that's life.
Come on, I want to stop in the cigar store.
Oh, my, I'll never get over the way Charles Boyer kissed Barbara Stanwyck. I wonder how it feels to be kissed like that.
As soon as we get home, I'll show you.
Mama's little dreamer.
Well, never mind. Here's the cigar store.
Well, good evening, Mr. Burns.
Good evening, Stanley. Give me 3 Perfecto Royales, please.
Yes, sir.
Why, hello, Mrs. Burns.
Hello, Stanley.
My, you're looking positively radiant tonight. There's a sparkle in your eyes and a glow in your cheek that only a man could put there.
It was a man, Stanley.
Well, there must be more to Mr. Burns than meets the eye.
We've just been to see Charles Boyer.
Oh, well, here are your cigars and your coupons.
Thanks. Gee, how do they do it? 3 top-notch cigars for a nickel and coupons, too.
How many coupons do you have now?
19,000.
Gracious goodness.
Yeah, only 6,000 more and I get a key ring.
Oh, George, pay Stanley for these 10 movie magazines, too.
10 movie magazines?
Well, they all have articles about Charles Boyer.
Look, Gracie, you can't...
Greetings, Stanley. 'Tis I, Bolingbroke.
Hello, cue ball.
Well, hello, Mr. Bolingbroke.
Why, bless me if it isn't the Burnses. Both the lovely one and the other one. Well, this is a most fortuitous happenstance.
It is?
Yes. I have great news for you, dear lady. The Bolingbroke Little Theater is about to open its winter theatrical season. I shall want you as my leading lady, naturally.
Oh, naturally. Say, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could get Charles Boyer for my leading man?
Oh, sure. You could get him easy for around $25,000.
Well, George, we wouldn't have to pay him a cent. He's free French.
Well, anyway, you're not going to get mixed up in that Bolingbroke's theater. All he wants is your money.
Sir, you insult me. I would not touch 1 cent of her money.
No?
No. She can give it directly to my landlady.
I thought so. Nothing doing. Get your movie magazines, Gracie. We're going home. Oh, and Stanley, I'll take a copy of Cowboy Love Tales.
Oh, that is your favorite magazine, isn't it?
Yes.
What a coincidence. My opening play will be a dramatization of Cowboy Love Tales.
Really?
Yes. I can just picture your lovely wife in the role of Lucy, and you as the half-breed, Dirty Sam.
Does the part of the hero, Oklahoma Tex, happen to be open?
Why, certainly, dear friend. Of course, there is that little matter of
money.
Yes.
Well, here's $5.
Oh, cabbage from Mr. Morgenthal's Victory Garden.
Well, Gracie, I'm going to be a leading man. You and I are going to be lovers in the old Bar X.
I still wish it was a Caspar X.
Oh, come on home. Gracie, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Put away those silly movie magazines and let's get some sleep.
But, George, did you know that Charles Boyer was awfully bashful as a boy?
Oh, turn out the light.
It says here he didn't get his first kiss until he was 19, and even then he wasn't thrilled.
No, huh?
No. I guess those French generals aren't very attractive.
Turn out the light.
The article I'm reading now is fascinating. Charles Boyer's 10 rules for being a successful lover.
Turn out the light.
That's the first rule.
Gracie, go to sleep. Oh, nuts. Now there's someone at the door.
Could it be Charles Boyer?
Of course not.
Oh, then you answer it.
Ooh, boy, the floor's cold.
Hiya, George. I saw the light on. Something wrong?
Yeah, something's wrong. I want to sleep, and Gracie wants me to listen to Charles Boyer's advice on love.
Oh. Well, let's face it, Daddy. You can use it.
Now, look, funny man.
No, I'm serious, George. You husbands get so you take your wives for granted. You forget the little niceties that mean so much to a woman.
What do you mean?
Well, take today, for example. Did you tell Gracie you loved her?
Well, no.
Well, did you tell her how pretty she is?
No.
Did you tell her Swan is 4 soaps in one?
Now, Bill.
Well, that's music to a woman's ears, George. Here's a white floating soap that's tops for her bath or complexion, wonderful for bathing the baby, and perfect for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Bill, I'm in no mood to stand here in my bare feet at 1 o'clock in the morning and blow bubbles with you.
Well, okay, I was just trying to help get Gracie to love you.
Well, Gracie does love. Doesn't she?
Well, there's one sure way to find out.
Oh.
First, you fill the sink with dirty dishes.
dishes?
Yeah, sure. Now, you stand beside the sink and tell Gracie she can have her choice. She can either wash the dishes with Swan or kiss you.
Now, Bill...
And if she takes you, brother, that's love.
Good night, Bill.
George, that's a real test. Gracie knows those long-lasting Swan suds help make washing dishes a cinch.
Bill, have you ever been kicked with a barefoot?
And she knows Swan is so mild and gentle you don't have to worry about rough dishpanny hands.
I have very sharp toenails.
Good night, George.
Good night,
Bill, it's you.
Oh, hello, Gracie.
Oh, listen to what I just read about Charles Boyer. It seems that years ago in France, a man named Pierre Dumont befriended him.
Good night. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, good night, dear.
Good night.
Well, this Dumont has a daughter named Marie who lives in America now, and Mr. Boyer has been looking for Marie so he can repay his debt to her father.
Marie? Say, I'm engaged to a girl named Marie.
Is her last name Dumont?
Well, I didn't catch her last name.
Oh, gee, I wish I were Marie Dumont. Then Charles Boyer would be glad to play my leading man. Say, why wouldn't I be Marie Dumont?
Oh, Gracie, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Oh, I wonder what time Frenchmen get up in the morning.
Yes?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Boyer.
Is there something you wish?
Pardon me?
Is there something you wish?
Oh, but don't you recognize me, Mr. Boyer?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm little Marie. You know, Marie Dumont.
No!
Yes.
You are actually the daughter of my dear old friend?
Beaucoup, why not?
Oh, mais c'est merveilleux. Entrez dans ma petite Marie. Je vais presque abandonner l'espoir de vous retrouver. Vous voilà, mais c'est magnifique.
Well, somehow I knew you'd say that.
Asseyez-vous, mon petit. Racontez-moi. Il y a longtemps que vous êtes en Amérique. Qu'est-ce que vous faites? Où habitez-vous?
Well, yes and no.
Why don't you speak to me in French, Marie?
Oh, well, I've gotten in the habit of speaking American. You know, this country is full of Americans.
Still the same, Marie. As a girl, you always made a little jokes.
I did?
Yes, you told terrible fibs.
Oh, I guess I haven't changed a bit.
Well, you were quite small when I saw you last. But I seem to remember that your hair was black.
Well, they have beauty shops in America.
And I thought your nose was longer.
They have plastic surgeons, too.
Oh, and instead of blue, I thought your eyes were brown.
Wonderful country, isn't it?
Perhaps my memory fails me. It's been so many years since I held you on my lap.
You used to hold me on your lap?
But of course, don't you remember?
No, darn it.
Well, now I want to hear all about your dear papa. How does he look?
Papa? Well, let's see. How long since you've seen him?
15 years.
Well, he looks 15 years older.
Distressing, but it could happen to anyone.
Poor Papa. He's gotten very gray.
Gray? Well, that's strange. 15 years ago, he was completely bald.
Well, so much for Papa.
But how could a bald man become gray?
Oh, you're talking about his hair.
Yes.
Oh, I was talking about his complexion.
A gray complexion?
Not so good either, huh?
Oh, very bad.
Well, so much for Papa.
Well, my friend sounds like a sick man. Has he given up his hobby?
Oh, no. He's sick in bed, but he keeps up his hobby right in his bedroom.
Well, that's amazing.
Why?
Well, his hobby is raising goats.
Well, so much for Papa.
Well, another thing I would like to know about him.
Well, Mr. Boyer, I hate to change the subject. Why don't you change it?
Oh, I understand. It troubles you to speak of poor Dumont.
Well, it certainly does. Let's speak of me and the play I'm going to be in.
Oh, so my little Marie has gone on the stage.
Oh, yes, and I'd love you to be my leading man, would you?
Well,
Please do it for me. You'd play the hero, Oklahoma Tex.
Oklahoma Tex.
Yes. Oh, say you'll do it.
Well, how can I refuse? After all, it's a small way in which to repay my debt to Pierre.
Who?
Your papa.
Oh, him. Well, if you'll come over to 202 Cannon Drive this afternoon, we'll rehearse our part.
All right, I'll be there, Mary.
Oh, and by the way, at my house, you'd better call me Gracie. My husband always does.
Your husband? Oh, you're married.
Yes. So don't mention how I used to sit on your lap. It's still pretty romantic looking.
But why does your husband call you Gracie instead of Marie?
Well, he can't speak French. But George is a wonderful man.
Oh, I'm sure he is. Oh, by the way, did you keep your promise to your father?
My promise? Oh, of course I kept it.
Of course.
Of course. What was it?
Well, you promised to marry a man in the same business as your father.
Oh, that promise. Sure, I kept it. I wouldn't disappoint Papa.
Well. So my little Mary is married to a wine merchant.
Wine merchant? Oh, yes.
I can't believe it.
Oh, it's hard for me, too.
What is his name again?
George Burns. George Burns, the wine merchant. Well, I'll be running along. See you at my house this afternoon.
It will be good to taste real wine again.
Oh, won't it, though? How do you like your wine? Straight or with 7-Up?
Again, you joke with me. Alors, au revoir, ma petite. Je me réjouis de vous revoir cet après-midi.
Oh, how true.
Grand young singer Jimmy Cash with Felix Mills in the orchestra. The tune that Jerome Kern favored from Showboat, the beautiful Why Do I Love You?
I'm walking on the air, dear, for life is fair, dear, to lovers. I'm in the seventh heaven, there's more than 7. My heart discovers in this sweet, improbable, and unreal world. Finding you has given me my ideal world. Why do I love you? Why do you love me? Why should there be two? Happy as we, can you see the why or wherefore I should be the one you care for? You're a lucky girl, I am lucky too. All our dreams of joy seem to come true. Maybe that's because you love me. Maybe that's why I love you.
Well, Charles Boyer has just arrived at the Burns home, still under the impression that Gracie is the daughter of his old friend and that George is in the wine business.
Why, Charles Boyer.
How do you do? Your wife is expecting me.
Really? Well, come in.
Thank you. Your wife is a remarkable woman. She speaks English awfully well, don't you think?
Why, yeah, I have no trouble understanding her.
Oh, she told me about the business you're in. It must be fascinating.
Oh, sure. We have our good years and bad years, of course.
Well, naturally. I understand that 1927 was the finest recent year.
1927? Yeah, I did pretty well that year. Made a big success in Altoona.
Altoona? Oh, I'm not familiar with it. Is it anything like Sauterne?
Sauterne? Well, that's a new one on me. Is it near Scranton?
Well, possibly, but it's closer to Claret.
One of us must be on a detour.
Perhaps I can clear it up. Is this Altoona light?
Well, it's light in the daytime, and then it gets pretty dark.
Light and dark? Oh, I don't think I would like this Altoona.
Well, it didn't seem bad in 1927, but I like Bridgeport better.
Which port?
Bridgeport. It had more bright lights.
Oh. Oh, more sparkle, hmm?
Yeah, you could put it that way.
Well, this Bridgeport must be similar to Champagne.
Well, Champagne is a lot further west, Illinois.
Oh, naturally, you mean the American Champagne.
Oh, yes. Ever been in it?
Been in it? Don't tell me people bathe in Champagne.
Well, why not? They bathe in Altoona.
But don't the bubbles tickle?
The bubbles, huh?
Yes. Didn't you ever hear of bubbles in Champagne?
No, but I knew a girl named Ginger in Peoria.
Now, look. I'm speaking of Champagne, the wine. Now, you seem rather dense for a man who is in the wine business.
I'm not in the wine business.
Well, that's funny. Your wife told me that you...
Well, Mr. Boyer, I'm so glad to see you.
Gracie, did you tell Mr. Boyer I was in the wine business?
Oh, no. I meant I used to be in it. I used to press the grapes with my little bare feet. But George was never in the wine business.
Oh, what a pity. He could have made a fortune with those feet of his.
Gracie, you used to press grapes with your bare...
Please, George, please. Mr. Boyer wants to discuss our play. He's going to be my leading man, Oklahoma Tex, a rootin' cowboy.
Now, never in my life have I rooted or tooted.
Gracie, I thought I was going to play Tex.
Oh, yes. Let your husband play the part, Mrs. Burns. I really don't believe I'm the type for a cowboy part.
Oh, Mr. Boyer, you'd be a perfect cowboy. Well, you've even got the eyes for it. Big, dark, brown eyes, just like a cow's.
Oh. Well, all right. I'll do it for you, Papa.
Oh, you know Gracie's old man?
My best friend.
Gracie, where did Mr. Boyer meet you?
Oh, thank goodness. I mean, somebody's at the door. Come in.
Greetings, good people.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bolingbroke. Did you finish the play?
Right. Here are the copies of the script. Still damp with the dew of my genius.
Oh, good. Mr. Bolingbroke, this is our new leading man, Charles Boyer.
How do you do?
Sir, permit me to assure you that it is an honor and a privilege to meet such a celebrated actor as Nigel Bolingbroke.
Oh, murder.
Here's your script, Charlie. And yours, Mrs. B.
Hey, how about me? Haven't I got a part?
No. However, I might create a role for you. Is your wallet on your person?
Oh, it's in the den.
Then let us wend our way thither, eh? I create so much better in the presence of money.
Okay, come on.
Now, Mrs. Burns, forgive me if I seem to doubt, but are you sure that you are the daughter of Pierre Dumont?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, have you got a picture of him?
A picture?
Yes, a picture.
Oh, a picture. Is that him on the wall?
No, that's Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, no, I meant the other wall.
Oh, that's George Washington.
Yes. Well, you're very well educated, aren't you? Oh, but I assure you, Mr. Boyer, I am Marie Dumont.
Well, is there someone who could confirm your story? I mean, some Frenchman who knew you and your father back in France?
Some Frenchman?
Oh, hello, Gracie. Oh, you have company.
Why, Marcel Goodwin.
Huh?
Hello, Marcel.
Oh, Gracie, it's just a finger wave. Say, isn't this Charles Boyer?
Oh, now you see, Mr. Boyer, that proves he's a Frenchman. He recognized you. Mr. Boyer, I want you to meet Marcel Goodwin, who knew my father, Pierre Dumont, and who will tell you that I'm his daughter, and who probably can't stay long after he tells you.
Oh, well, How do you do, Mr. Boyer?
Bonjour, Marcel. Bonjour. Comment ça va?
Huh?
Vous allez bien?
And who no longer speaks French.
Well, Mr. Goodwin, so you knew my old friend Pierre Dumont.
Well, so I've been told. I mean, yes, I've been told that you know him, too.
How did he look when you last saw him?
Well, I tell you, I had to talk to him through the door. He was taking a bath.
Oh, and what did he say?
Well, he said, Marcel, he said, this is the greatest soap I ever bathed with. And I said, well, sure, Pierre, that's Swan, the new white floating soap. He said, is it, Marcel? And I said, of course, Pierre. And Swan's not only great for your bath, but just the soap for bathing the baby. And it's great for dishes or light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one.
Pierre loved his bath.
Oh, didn't he, though? Well, so much for Papa. Goodbye, Marcel.
No, wait. How about Madame Dumont? Of course, you saw her.
Well, yes, she was bathing, too.
In the same tub?
Oh, Papa was a great one to save water.
Oh, well, no, you see, what I meant was he was bathing the baby in the nursery.
Oh, I see. And what did Madame Dumont say to you?
Well, she said, Marcel, this is the greatest soap I ever bathed the baby with. And I said, oh, sure, Madame, that's Swan. Doctors recommend Swan for bathing the baby. It's pure as fine cast seals, and it's also so mild, it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. And then I said, and remember, Madame, since Swan is so mild, well, it's just swell for your hands and face, your complexion. And she said, oui, oui.
Oui, oui, hein? Talkative woman, Madame Dumont.
Well, so much for Mama. Goodbye, Marcel.
No, wait. Didn't they speak of me?
Oh, yes, of course they did. We talked about nothing else.
Oh, and what did they say?
Well, they said, Marcel, when you see Charles, tell him that Swan breaks in two. Tell him he can put half in the bathroom for his hands and face tub or shower, and half in the kitchen for his dishes and light laundry. Well, au revoir, Charles. Au revoir, Marie.
Oh, thank you, Marcel. Well, Mr. Boyer, see you believe me?
Well, I would still like to know.
Well, Mrs. Burns, everything is settled. For an additional $3, I created a splendid part for your husband.
Yeah. As the curtain goes up, I sing a cowboy song off stage.
All right, let's start. Curtain, music, Burns.
I'm heading for the last roundup. Da-da-la-doo-da-la, da-dee-da-la, da-doo-da-la, da-dee. Gonna saddle old plane for the last time and ride.
Is that absolutely necessary?
Oh, of course. It's mood music.
Oh, but don't you think he mooed a little too loud?
And now we are ready for the first scene. Lucy and Oklahoma Tex are sitting in front of the ranch house. Lucy, speak.
Tex, it's a lovely evening, isn't it? Well, go ahead, Mr. Boyer.
Oh, no, look, please, I don't think this part is for me.
Oh, it's perfect for you. Now, come on. Tex, it's a lovely evening, isn't it?
I reckon, as how it is, ma'am, that there sure is a right purty sunset.
Brother.
Tex, if I ask you something, will you answer me true?
We all ain't in the habit of lying down home in Texas, ma'am.
This is the greatest thing since the invention of tear gas.
Lord, please. Tex, I want the truth. Do you really, honest, and truly love me?
Oh, Gracie, this next line is too much. No, I just
can't. Boy, what will Papa say?
Oh, right. Oh, go on.
Tex, I want the truth. Do you really, honest, and truly love me?
I sure do, gal. I got the doggonest hankering for you.
You too.
Yippee.
Well, now I've heard everything.
No, Gracie, I'm sorry, but I cannot do this play. Really, even for the daughter of my best friend.
Say, that's been bothering me. Where did you know Gracie's father?
Well, he lived outside of Paris.
Sure.
He lived in San Francisco.
Well, isn't that outside of Paris?
Gracie, your roll man has never been out of this state.
So my suspicions were correct. You are not the daughter of Pierre Dumont.
Of course not. She's Jughead Allen's daughter. So, you've been up to your old tricks again, huh, Gracie?
Well, I just did it so Mr. Boyer would play Oklahoma Tex, but I guess I was wrong.
You certainly were. I'll apologize to him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Boyer. And besides, you're much too fine an actor. Much too handsome and romantic to play Oklahoma Tex. You wouldn't be believable as such a stupid character.
Oh, thank you.
Here, George, you got your part back.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'll just take a second to remind you that now is no time to let up in turning your waste kitchen fats into your butcher. They're desperately, urgently needed to make ammunition and for medicines to save the lives of our soldiers. So save those fats from your roasts, your frying, and your baking, and take them to your butchers. Thinking about it isn't enough. You've got to start saving those waste fats, and now. Do that, and you're taking an active part in this war. And now here's George and his ever-loving Mrs. Gracie.
Oh, George, guess who's going to be on our program next week? Ida Lupino.
Really?
Yeah, and I'll tell you something amazing. Ida and I were in the tea room last week, and the fortune teller told Ida that she'd meet one of the most handsome and charming men in the world on our program next Tuesday night.
Oh, Gracie, you know how those fortune tellers exaggerate.
Oh, I don't know, George. Bill Goodwin is pretty cute.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune into your Columbia station again next week, same time, when our program will originate from the Naval Air Station, Terminal Island. We'll have as our guest Ida Lupino the following week, Harry Grant. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Now, till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan. How about you? Good night. How about you? Good night. How about you? Good night. How about you? Good night.
You remember this one? Boy, they really made that torrid zone sizzle. And this one? Big. Boy, it was colossal. Wait till you see this one. Take it from a guy who sees them all. It's the best yet.
You won't tell me because you think I'll come there. You think I'd follow you.
You'd be insane to follow me.
Was I insane to pick you up on the road? Was I crazy to let you stay here? I thought I had a pretty good life here, but your going away doesn't make it seem good anymore.
No, I've got the Indian sign on me. It seems I can't win.
I've sort of joined your team. Don't look forward to being without you.
When I leave here, you're off my team. Lucky to be.
You're a guy with plenty of trouble.
I'll have a trouble in the world.
Don't tell me, brother. I know. Your trouble is women.
I've cried myself to sleep at night because of you. She's got you now. She wants you very badly, doesn't she? She's willing to run away with you and keep on running and ruin everything for herself. Well, she doesn't have you now, and she'll never have you.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. with his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Woman in the Case. The Green Hornet strikes again. A well-dressed, smooth-looking young man entered a small grocery store and sauntered toward the man behind the counter.
Something for you, mister?
I'd like to see the proprietor.
That's me. What can I do for you?
I represent the Grocers Protective Insurance Company, and I would
look, mister, I have all the insurance I need right now, so it's no use wasting your time.
You may think you have, my friend, but you're not fully protected until you belong to our association.
Not interested.
Oh, but I'm sure you will be. Now that the war is over, there's a great deal of unrest, you know. A small business like yours can be here today and gone tomorrow. Unless you have strong protection.
Now, listen here, mister.
No, you listen. You want to stay in business, you'll join our association. The dues are $20 a week.
$20 a week? Are you nuts? Why should I pay that much?
I told you once that you can stay in business with full protection against any interference.
Now I get it. You're in some kind of a racket.
Come now, that's no way to talk when you're about to make a deal with someone.
If you think I'm going to make a deal with you, you're crazy.
I'm afraid you're making a great mistake, chum. Now, if you care to reconsider and let me go into details...
Get out of here, and don't come back or I'll turn you into the cops. Get out of my store.
Just as you say. But you may be sorry. Goodbye, pal.
How'd you make out, chick?
Not so good, Joe. You drive. I have something else to do. I don't go for this kind of stuff, chick. Honest. You'll get used to it, Joe. Slow down a bit. We're coming to the place. Drive along close to the curb. Come on, do as I tell you.
Sure, chick.
That's better. Now maybe I can get results. Here you are, sir.
Storekeeper killed. Read all about it. There you are, lady. Police hunt killers. That's Gillette Street.
Hi, Sarge.
Well, what brings you in early, Axford?
I came down to see if you got anything new on that bombing yesterday afternoon.
All we know is somebody threw a bomb into that store from a speeding car, and the storekeeper didn't live to tell about it.
Reminds me of the days when I used to be on the force, Sarge. Back in the days when the gangsters were on the loose.
Yeah, well, the same sort of things are beginning to happen today, Mike. Crime is sure on the upgrade since the war stopped.
Reed sure wrote a hot editorial in last night's Sentinel about it. And I had a beautiful story in there, too.
I didn't get a chance to read it.
Say, Sarge, did you get any more dope out of that there witness you picked up last night?
Who told you we picked up a witness?
Cassidy told me. Last night. Why?
I hope you didn't mention it to anybody. Did you?
Well, no, I didn't exactly mention it to anyone in particular, Sarge. You see,
Actually, You didn't say anything about it in the Sentinel, did you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I sort of barely mentioned the matter by writing that the jeweler across the street from the grocery saw a black car drive away with 2 men.
What?
Well, that's all, Sarge.
Great day, Axford. We were trying to keep that information undercover to protect the witness. Come on, hurry.
Where are we going, Sarge?
To the jeweler's place. Where do you think? And let's hope we're not too late.
Sarge, you're always getting excited about little things that don't mean a thing. Now, why can't you be like me, for instance?
Like you say. Heaven forbid. I could think of nothing worse.
And as for getting excited about little things, you're about to work. What's that? Holy crow! Pull over to the side. Somebody's shooting. Pull over, Sarge, so we can run to cover. Shut up, eh? Look, up ahead. Suffering snake, Sarge. There's a big crowd in front of the jewelry place. I got to step on it. Take it easy, Sarge. Whatever happened, you're to blame, Mike Ashford. Blabbing off your big mouth. Come on. Sure. I'm right with you.
I was just crossing the street when it happened.
That was a big car. I saw.
Here's the cops. Make way.
Stand aside. Open up there. All right, out of the way then now. Out of the way. Look out. I wonder. Hey, Sarge, look. Glory be. The jeweler, dead as a doornail. Our only witness shot down right in front of his own store. What next?
A short time later, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan, the city editor.
Anything new on the bombing, Gunnigan?
Not much, Chief. I sent Lowry to several places, but all the grocers he interviewed said they hadn't been approached by anyone yet. Or maybe they're just talking.
Yes. That bombing yesterday could have scared them into silence.
Hi, Reed. Hiya, Gunnigan. Holy crow, I got news.
Oh, so it's you, huh? What's on your mind?
Listen, you know that jeweler who witnessed the bombing yesterday? Do you?
Stop asking silly questions and get to the point, will you?
Yes, expert. What's this all about?
Just this, Reed. That jeweler was shot down in front of his shop a little while ago. What?
Well, that's bad.
The guy's dead. I found him to rewrite.
Jumping catfish, what next?
If I knew what next, I'd make dough telling fortunes. So long, Gunny, old boy.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, forget it. No telling how far that gang will go if they're not stopped soon.
Yeah. Lowry said there was one grocer over on Gray Street who was scared stiff. All he'd say was he wasn't talking. He wouldn't even say whether he'd been approached by the racketeers or not.
Sounds like he had something to hide. He could have given a yes or no answer.
Yeah, maybe those mugs did get to him, but he's afraid to say so. If you asked me, Chief, I'd say that... Calling me, Miss Case?
Well, Gunnigan, is Mr. Reed there?
Yeah, wait a minute.
What is it, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, there's a woman here to see you, a Miss Barry from the Associated Grocers.
Have Miss Barry wait. I'll come right in, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Keep me posted, Gunnigan.
Okay, Chief.
Well, here's Mr. Reed now. Mr. Reed, this is Miss Barry.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Good morning, Miss Barry.
I'm assistant to Mr. Prescott, head of the Associated Grocers.
I see.
Mr. Prescott is out of the city, and I've been unable to contact him.
Yes?
I dropped in to see you because, in view of what's taken place, I know he'd want some statement to the press as to our stand.
Oh, I see.
Naturally, we want our members to resist the attempts of those racketeers to make them pay for protection, but, well, such resistance is useless unless the police take more drastic steps to stop them. The killing of that witness was due entirely to police negligence.
The witness? Oh, yes. One of our reporters just came in with that story. I'm sure the police are doing all they can, Miss Barry. The grocers will have to be more cooperative before they can expect the police to run down those racketeers.
Why do you say that, Mr. Reed?
One of our reporters called on several grocers, but nearly all of them gave out very little information, if any at all.
Then you got no information at all?
Well, very little. There was one grocer over on Gray Street who knew something.
That must be the Gray Street Grocery and Market. Well, at least he was cooperative. By the way, I recall that the jeweler whom the police hoped to have as a witness mentioned seeing a long black car drive away after the bombing.
Yes, I understand he did say that.
Then why don't the police consider a certain criminal who uses such a car?
You don't mean the Green Hornet, Miss Barry?
Yes, that's exactly whom I do mean. He said to use a car of that description. If they run down the Green Hornet, they'll probably find he's behind the whole thing.
Well, I never thought of the Green Hornet.
I suggest you put the idea in the minds of the police, Mr. Reed, through your newspaper. Well, I must run along. Thank you for seeing me.
I'm glad you came by, Miss Barry. You've given me food for thought. I hope for the sake of your members the racketeers are soon apprehended.
I hope so, Mr. Reed. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
My goodness, she seems like one of those efficient type of women who knows just what to do.
Yes. Miss Barry seems to be a very smart woman in this case.
Well, all I can say is that if those grocers are dealing with the Green Hornet and his gang, Well, they're really looking for trouble.
And that's right, Miss Case. Of course, we're not positive that the Hornet's mixed up in this deal. That was Miss Barry's suggestion. But let's hope that it won't be long before we find out who really is running the racket.
That evening, Sergeant Burke was talking to Axford in the press room at police headquarters.
Axford, for 2 pins, I'd run you out of here.
Well, what's eating you, Sarge?
What's eating me, you say? Plenty, Axford, plenty. The Daily Sentinel's getting under my hair, that's what.
Even if Flea'd have a time trying to get under them few hairs of yours, Sarge.
Is that so now? I'm sick and tired of having that paper of yours ride the force in its editorials. First, you go ahead and tip off the news about that witness. Then along comes this edition with a blast against us for not getting those racketeers.
Well, if you didn't deserve it, Reed wouldn't write it, to my way of thinking.
Is that so?
Sure it's so. Reed just printed an interview he had with the assistant of the head of the Associated Grocers.
Yeah? Well, tell me this. Where did he get that stuff about us getting out and rounding up the Green Hornet? Look for the Green Hornet, it says. Haven't we been trying to catch that spalpeen for the past year?
Yep. But he's too good for you, Sarge. If you want the Sentinel to stop printing stuff like that, I know what you can do.
Yeah? What?
Catch the Hornet.
Don't bear dope all your life, Mike.
A dope, am I? Now, listen, I can tell you that when I was on the...
What's up, Clancy?
Just got a call. Grocer down on Gray Street's just been snatched.
What?
Must be them racketeers again, Sarge.
Yeah, might be, Mike. Seen some guy wearing a mask went in, heard the customers into the back room, forced the grocer to go out with him.
Holy crow, did you hear that, Sarge?
One of the customers ran to the door in time to see him drive away in a long black car.
Glory be. Must be the Green Hornet.
That's what I think.
Clancy, get a squad car ready. Tell the dispatchers to put out a warning. Now we know the Green Hornet's in with those racketeers, and we'll hunt till we find him. Get going!
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Meantime, a long black car was headed out the river road. 2 men sat in the front talking.
That chap in the back has done his last bit of squawking, Joe.
Look, why do we take him for a ride like this? He's been squawking. Why don't you bump him off like you did the other 2, Chick?
I follow orders, Joe. The boss wants to know what he said and to whom he said it before he gets what he has coming to him. That's why we're taking him to the hideout.
Hey, Chick.
What, Joe?
I was just thinking. Suppose the Green Hornet gets wind of us using his mask and all. Maybe he'll be on the prowl for us. And he ain't the one to come up against, from what I hear.
That's the boss's worry, Joe. Anyway, the Hornet's human. He'll have to find us first. Then I guess we could handle him like we could any other man.
I don't like it, Chick. I don't think he is human.
Oh, don't be a fool. The boss knows all the answers, Joe. If the Hornet butts in, he'll get his just as the others did. Now, stop worrying. Leave that to the boss and forget the Hornet.
Meantime, Britt Reed had gone to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You sit in thought for some time now, Mr. Britt. You think of how to catch racketeers, perhaps?
You know me like a book, Cato.
Would not like you to worry, but not do something, Mr. Britt.
I am going to do something about it, Cato. And since you're anxious for a little action, we'll start out right now.
Where we go first?
I want to have a talk with a certain grocer over on Gray Street. I think he might open up to the Green Hornet.
Black Beauty and gas gun ready, Mr. Britt.
Good. Let's go.
A short time later, a curious crowd still lingered in front of the Gray Street grocery as Sergeant Burke and Mike Axford left the store and walked toward the squad car at the curb. Suddenly, Axford stared at an approaching car, then pointed with a shout.
Hey, Sarge, look!
What is it? Great day, it's the Green Hornet!
There's a dirty kidnapper!
You didn't see the cops here. Oh, they can get him. Into the cars, men! After him!
From police now. They're not following, Mr. Britt.
That smoke screen came in handy, Cato. But But we had a close shave just the same.
Well, why you think police at grocery?
I heard someone shout something about kidnapper. Evidently, the racketeers have picked up that grocer and taken him away. We got there a little too late.
Perhaps other person have same idea as Green Hornet, to talk to grocer. So they take him away instead of kill him like others.
Yes. Yes, I think you've hit it, Cato. I think I know of someone who might have wanted to question that grocer.
You have thought that might lead to racketeers, maybe?
Yes, I have. We've got to find their hideout while they still have that grocer in custody, so as to leave proof for the police and to save his life.
Well, what we do?
I have a plan that may work, Cato. I want you to stop at the nearest drugstore and put in a phone call to the police. Step on it.
Hey, Sarge, we can't catch the Hornet or anybody else by sitting in a parked car on the roadside.
This is where we lost that Hornet. Maybe he'll drive back this way, Axel.
While we're sitting here, he and his gang of racketeers can be pulling a big job.
Listen. Someone's coming over with the radio.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Green Hornet reported forcing entry into the office of Associated Grocers at 3rd and Water Streets. Proceed to 3rd and Water Streets. Be on lookout for Green Hornet. That is all.
Holy crow, didn't I tell you? While we sit here, the Hornets are up.
That's just a few blocks from here. This time we'll catch that sneaking Hornet red-handed.
Parked in a dark alley across from the entrance to the Associated Grocers' offices, Britt, Reed, and Cato watched with interest as police cars continued to arrive in answer to the radio call.
Many police come in response to call, Mr. Britt.
Yes. I'll search that building from top to bottom.
Why we wait here and watch?
The alarm over the police radio in response to your phone call would be heard by others as well as the police, Cato. We're watching in hopes that a certain party will show up.
Well, then what we do?
Then when that certain party leaves, we'll follow, in hopes of being led to the hideout.
Oh, it's clear now. I wonder if... Mr. Britt, look. See Dan stop in front of building.
I see it, Cato. Watch. Our little trick worked, Cato. That's the person we're going to follow.
But with so many police about, it's not easy to
when
get
that
back.
car leaves, we'll go through to the next street, then pick up its trail a block or two away.
Person getting back into car, Mr. Britt.
This is it, Cato. Let's get going. And we mustn't lose sight of that car.
A short time later, Chick and Joe sat smoking and talking in the small house used as a hideout on River Road.
Yeah, too bad the boss didn't finish talking to the squealer. We got tied up in a back room. I don't like having him around alive, Chick.
Oh, Joe, you suddenly become very bloodthirsty. I remember how squeamish you were when I wanted to throw that bomb.
Oh, well, might as well hang for bumping off 3 as to hang for one. Anyway, I decided the boss is too smart to get us caught.
I hope so. I didn't approve of that Hornet gang. We could have worked it without giving him reason to get sore.
How's a Hornet going to find us if the cops can't?
Joe, if you ever meet that guy, just once, you'll find that once was enough. He's plenty smart. Now, give me a light, will you?
Yeah, sure. Here you are, Chick.
Thanks, Joe. Hey, about time the boss came back.
Yeah, I was just thinking it.
Here comes the boss now.
Hi.
What was the Hornet doing at the association offices?
He didn't get into the offices at all, Chick. Give me a cigarette.
Of course. Here you are.
Thanks. I'll light it from yours.
Okay.
I was afraid the Hornet was after the files to get our list of grocers. But the police were there, and they said he hadn't shown up.
Oh. Say, maybe that call to the police was a phony tip.
Why would anyone want to pull a gag like that on the cops? What good would it do?
Chick, do you think that
He's
Hornet...
known to be tricky.
Joe, get that squealer from the back room. We're leaving here right now. Taking him with us.
Okay, boss. Only why take him with us? He'll only be in the way.
When we reach a convenient, isolated spot, it'll be your job, Joe, to get rid of him. Now go get him and hurry.
Okay, I'll bring him right out.
Well, honey, those grocers will really come through now after the scare they've had. We got to clean up plenty in this racket.
Yeah. Then you and I'll clear out and settle down somewhere together else. After we get rid of Joe. If he thought for 1 minute we meant anything to each other...
Quiet. Come on, you get moving.
I'd still like to know what this dope here told the Sentinel reporter this afternoon. See if you can get it out of him now, Chick.
What? I didn't tell him anything. Honest.
That's what you say.
Oh, hold it, Joe. That's no way to get it from him. All right, chum. Tell us what we want to know, and then we'll take you back to town.
No matter what I tell you, I know I won't get away from you alive. I know that woman's Miss Barry from the Associated Grocers. They also know she's the head of this racket. Look, let me go. I won't talk to anybody, honest. I'll give up my place, leave town. Let me go.
Loudmouth cuss any. Listen, Dope, whether you talk or not makes no difference, like you said. I'm going to have the pleasure of it.
What was that?
Look, Peepers, it's the Green Hornet.
Help! Save me!
Shut up.
Oh. Looks like a nice little party. May I join in?
What do you want? How'd you find this place?
You led me here. You're not so smart.
No, Hornet. Maybe I wanted you to follow me here.
Well, now, that's different. Maybe I could go for a dame like you. Maybe we could work together. If you ditch the dope you run around with.
You give me ideas, big boy.
Hey, what you...
Shut up, you.
Hornet, I could really go for your type. In a big way.
Well, looks as though we might be able to make a deal. Just you and I. How about it, beautiful?
See here, this has gone far enough. If I thought for one moment you were serious, baby, I'd...
What?
Put down that gun. You gone crazy?
Do something, Chick. She's giving us a double cross for the Hornets.
Watch that ex-boyfriend of yours, beautiful. Want to work on Loudmouth here?
I'll get him, Chick.
Give it to him, Hornet.
Just as you say, honey.
Look, baby, don't go haywire over that Hornet. He'd cross you up the first chance he got. Put down that gun and let's get him out of here. Remember our plans, honey. Don't let this...
Hornet, I'm getting tired of holding this gun on him. Are you going to do something about Chick, or do you expect me?
He is obnoxious, isn't he? Maybe he needs a workout, too.
Hey, wait.
Here's another Chick, old boy.
Get him, baby, before it's too late. Here's your gun on him or you'll be sorry.
Finish him off, Hornet.
Okay, beautiful. Oh.
Hey, you really can fight. Now we can team up together and run the protective racket right. Those two will step into line all right. What do you say, handsome?
Now, maybe you'd better put that gun away so we can talk things over. How about it?
I forgot I had it. You sort of distract me, Hornet. There. Now you and I can...
Haven't got time. Take a whiff of this.
No, wait. Gas. Oh.
Cato.
I'm here.
Come in and phone the police. The grocer here will be a witness against this bunch.
The woman fall hard for you.
Yes. Hard enough to bump her head on the floor. Get to the phone, then we'll get out of here.
Mr. Britt, how you know a woman was one who lead racketeers?
She came to my office today, Cato, assistant to the head of the Associated Grocers. She knew about the killing of the jeweler then, even though Axford had just come in with the news. Also, she heard me mention that a grocer on Gray Street knew something. She thought he'd talk, so she had her men pick him up.
Oh, so that it. Was she not smart enough for Green Hornet?
Too bad a beautiful woman like that is dumb enough to turn to crime, Cato.
She also dumb enough to think Hornet can be attracted by her wiles.
Let's talk about the weather, Cato, and forget the woman in the case. As Axford would say, what a woman.
Green Hornet implicated! Read all about it! Green Hornet still in charge! West the Lake Street!
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle,
are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
From anyone. As long as I live, I'll never take orders from anyone. I'm young and strong and nothing can touch me. Darling. Poor fool. Don't you know I'm in love with you? Are you afraid to burn, Michael? Are you afraid to die? What a relief to know that you're no better than I am. Been no one but you. I had to come and tell you. No one. I've been so stupid. I've crammed every minute so full of waste.
But I love you, Judy.
I know you do. I saw it coming. And just now, a little while ago, I asked her to her face, do you love him? And she answered, yes, I do. What are you going to do? Are you going to go up there this weekend and hold her in your arms? Are you? I'm not in your care any longer.
You'll always be in my care.
Will I?
I know how you feel. Anything to strike back at me. But don't do it this way.
What do you want me to do? Stay alone in my room and think how in a few months...
Judith, you hate me, don't you?
Oh, I hate you so much and for so many reasons. I hate you for not telling me the truth. I hate you for letting me hurl myself at your head. I'm so ashamed.
I guess I was born out of my time, Miss Judith. I should have lived in the days when it counted to be a man the way I like to ride and the way I like to fight. What good's riding and fighting these days? What do they get you?
You're making love to me, aren't you?
I'm as good as some of them that's been playing around with you. They're all afraid of you. I wish I was in their boots.
What then, Michael?
The things I've wanted to say to you ever since I first laid eyes on you belong to me and no one else.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, gun law ruled the frontier. The local sheriffs were unable to preserve order, and might made right. It was then that the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice. And in time, his courage and resourcefulness, his strength and daring brought law and order, peace and security to the new territory. It was he more than any other man who made the winning of the West possible. Return with us now those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading west! Tommy's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! From Cooperstown to Washoe City, the trail used by the coaches of the Transcontinental Stage and Express Company followed the edge of a cliff. Mountains rose on one side, a deep canyon yawned at the other. For ages, the granite of the mountain had been crumbling, and one day a masked man and an Indian following the trail made a startling discovery.
Tonto, look ahead there. Me see him. Someone Scout. No more travel will follow this trail, Kemosabe.
Oh, what happened?
This was done by a landslide. It must have been. Look. The trail's been torn away as far as you can see. Miles of it gone. Back to Cooperstown for us, Kemosabe. We'll head off anyone coming this way. Back, Silver.
Get him back, Scout. Get him
From
back.
now on, Tonto, the only road between Cooperstown and Washoe City will be by way of Gold Flats and the Valley Trail.
That's right.
Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! The Lone Ranger's discovery had results that no one anticipated. It was a week later that two angry men faced each other in a small office in Cooperstown. A third tried in vain to stop their argument.
Plummer, you're a fool.
I hear you say it.
You try to buck Transcontinental and you'll get nowhere. What chance is a two-bit outfit like yours against us?
We'll make out, and threats don't scare us. So they call you Black Bart, huh? You're division manager. You're the big man with a big company. You're the hombre that said he runs this part of the country. Well, don't make a mistake. You can't run me.
Why, you...
Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen. You've heard her, Mr. Crocker. You've heard what he's been saying.
Well, Crocker, look here. Transcontinental's got the franchise to haul the mails all the way from St. Louis to San Francisco. Ain't that so?
It is, but then...
How come then this young squirt has got a right to say we can't carry mail between here and Washoe City?
Because the government promised my outfit the franchise between Gold Flats and Cooperstown if we get service started by the first of the month. You was going to Washoe City by the Canyon Trail. Well, that's wiped out. From now on, you'll have to take the Valley Trail through Gold Flats. But if we get that franchise, you can't carry 1 ounce of mail to Gold Flats less than you get our permission, which same you're not going to get.
Sell out for $5,000?
No, and not for $50,000.
You ain't started service yet. That franchise ain't yours.
We'll start in time. I've got stations built, wells dug, hay and provisions in. I got the stages and I got men. I got horses, mules, and gear. Mister, don't make no mistake. I got me a stage line.
Crocker.
Yes?
I'm a fair man. I'll admit Plummer here has got some kind of an argument. But ain't it the fact that when you fellas promised him a franchise, it was 'cause you figured his line to just be a feeder to ours?
That was the situation at the time, of course.
And what's fair in that to Transcontinental when we got to make the Gold Flats Trail part of our main line?
Bart, the fact that conditions have changed doesn't excuse my department from keeping the terms of its agreement. There's no use discussing this further. If Jim starts service by the 1st, the franchise is his. If not, then, of course, Transcontinental and Pacific will no doubt receive the franchise instead.
Fine thing. Plummer, I think I mentioned before that you're a fool.
I haven't forgot.
I happen to know things. For one, you borrowed right heavy to get organized, didn't you?
If Bank of Dowd isn't worried by it, you needn't be.
If I got the straight of it, them no-T holds are payable on demand.
Is that supposed to mean something to me? That another one of your threats?
Oh, I ain't threatening. And that reminds me, I always heard stages called for drivers. You ever heard different?
Thanks for mentioning it. That explains some things.
Yeah?
I've hired hostlers and station tenders and others I'll be needing. But funny thing, every driver I've tried to hire's had something else in mind he'd rather do. I suspicion you might have had a hand in that, but I was never sure before.
Transcontinental plays for keeps.
Oh, I've played other games besides Penny Ante.
Better not. Penny Ante's just about your size.
Shucks, even when I was just a button, I was never afraid to square up to the big boys.
You got licked, I bet you.
On occasion. Not always, though.
Well, you won't get no franchise unless you have a stage in Gold Flats by the first of the month. You won't get no stage there unless you hire a driver. There ain't any want your pay. So I reckon this is one of them occasions when you'll get licked.
I reckon.
Jim! Here's a word for you, Jim. It's come. Your ma sent me down with it. Hope it ain't bad news. I don't reckon it's good.
Huh? Who's this hombre?
Yes, this is Happy Joe Monk. We call him Happy because he ain't. Who's the letter from, Happy?
Wild Bill Riley.
What's that?
That fetched you, huh?
What dealings would Wild Bill have with you?
Wait till I read what he has to say, and maybe I'll tell you.
Wild Bill Riley? The name seems familiar.
Well, it ought to be. He's been working for Wells Fargo, driving. But he ain't no common ordinary driver. He's something special. That gent can take 6 horses and make leaders, swings, and wheelers behave like they were circus trained. Talk about your famous drivers. There's the one that tops them all.
What's he wrote you?
Oh, just a second.
Says he can't oblige you, huh, Jim?
Don't be so doggone cheerful, Happy. Anyhow, you're wrong. Gents, Wild Bill says is how he'd like to have the honor of driving my first stage in the Gold Flats. Happy, for once you're a messenger of joy.
What would he want to work for you?
Maybe he recollects the time you fired him when he was working for Transcontinental and you was agent on the Prairie Division. He never did have much use for you, Bud, after that.
He don't dare go again me.
Don't you wish he didn't?
He won't get the stage through.
I got cash says he will.
You sell out.
And you go to blazes. Come on, Happy. We have to tell the boys about this. See you later, Mr. Crocker.
Glad you're in luck, Jim.
All right, mister. I'm giving you a warning.
Go right ahead.
Transcontinentals have fights of 4, and it's always won.
You don't say. Well, my Gold Flat stage line is just beginning, so it ain't never had a fight. But on account of that, there's one thing you gotta admit.
Yeah?
We've never lost.
Jim Plummer and Happy Joe, whose long, mournful features both contradicted and explained his nickname, lost no time in circulating Jim's good news. But Black Bart had also been busy, and when Jim finally reached home, he found that a caller had arrived before him.
And another thing, you little measly sawed-off shrimp.
Ma!
Well, so you finally decided to come home. It's about time. This here dried-up wart that calls himself a banker.
Oh, now, Ma. Howdy, Mr. Dowd. Ma ain't been scaring you, has she?
I've just been giving him a piece of my mind. Seeing as how he ain't got too much of his own, I thought he could use it.
Please, Mrs. Plummer,
I'll handle this, Ma. What's on your mind, Mr. Dowd?
He's got the infernal gumption to say he's going to call in the loan you made off him.
Huh? Is that a fact?
Now, Jim, it ain't because I'd
Well,
like to.
I'll be switched. He's sure quick on the trigger.
Huh?
Black Bart Kruger.
I don't just follow you.
Oh, shucks, Mr. Dowd, you don't have to pretend to me. I know Bart put you up to this, and I can give you a mighty good guess what he told you, too.
But I
Betty
don't know...
hinted that if you was to call in my loan, knowing right well I haven't got the cash and you'd have to take over my equipment, well, then Transcontinental would be plumb bubbling over with appreciation. Now, ain't that so?
He just pointed out that you can't possibly get that franchise.
My boy can do anything he's got a mind to.
Oh, I didn't mean to say
Hold on. And you, Ma, you keep out of this. You're the worst fire eater I ever seen.
Somebody's got to stand up for all right.
Oh, Mr. Dowd ain't going to insist on his cash.
Well, I'm afraid that for the security of the bank...
I said hold on. Now open your ears and listen. And don't get so red in the face. You'll likely bust a blood vessel.
This is
And you're
preposterous.
behaving like you ain't got the sense of a mule. Mr. Dowd, Black Bart and Transcontinental are just using you to get at me.
I'm the best judge of that.
You should be, but it's plain to see that you're not. You're a private banker. What can Transcontinental do for you? Shucks. They're your competition. They're just like Adams and Wells Fargo. They got banks of their own. You do them this favor, and one day the time will come when you'll find them same fellas set on running you out of business.
But
I ain't through yet. Now, what happens if you string along with me? In the first place, you get your loan paid off in cash, which is a heap better than taking equipment that nobody but me'll have use for. In the second place, when my line gets to operating, it'll be doing business with your bank. You'll be making plenty out of us. Now, then, ain't that a sight more sensible than the side again me with fellas that are your enemies, too?
But you can't even get a driver for your stage.
Can't, huh? Well, that's something Bart must have neglected to tell you on purpose. Look here, Mr. Dowd. This is a letter from Wild Bill Riley. He's on his way to Cooperstown. He's going to drive for me.
Why, I didn't know that.
Well, you do now.
Jim, is that a fact? Is Wild Bill really going to drive?
Well, you can read what he says for yourself.
Great day. I'll bet Bart Kruger's fit to be tied.
He'll have to be here by Friday.
Bill should just about make it.
If the stage doesn't start by Friday, it'll never reach Gold Flats by the 1st of the month.
I know that.
Well,
Make up your mind. Side with Transcontinental if you want it that way. I can't stop you. But it'll sure be a fool play.
Well, on second thought, perhaps the bank can wait a little longer for its money.
I thought it could.
But if you don't get it coursed away by Friday, then I'll have to demand payment at once.
Well, if a coach don't leave by then, I won't much care what happens after that.
Well, that's all then. Good day.
Don't you worry none. I'm getting that franchise, and you'll be getting your cash.
I hope so.
What was that, Verma?
Banker Dowd, dried up old schemer. Son, I wouldn't trust that fellow no further than I can throw a yell at
He
him.
can be trusted.
He can
As
be.
long as I can keep him convinced he'll profit more by being for us than he will by turning against us.
Just so, but when he ain't convinced no longer, you watch out. Who's that?
I don't know. Come in.
You're Jim Plummer?
That's me. I don't know you, do I?
I understand you're looking for a stage driver.
You one?
I'll take the job.
Stranger, what'd you say your name was?
I didn't say.
Just what I thought.
What's the matter, Mom?
Don't you see it? Land sakes, are you blind?
Huh?
First it was Banker Dowd. Now it's this stranger. And if both of them wasn't sent here by Black Bart, then I missed my guess.
Bart didn't send me.
Hey, I just wonder.
You want a driver or don't you?
You know, mister, that'd be pretty slick of Bart to send a man to hire out to me that was working for him.
I've told you, Bart didn't send me.
Maybe he didn't.
Or maybe he did.
But in any case, I got me a driver. Wild Bill Riley. He's on his way to Cooperstown right now.
I see.
And if you are working for Bart, stranger,
Yes?
then you can go back to him and say that all the crooked stunts he can try ain't going to stop me. Friday, Bill's going to be on the box on one of my stages. Then you just watch his dust.
That evening, in the shadows at the rear of Transcontinental stables, Black Bart Kruger gave final instructions to two mounted horsemen and...
Slim.
Yep.
You take orders from Abe here. He's the boss, savvy?
Mm-hmm.
Abe?
Yeah?
Bill Riley will most likely come by way Eagle Pass. Maybe he'll be along tonight, maybe tomorrow night.
We'll be watching.
I'm leaving everything up to you. I don't care what way you do it. But just keep one thing in mind.
Uh-huh.
Wild Bill ain't to reach Cooperstown alive. Now get.
Get up there. Come on.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The following evening, the Lone Ranger and Tonto had just returned to their hidden camp and were preparing to remove the saddles from their horses when suddenly...
Shot from the direction of the pass, Tonto. Cinch up again. We're riding.
Tonto, do that.
Steady, boy. The saddle will have to stay on, old fellow. There. Ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
Yep. Come on.
Get him up, Scout.
Oh, Silver! Away!
Eagle Pass was close by, and Silver and Scout, obeying their masters, thundered toward it at full speed. As he neared the pass, the masked man shouted,
Hold up, Tonto! Oh, Scout! Oh, boy, hold up. What you see?
Here.
Oh.
Bring your canteen.
Oh, me bring him.
Hello there.
You scared him off.
What happened?
2 fellas was laying for me. Almost got me. Would have if you hadn't come along. Your mask.
And you're Wild Bill Riley.
Yeah.
The canteen, Kimosabe.
Here, canteen.
Water. In just a moment. Now then, drink. More?
That'll do for now. Lone Ranger.
You know me?
Your horse, that mask, the engine. Shucks, I'd know you anyways.
How do you feel? Think it's safe to move you?
Wait.
But we've got...
No, hold on, stranger. Could you listen to me for a second?
Of course.
I recognized you. But you seem to know me, too.
I know more than that, Bill. I also know why you were heading for Cooperstown. You'd promised Jim Plummer to drive the first stage to Gold Flats.
And now I can't.
It'll be a long time before you hold a whip again, I'm afraid.
If I ever do.
Don't give up.
I've been hit right bad.
We'll see that you're taken care of.
Sure, I know you will. Only that ain't what I got in my mind just now.
No?
Look, stranger. Black Bart's a crook. I've always sort of hankered to get after him.
That's out of the question now.
Uh-huh. There's young Jim. Looking for me. Depending on me. Making a fight he ought to win.
I know.
Lone Ranger. I've always heard that you're on the side of the folks that need it most.
Tonto and I help where we can, Bill.
Yeah. And now here I am, out of the game. But I was wondering...
Yes?
If I could think you'd try to give Jim a hand...
We're on his side.
You mean you will help Jim?
Yes.
I don't know just how you can go about it.
Don't worry, Bill.
But I
Rest
know...
easy. I have an idea right now.
Later that night, Abe and Slim entered the busiest of the cafes in town and pushed their way through the crowd to where Black Bart sat alone. They drew up chairs, and when they had been served with drinks, gave their employer the story of what had happened that night.
So you got him, eh? He won't drive no stage. It would have been better if you'd have finished him off for good.
Shucks, Bart, we never had the time. We hadn't hardly fired before we heard them horsemen coming.
They must have been camped close by somewhere.
But you didn't get to see who they was, Abe?
We was hightailing.
Well, just so you got Bill.
I bet I hit him twice.
And I know I hit him. It was one of my bullets knocked him out of the saddle.
There's Jim Plummer. Watch me have some fun. Jim. Hi there, Jim.
Yeah?
Sit down. Wet your whistle, huh?
Well, I reckon I won't. What do you want?
Well, Jim, from the talk I've been hearing, seems as though you're setting a lot of store on Wild Bill showing up.
He'll be here. Maybe he'll be here before the night's out.
Yeah? You don't know that hombre real well, do you?
What are you getting at?
Well, I mean, you got a notion he's a fellow that can be depended on, ain't you?
He can be.
You got confidence enough, so you'd like to make a bet?
On Bill driving?
Yeah.
I'm just so sure Bill will be sitting on the box of that coach come morning that I'll cover any amount you care to name.
Now, I don't like to take your money on a sure thing.
Put up or shut up.
Well...
You was bluffing.
Bluffing? I got $100 that says Wild Bill won't drive your stage.
Done.
In the meantime, however, the masked man and Tonto had removed Wild Bill to their camp, where they made the wounded man comfortable. Then the Lone Ranger outlined his plan to Tonto.
I'm going to do something I've never done before, Kimosabe.
What, Pat?
Assume another man's identity.
Me not savvy.
I told you what happened when I spoke to Jim Plummer the other day. He suspected I'd been sent to him by Black Bart, and I couldn't blame him for being suspicious of a stranger. He has too much at stake to allow anyone unknown to him to drive that stage.
That's right.
Bill is too badly wounded to be moved into town where he could vouch for me.
Him plenty sick.
I could probably get Jim and bring him here, but tomorrow's Friday, and the stage must start first thing in the morning if it's to reach Gold Flats by the 1st of the month. Trip to town, back here, then to town again would mean delaying the stage until late afternoon.
What you do?
Tonto, I'm going to change clothes with Wild Bill. What's more, I'm going to assume his identity in every way. Talk like him. Use his mannerisms, his Western speech.
You need heap good disguise.
Bill and I are about the same build. Wearing his clothes, I look still more like him. And it'll be up to you to disguise my face to resemble him.
Tonto try, but it plenty hard.
I got what information I could from Bill before he went to sleep. He's never been in Cooperstown. He worked for Transcontinental once. That was on the Prairie Division. He's met Jim Plummer just once or twice. The only man who knows him well, the only one I'd really have to fear, would be Black Bart.
Maybe him find out.
Not if I do it my way.
And how that?
Wait until the last minute before entering town. If I get there early, I'd have to mix with people. But if I arrive late, I can jump to the stage and drive off with no questions asked.
Who ride guard?
A man they call Happy Joe, but he's never met Bill.
Oh.
Tonto.
I've got a notion we're going to be able to put this across.
How's that?
That heap good.
Then to work, you must have him. Get your materials and see what you can do.
Early the following morning, a coach bearing the name of the Gold Flat stage line was rolled in front of the station. Then, a few minutes later, 6 spirited horses were backed into their traces. A crowd had gathered to witness the start of this first run, and excitement ran high.
One of the big companies going to let Jim get away with this.
Well, Black Bart don't seem worried. Look at him standing there grinning.
Where's the driver Jim said he was going to have?
I don't see nobody.
Hi, Jim. Where's Wild Bill?
He'll be along.
Well, if he ain't broke a leg or something, be just our luck. Worst always happens to us.
Cheer up, Happy. Bill gave his word.
Howdy, Jim.
Oh, it's you, huh?
What'd you go to the trouble hitching them horses up for? Expect to go someplace?
That stage is starting out today.
Without no driver?
Bill will show up.
And if he don't?
Then I'll drive the stage myself.
That'd be a good one. I admire to see that. Just when did you ever drive a stage before?
I could do it.
Sure. You might even get the Gold Flats right side up someday. But it sure as blazes wouldn't be by the first of the month. I'll bet it'd take you to then just to get as far as Paiute Springs.
You just tend to your own affairs.
Shucks, that's what I'm doing. I got $100 bet on what happens today.
Well, that's it, hombre.
Told you we'd lose our Jim, recollect? Said all the time we was beat before we started.
You ready to give up, Happy?
Gosh, no. Reckon I'm so used to things going bad, don't make no difference to me no more.
Jim, ain't you seen Wild Bill no place?
I haven't, Ma.
And ain't there been no word?
Nothing but... Oh, but he'll be along. I know blamed well he will.
He'd better, young fella.
Oh, I warn him, Mr. Dowd.
Well, what are you doing, Harry Old Galoot?
I told you that...
You tell folks so many things.
Well, I told you if this stage didn't get started this morning, I couldn't give you no more time on your loan. And I ain't changed my mind since I said it.
We'll get started, Mr. Dowd. You just wait.
Yeah, I'll wait another hour. But if your driver ain't put in an appearance by then, you and me stepping around to my bank.
Don't look like the run will be made. Bet the coach don't never leave town. It's going to be mighty tough on Jim. I always said he couldn't fight Transcontinental. They're mighty strong. Just another hour and then Jim's licked.
Come on, old fellow! Hurry, Silver! Come on to Cooperstown, boy! There's no time to waste! Hi-yo, Silver! Time passed, and still there was no sign of Wild Bill Riley. The crowd became convinced that Jim was beaten. Banker Dowd grimly consulted his watch, and Black Bart laughed openly.
About ready to pay off on that bet, Jim?
I ain't lost yet.
Shucks, now what's the sense of being stubborn? I warned you about Bill, and didn't I tell you couldn't hope to go again my company?
Say.
Yeah?
You've been certain right from the first that Bill wouldn't show up. Did you do something to keep him from coming here?
Now, what put a fool notion like that in
It'll
your
be
head?
just like you.
Careful.
If you have...
Making threats?
If you have and I find a way to prove it on you, I'll pay you off. It's the last thing I do.
Try it, and it will be.
Hey, Jim.
Huh?
Here comes Banker Dowd.
I know just what he's going to say.
I'm sure glad you put up that 100 with the barkeep. When Dowd gets through with you, you won't have 100 left.
Well, Jim, the hour's up.
Now, wait, Mr. Dowd.
I've waited longer than I should right now.
Oh, but you don't savvy. My driver will be here. I know he will.
Well, he'll be too late.
Mr. Dowd, you've heard of Wild Bill Riley. You must have. There ain't a man nowhere that can make the time he can. He'll get the Gold Flats all right. Just wait a little longer.
I won't argue with you.
Nope, and I ain't going to wait longer to collect on that bet. Come on. Tell your hustlers to unhitch them horses. We'll step down to the cafe, collect the cash you owe me, and I'll buy you a drink.
Jim.
What?
Who's that fella running this way?
Well, it's Wild Bill.
What in?
Jim, it's him. Here he comes.
I still don't think.
By
that
golly,
they-
Mr. Dodd, if you don't wait, I'll give you the licking of your life.
Well, now I suppose now that he's ready to
That
leave...
can't be
maybe-
him.
It's him, all right. And by thunder, here's where you pay off and I win the franchise.
I'm getting aboard the bar.
Bill! Hi, Bill, wait!
There's no time, Jim.
Right there, he's going to start right off.
Hold on!
Get up, get along
There she goes.
Off for Gold Flat.
Look at Wild Bill handle them horses.
Now Jim's got a chance.
Hooray for Bill!
Look at Happy hanging onto the seat.
Heavens above, did you ever see anything like it?
I don't see why he couldn't have waited just for a minute.
He's smart, son. He knows how important time is, and he ain't wasting
I
it.
suppose you're
Where's
right.
Abe? Where's Slim? I want to find them,
Not
fellas.
so doggone fast.
I gotta find him.
There he goes, and now you're paying me.
I'll pay.
You bet you will.
But I'll tell you something first.
Yeah?
I'll lay you another 100 that hombre don't never get your stage as far as Paiute Springs.
You're on, mister. Boys, if Wild Bill can't do it, then nobody can.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
This is Monitor, and I'm Skitch Henderson here in Radio Central, and tonight we'll bring you a concert that includes some of the finest music ever written, played by the world's leading orchestras. Of course, we'll touch on other topics, too, and right now sit back and enjoy Groucho. Say, Fenneman, tell us, what's tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is book. B-O-O-K.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
George, I got a riddle for you. You know what's the best way to make a coat last?
No, unless the best way to make a coat last would be to make the trousers first.
You know, you're supposed to do the commercials here. I'm supposed to tell the jokes. I'm going to give you one more chance, George.
All right.
Why is George Fenneman like the boiler on a steam engine?
I guess I'd better say, why? Why is he like the boiler in a steam engine?
I'll tell you why. Because you're both fired. Play around with that. What did we come down here for tonight, George? Couldn't you find anything else to do?
Well, no, I've invited some people down, and you're going to talk to them, and then ultimately some of them will get a chance to maybe win $10,000.
And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
What's that chicken doing here? Where are the singers? Singers? The ones gonna sing, Let Mrs. Grass Make the Soup at Your House. Those singers.
Don't need 'em. I brought this chicken that's gonna sing.
The chicken?
Sure. It is Mrs. Grass's chickeny rich noodle soup with real chickeny flavor. I figure we ought to have a chicken sing about it.
I suppose the chicken's going to tell the people all about how Mrs. Grass's chickeny-rich noodle soup is made with Mrs. Grass's exclusive golden nugget and her own genuine egg noodles.
Well, not exactly.
I suppose the chicken's going to tell about how that blue box of Mrs. Grass's soup mix gives you more soup and half again more noodles.
You don't understand. I didn't bring a talking chicken. It's a singing chicken. Come on. Let Mrs. Grass make the soup at your house. Sing it.
Let me the soup make the grass at your house.
I must have brought the wrong chicken.
Groucho, Grace Garrett and Chuck Lewis are on deck, so folks come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you divide 1,250 pesos. Now, Grace Garrett and Chuck Lewis. If there's anything I'd like to do, it's to Chuck Lewis. Which one is your Grace, huh?
Yes.
Do you mind if I call you Grace?
I wouldn't like it if you called me anything else. I don't think I'd answer you.
I'm going to have some trouble here tonight, I see. Would you mind if I asked you your age, Grace?
Not at all.
Well, I will ask you your age. What is your age?
I'm 77, but I feel like I was about 40.
I feel like 42. I feel like 40 elephants just dragged me through a knothole. What's the reason you feel 35 years younger than you are?
Well, I think I live right, and I haven't any bad habits.
Mm-hmm. We'd make a great team. I have no good habits. We could nullify each other. Now, come now, Grace. Everybody has some bad habits. Are you sure you have none?
I'm positive.
Well, what's the point of getting out of bed in the morning?
Well, I get hungry.
Are you married?
No, I've been a widow for 23 years.
Are you interested in having another go at it?
Oh, no. No, I should say not. I live alone and like it.
Well, I wasn't proposing. I was just checking.
Well,
what fun do you get out of living alone?
Well, I can enjoy my own peculiarities.
Such as what?
Well, such as putting ketchup on my pie if I want to. Nobody to stop me.
Put ketchup on pie?
Ketchup on my pie.
You mean to tell me there are people living alone just so they can put ketchup on that pie? What kind of pie do you put the ketchup
Raspberry.
on? There's nothing personal in that pie, is there?
Not at all. Nothing personal.
I thought you were giving me a piece of it.
No.
Your name is really Chuck Lewis, or is this just a pseudonym?
That's the name, yes.
Pseudonym?
That's my real name.
Where are you from, Chuck?
Well, I was born in Gainesville, Georgia, but traveled all my life. I lived in Glendale, California most of the time. That's where I went to school.
What did you study in school?
I took business administration.
Why did you take that?
Well, I guess that was about the easiest thing they had.
What business did you go into after you left college?
Well, actually, I didn't go into any business. I kind of became a golf bum.
Well, you said you were already a bum. You just added to this and took up golf.
That's right.
How long did you stay in the golf game?
Well, I'm still in it.
You're a pro, or you just putter around?
Well, I'm a pro. I'm at Kenilworth Lodge in Sebring, Florida.
Did you like that joke about you just putter around?
That's fine, yeah.
You didn't
I've
pay
heard
any...
it before.
You played it? Well, what are some of the big tournaments you won while you were puttering around? The Masters, the PGA, the Open?
Oh, no, I've never won any of those big ones, but in fact, I don't even play tournaments anymore.
What do you play, pitch and putt?
No, I travel around the country with the Chuck and Linda Lewis golf show, putting on exhibitions.
Is that your wife, Linda Lewis?
No, that's my 8-year-old daughter, Linda, who is the world's youngest golf professional.
Your daughter?
Mm-hmm.
You do tricks with the
That's
golf
right,
club?
trick golf shots, and we do it with that
I do trick golf shots, too, but I don't get paid for it. That's my regular game. Grace, have you changed your mind about getting married again after listening to...
Oh, positively
you
not.
still...
Oh, no.
You still want to drown your sorrow in ketchup,
Yes,
huh?
I certainly do.
How do you support yourself? Do you depend on a girdle, or do you have a job?
Well, professional babysitter
Grace,
at the Statler Hilton.
I don't know what you were shifting there, but it looked... It certainly looked as though it had been effective.
Well, it was a little shifty, wasn't
it? Yes. And what do you say you do? You're a girdle shifter?
No, I'm a professional babysitter.
A babysitter. Well, why are you standing up if you're a babysitter?
Well, I sit while I'm at the hotel.
Where is this? Do you do this?
The Statler Hilton.
Oh, I've seen some pretty good babes I'd like to sit with at the Statler. I don't understand. You mean when Mr. and Mrs. Statler go out in the evening, you just sit there and watch the hotel so nobody steals it?
No, I look after the children of the guests of the hotel. When they bring their children with them, and they send for me. And I go down and act as a grandmother.
Well, how do you like
grandmother by the hour.
babysitting?
Oh, I like it very much.
Is it any different than sitting for private families?
Yes, because I don't have to wash the dishes.
Do you find your work interesting, Grace?
Very. I find it very interesting. Children are very interesting to me.
Well, could you give us an example of...
One evening, I was to be left alone with a little 4-year-old boy while his mother went to the theater. But before she left the room, she stood in the doorway, and she told the poor little fellow what to do. She told him what not to do, and what would happen if she didn't get a good report from me when she got back. Finally, the door slammed, and she was gone. The little fellow threw up both hands. He said, Miss Garrett, that woman is making a nervous wreck of me.
Do you charge for babysitting, or do you just do it because you're fond of children?
No, I'm very fond of children, but I'm also fond of those dollars that I get. I get a few.
You're very
$1 an hour.
$1 an hour?
Until midnight, and $1.50 an hour after midnight, and I always hope that they'll stay out all night.
Well, Grace, if I had any small children and needed a babysitter, I'd certainly call on you.
Well, I hope you have some. You asked me a little while ago if you could call me Grace. Would you mind if I'd call you Julius?
No, I'd be flattered.
Yeah, I read the McCall magazine. I couldn't wait for your book.
The title of which is Groucho and Me, on sale at all bookstores.
I know.
This is the secret word. So you just won yourself $50.
Well, isn't that wonderful?
That's the equivalent of sitting in the hotel room for about 30 hours.
I know.
And here's $50 for you.
Thank you.
Because you laughed so loud at that putter around joke. Don't think I've forgotten that, old boy. This will be reflected in the quiz, you know. Grace, I would say that you're the perfect combination of Mother Goose and Milton Berle.
I get that.
I don't get it either, but...
It's good anyway.
It's good.
I like that.
Let's put it there. It's a compliment.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you.
It's a
I didn't recognize
compliment
it, but
you-
I'm glad it is.
Well, if I had thought at the time that it was a compliment, I wouldn't have said it. I think we came out even on that exchange. I'd like to find out more about you two, but we have to get on and play the game. You know how to play the game, you bet your life?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I could have Mr. Fenneman come out and explain it to you. George?
Yes.
Remember, you get any 4 questions you like, and you alternate your selections.
Well, as you can see, we have questions ranging from $1 to $300. The $300 questions are tougher than the 2, and the 2 are tougher than the 1. You get 4 chances. The object is to earn at least $500, because if you do, you get to come back at the end of the game and maybe try for $10,000.
Now, you selected cities and small towns, I believe it was, of the United States, right?
Right, yeah.
Grace, pick the first one.
This is $100.
$100 one?
1, 2, 3.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
All right, here are the cities and towns. Carson City, Lovelock, and Reno. What is the state?
Nevada.
Nevada is right. You've got
You now
$100.
have $100, yes. 400 more to go.
Let's try a 300.
300?
In what state are Haley, Ketchum, Jerome, and Moscow? Haley, Ketchum, Jerome, and Moscow.
Wyoming.
What? No, I'm sorry. It's Idaho. You should have known that from Ketchum.
Well, you have $100.
You haven't
and
lost
have
that.
2
You
more
still-
opportunities to earn the 5.
Grace, take a word.
What, you want to try a 200 this time?
Grace is the great compromiser. In what state are Saugatuck, Saginaw, and St. Ignaz?
Michigan.
Michigan is right.
And that was $200. You now have 3.
Now
You have
$300.
Then I won't.
Well, we have to go for another 200.
No, well, you don't have to.
But it does make sense, let's say.
Well, you're bringing a new note into this show, Joe.
The object is to get $500.
We have 300 now.
That's the object of your
And you've
affection.
had 3 questions, and this is your last question.
Give us 200.
How about this one here?
Fine.
All right. This is a $200 question. If you get it, you'll have your 500.
In what state are Jonesboro, Lake Charles, and Opelousas? Opelousas.
Louisiana.
O-P-E-L, yes, Louisiana.
And you made $500?
Yes.
So you'll be back to try for maybe 2, 5, or $10,000.
You want these?
No.
Well, congratulations, and I hope we see you later.
Thank you.
Hasta mañana.
Thank you very much.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life. It's going to be another great year for Rambler. That's the word here in Miami from the automotive experts who've already previewed the 60 Rambler. On top of its record-breaking success this year, Rambler has come up with an even more exciting car for 60, with more innovations than ever before. Right now, some of Rambler's new competitors are engaged in crash program road testing and economy runs. In this department, Rambler has a decided advantage. Over 36 miles per gallon with overdrive in the recent NASCAR coast-to-coast economy run. Rambler also holds the big edge in experience. The only compact car proved by 10 years and 25 billion owner-driven miles. Get your special pre-announcement preview of 1960's most exciting car, the new Rambler. The red carpet is out at your Rambler dealers, which means you can preview the 60 Rambler now. See your Rambler dealer.
Now, George, what's on the agenda?
Well, Groucho, we're running a little overtime. As a matter of fact, you've been having so much fun with our first couple, we may not have time for our next couple to play the quiz. And however, as long as they're standing by, well, they'd sort of like to come in and talk to you anyway. And they've agreed that if necessary, they'll come back again next week. So here they are, a couple of young unmarried people, Margot Rode and K.W. Shelby. Folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you'll divide an extra $100. Margaret Road and K.W. Shelby. Margaret Road, you look like a pretty dangerous road with all those curves. Why the uniform, Margot? Are you a letter carrier?
Not quite. I'm an airline hostess, and this is my uniform.
Oh, well, that's very attractive. Which airline are you with?
Lufthansa.
I'm all right. How are you? I say, which airline are you with?
Lufthansa.
What is a Lufthansa? Is that the helicopter service that flies between Glendale and Cucamonga?
Not quite. No, we fly all over the world, and it's the German airline.
Are you German, Margot?
I am, yes.
Are you a Berliner?
I was born in Berlin, but I'm from Hamburg.
You're a hamburger, in other words. If I had some ketchup, I'd put the bite on her. Who knows, maybe later we two could get together and get a bun on. You care for that joke, Margot?
What, was that a joke?
You took those words right out of that audience's mouth. Now, let's see. I hate to leave you, but I'll come back to you pretty soon, you know. All roads lead to Margaret Road, it says here. K.W. Shelby, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. You've met Miss Road, huh?
Yes, just a few moments ago.
Would you like to take this road and see where it leads?
No.
Are you crazy?
No.
Are you just shy?
Well, no. I think Mr. Fenneman jumped to conclusions, and though
He also jumped at Miss Road when she came in. But that's another story that we can't talk about here.
But though I am still single, I'm planning on being married in just a couple of weeks.
You're going to get married?
Yes.
What you're insinuating, in other words, is that this little girl isn't good enough for you. Is that it?
No, I think she's very, very attractive, but, well, I'm engaged already.
Well, I hope you're very happy. I don't take this kind of resistance lying down, you know. I haven't finished with this romance. You'll develop a taste for hamburgers before we're through. Before we're through, or my name isn't Dear Abby. It happens to be Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Now, where are you from, Shelby? Shelby, it's in Montana, isn't it? That's where Gibbons and Dempsey fought for the championship.
Oh,
Did you know that?
Several Shelby.
Were you named after that fight?
No, I wasn't.
No. How'd you happen to come to California?
Well, my hot water heater blew up.
Well, that's certainly a cheap way to travel. That must have been quite an explosion to blow you all the way from California, all the way to California. Where were you at the time, in New York?
No, I was in New Orleans.
Well, I guess it could blow you that far. Well, what did you have to do with coming to California?
Well, I was getting ready to take a shower, and there was no hot water. So I went out to the kitchen to see what was the matter, and I discovered that the hot water heater had gone out.
With who? Who was in the kitchen when you went in there?
So I was in there alone, fortunately.
Yeah.
Groucho, I'm sorry to interrupt, but as we anticipated, we are out of time. However, our first couple has a chance, and should have a chance, to try for the big money at the end of the show. So as we anticipated, you people are going to have to come back again next week, all right?
Yes.
Well, I certainly want to continue this conversation. I know you both must have a lot to talk about. Not only that, we want to give you a chance to win some money. So thanks for being with us tonight, and we'll see you again next week.
We'll see if our first couple can bring their winnings up to $10,000 in just a moment.
It's a Rambler year.
This is Frank Blair from San Francisco, and everything I've heard here indicates it is a Rambler year coming up, and a big one. I've been talking to automotive experts, people who've already previewed all the 60 cars, and they say Rambler's really got it again. New styling, exciting new features, and 10 years compact car building experience. That's the Rambler story for 60. The many friends Rambler has made this year, well over 1/3 will tell you that Rambler has a tremendous edge in experience, with 25 billion owner-driven miles. Ramblers also way ahead in economy. 36 miles per gallon with overdrive in the NASCAR coast-to-coast economy run. The 60 Rambler hasn't been announced yet, but you can have a special pre-announcement preview now. The red carpet's out at Rambler dealers, which means you can see the 60 Rambler right away. Come now during red carpet days. Preview the 60 Rambler at Rambler dealers.
Groucho, here are Grace Garrett and Chuck Lewis, who won $500, so they get a chance at the big money, and here they are, coming in right now. You come back out,
Congratulations, kids. You know, this year, if you win $500 or more in the quiz, you get a chance to run your winnings for the night up to $2,000, $5,000, or even $10,000. So, pick a number from 1 to 10.
I'll take 6.
6. Put a 6 up here, George. And Chuck?
Give me 4.
4. That's your first number. It means if the number comes up on the wheel and you answer the question correctly, your total winnings for the night will be $10,000. Now, you pick the number 4. If your total winnings will be $5,000 if that comes up. Now, if neither number comes up after the spin, the total will be $2,000. If you win, get the right answer. So one of you turn the wheel.
You turn. No, you turn.
Well, your numbers were 4 and 6, and it came up 3, so this question is worth $2,000. A total of 2. Here it is. In World War I, the 42nd Division arrived in France with every state in the Union represented in its ranks. For $2,000, what was the nickname of this famous Army division? Very famous. Talk it over. What's the answer? Well, it's the Rainbow Division, a very famous division. Sorry you missed it, but you still have $500, so that isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us, Grace.
Thank you.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Melanie Kahane, Ben Grower, Broadcast Decorating Wavelengths, a program designed to help you design a more beautiful home tonight on most of these NBC stations.
And now, may I present the distinguished author of Captain Nicholas, Vanessa, and many other great successes, Mr. Hugh Walpole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrymore. Certainly an honor to be connected with putting David Copperfield onto the screen for the first time in history. And it's been a great adventure, too. And I think we all find the characters are wonderfully lifelike and human.
Let me present to you the characters in the story and a few of the scenes from the screenplay.
our domestic comfort, the quiet, the privacy. All them your own.
Thank you, sir. If he wants to.
My dearest little wife. Step by step, I've abandoned to him my money, reputation, peace and quiet, house and home.
I kept 'em for you,
Finally, I see you for what you really are.
Thank you.